Hello everyone. Just getting ready in the background. We need to get ourselves some coffee, and then we'll be with that and with you as soon as we can be. Hey Doomsday, hi Majdor, and hi everyone who's watching on other channels as well. Alrighty, ad break is on that old thing. Let's get to it. Another wonderful day of LPL. Playing Final Fantasy 12. And the main villa reminded me of you. I haven't actually played Final Fantasy 12. Hey Angie, how are you doing? Good to see you. Vein Solidor. Is it someone with sharp features and a big nose and maybe long hair? That's probably enough to take blocks, isn't it? Okay, let's go turn the TikTok stream on. We should do that. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, should be into game like not crazy long from now. So we have Ultra Prime TT, TTs which are lower down in I guess the power pool of LPL. This is Group Nirvana. Both games today are Group Nirvana. And yes, we are live on TikTok again today, folks. Morning, what's the schedule this split? Do 2 game starts set time even if game 1 and game 3 are still going? No, so it is a rolling schedule, so you won't have overlapping games. And what's the thing I was going to say? We only get 3 series days on Saturdays as well. Everything else is a 2 series day, which is very convenient for us. Okay,
Hey, 来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀
CLA
李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品。
So yes, we're live on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, as always now.
祝你赢1000元耳机。
I feel like the loser in this game is probably the worst team in the group.
为 LPL 奶硬口。
I mean, LNG didn't look great the last split either. They could also be down there, but yeah. We'll see. It's been a rough time, right?
TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄，敢为不凡。 2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。
Okay, so,
更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮
if,
料。
by the way, I said this yesterday as well, but if anyone can have the TikTok stream open in the background, it does make a difference. Because virality on that platform goes kind of
保护
mad.
有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
Okay, let's get ourselves into the intro for today. Thank you, Tron Backpack. It's very kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say. Thank you. Plus, you're actually passionate compared to others. Thank you. Been watching me for years. I am very happy to have had that. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. That does mean a lot. And for those of you who are regulars in the chat, you know, I do recognize your names. I do appreciate it when you turn up. And you enjoy things. You enjoy the stuff that we do. And if it's working as well. Good. Okay, let's get ourselves onto stage. Ultra Prime TT, and then later we have LNG NIP. So this is a group Nirvana day. Oh yeah, lost the streak rip. It's probably when I did some of the not LPL streams, Mecca, when I was in off season. I did want to. Of course I recognize you, Montes. Professor 1v9, thanks for the follow as well. Maybe you can teach us how to 1v9 over here. Let's get into it. And yes, if you're over on TikTok as well, feel free to watch here or on other platforms. So, games today, these are going to be big benchmarks. Pretty hard to figure out what the roster changes have done so far. So, Ultra Prime, their AD carry from last split, Wacko, has retired now, so he's no longer playing for the team. Bayer is now stepping into the AD carry role. He did play a couple of games with them before, but still, because he technically was on the roster, it's just that he is the only AD carry. Then for, yeah, true, Frogs. And we did see TT the other day, where they got a bit blown out by EDG. They had one or two good team fights, but sadly, Aki, new jungler for them, left NIP. Presumably NIP were the ones choosing that decision. And Aki looked bad yesterday. Who do I think is going to win? I think Ultra Prime have lost their spark. This should... I think it's TT, but TT don't look awesome. Junhao versus Aki could be a big winning point for Ultra Prime. Hey, Mafad, well, good to see you. Jedi Rat, that's a hell of a name. I use forced cheese. Okay, get into game soon. I'm gonna do that thing. Yeah, that's good. Cool. Cool. And yes, if you're watching in Twitch, if there is any chance that you can, whack on a separate tab with the TikTok stream in it, I'd really appreciate that, because virality is a thing, and even just having a couple of people with it open does make a difference. There's your link. Can I pin that? No, I can pin that here, maybe. There you go. There you go. Let's get ourselves into it. And first draft of the day, obviously we're looking out for stuff like Varus Rumble, Pantheon Talia, Annie Wukong, you know, these big duos which come out and about the place. Gwen's also been pretty good in the first couple of days to see. Sam should be coming through as well soon. We'll see when he's done with coffees. Does TikTok give a lot of exposure? If he starts to pop, yeah, the algorithm is really good, which is why we're trying to put some time onto it. And also, for me, what it also means is that people end up... you get more follows through lives a lot of the time. And I want to try and get to the point where I can get into the creator fund, which means I actually get some money back from TikTok if I get good videos and stuff. That's the idea, anyway. And it's worth just trying, you know? Okay, let's get into it. And, see if Ultra Prime and TT can bounce back from their losses from the other days. Thank you so much for the sub, Jay.
That you're the greatest.
Jay, how's it going? Yeah, for sure, Mecha.
Thanks to add Mecha Fanboy for my sub gift.
Oh yeah, there's text to speech on the subs now, by the way, if you want to abuse that at some point. Yeah. Okay. I don't really know what to take away from both these teams' series. TT, the early game macro was kind of meh, and Hoya just got blown out by ZDZ, which is a problem. Sometimes he can become a bit of a black hole of pressure. And we'll get into that draft. Alright, cool. You know the music, time to dance. Poppy Varus. 1xN is a very good Varus player. I was about to say Baytron's a good Poppy player, but of course he's not on the team anymore. One of the big problems about TT is the fact that they don't have Baytron anymore. It's Aki who stepped in now after it was Xiao Huangren who was playing beforehand. The Annie's banned away. We talked about the Annie Wukong being powerful. And Besser, which does leave open something like the Rumble or something like that. Yeah, Rumble's the easy first pick. Egen, we go towards that. Talia, very powerful. There's no Pantheon to go with it, but choosing it anyway. Not many things that deal with the Talia and laning phase. Orianna, the notable one that's left up. Or Azir. But then again, Azir does sort of lose to the Talia too, so maybe you don't want to take the losing end of that trade. But Rumble Azir, that's a hell of a duo to give over if you want to give, that's the idea from TT. Not that they have to give the Azir now, because the Azir could be picked on 3. They lock in the Aki's Vi. Vi has been a big champion for Aki his entire career from OMG 2023 and ever since, really. Shunhe can go towards the Shinzao and have the early level 1 to 3 winning matchup. Hey Kashi, how's it going? TikTok doing its job and reminding me that LPL is winning? True. Yeah, true. Is EDG just leagues ahead of the Nirvana group, or do any of these teams show any potential to compete? I think EDG clearly are the best team that we've seen in Nirvana so far, and we'll kind of see beyond that point. Okay, because no Trundle was locked in, that gives you a great Scion angle. Now, if you hadn't locked the Vi, you could have Trundled if you saw this Scion. EGN, good matchup for that. Could go towards the Vi Ahri. Both of them have been nerfed, though, over the last quarter of a year or so, I'd say. Did talk about this here before. Azir's better into the Scion. Ahri's not as good into that, that's all, really. Is it the low group? Yes, this is group Nirvana. Well, yes it is. Ahri locked in for Satab, so I get to yap about my main for a little bit more. Don't love playing it into the Scion. Don't love playing it into Talia when anyone can stand in front of it, really, because it means that if you start to engage on someone, you best go on the Talia, otherwise she gets to kind of peel you off with them. Bot lane not locked in so far. What do we have? We have Jhin, we have Ezreal, and we did have Zyra Khan, now that's gone. Stuff like Corky Rel. TT have decent early lanes right now and good early skirmishing potential. Would they want to leverage on that more? I think they can go for a Kai'Sa, something like that too. Maybe, I don't know, Kai'Sa with double AP solo laners it opts into a lot of magic damage. Does chatting on TikTok help as well? Yeah, it does for sure. Let's get into it. I've said that like 3 times since the stream started. Why have I done that? Anyway, just know that if I'm looking over there, I'm looking at TikTok chat because that's where it is. Thanks for the follow, by the way, again. Audio on the TikTok seems to be off the vid a little, so that's not something which I can fix right now because of reasons. It's coming through a capture card, so it is just the way that it is. I'm sorry about that, I can't fix that. I'm on YouTube as well. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, YouTube, and on TikTok. Alistair locked in, which threatens something like Jhin Alistair or Ezreal Alistair. They take the Ezreal, you could go full. You don't have that much engage if you lock in Braum is the problem here. Is Nautilus better? It's not great with the Ezreal. Ezreal Braum gets locked in. And now what you're hoping is Vi, Alistair go too deep and you don't have to engage. This is something that EDG did on day 1. For the last pick 80 carry. You go towards the Jhin for a bit of lane presence. Smolder! Now that's a bit different, and I do like this. Because I do think TT lack a lot of scaling, and especially scaling potential to kill the Scion. But they also still need a champion that can follow up on your engage. Smolder's ultimate is very good at just pinging extra damage onto the person who's been ulted by a Vi. And it also kills the Scion. Smolder, very unique pick here in the fact that it actually does both kill the Scion later into the game, but can also help with the Vi, Ahri, Rumble / full engage combo. I like TT's draft. I like it. I like it now with that Smolder last pick. As long as the Smolder can farm, it's okay. And Braum is not fantastic at stopping Smolder from farming. On the other side, Ultra Prime do have a global in the Talia. You have the Scion as well that can respond very well to plays. They don't have the best engage though. It's my worry. And particularly when you're a less confident team who's just come off of a loss, that can start to rack up a little bit. Coaches will fist bump. We'll get into our first game of the day. And a reminder, if you're enjoying what we're doing on these channels, remind to join us on our other ones, and drop a like, follow, subscribe, you know, all the good stuff. Helps us do what we're doing. We're not paid to do this. We do it off our own backs. Sam and I. Sam will be coming through in a second. I'll leave you with the gyros. I'll try and get that coffee. And we're back. It's like I didn't even know we were gone. Let's get into it. I thought I've said that today. Sam comes through with the coffee. Long awaited and much appreciated.
I got you, mate.
As, yeah, the last pick Smolder. Really like what it's doing for this composition. One passive, obviously very, very annoying. The Smolder I think is fine. My problem is what happens with the Alistair. Just later into the day, we'll see whether NIP look better or worse with the changes that they've made. Aki, jungler of TT, was on NIP for a very long time. In fact, it was the whole OMG 2023 core that was removed from NIP, and Aki, Shanji, and then also PP God as well, their support. Aki spotted on the bot side, though. Junhao on the other side. Going over into the other side now, spotting Aki on his wolves, knowing that he's on a good timer to contest on Raptors potentially. Will actually manage to get something out of that. Getting ahead in the early jungle matchup as the Shinzao versus the Vi can be very, very important. Because if you get ahead of the game, Vi kind of has to find a fight from behind the game, which is really never where she wants to be. The old adage was, a Vi ahead of the game is worth about 3 times as impactful as the Vi that's behind the game. Quiet. A little bit goes on by Jen, bot side. Braum showing their value.
As for Braum, coming back in things, and hello there. Nice to actually get to chat in front of a microphone. As I was saying, Smolder feels pretty good here. You've got a lot of tools to get the Smolder to a good space. On the other side, of course, Shinzao Talia is a pretty nasty duo. Anyone who's not been paying attention to League of Legends for a little while, that mid jungle's about as damn good as it gets. Hard to beat that one, for sure. Yijang, of course, has been something of a talking point. Have this up-and-comer coming over from the PCS, now LCP. Has had some up and down moments, but is notoriously pretty good. Of course, Silent, bit of a different style to, say, a Rumble or a Riven or something slightly more exciting. Of course, his name means one sword. Bit of a enjoyer of your pure Riven type characters, where and when he gets the opportunity. Set up, just got hit by that Winter's Bite. TP back down towards that bot side with the early call. No surprise on that one. If you're running the TP on the Smolder, getting a hold of all of those scaling opportunities makes a lot of sense to me. I get to the shove. As Ejam will also use the TP. So, generally down TPs pretty much everywhere you get a look, actually. Only 2 spell books today. Did you say that? I didn't see what Ejung was rolling. Running. And because, of course, you've got the Soul Furnace stacks under his name, a little difficult to tell exactly what he's rolling. I keep saying rolling for this. Running is the correct term. Hang on. Double pulverizers. Bit of damage back onto Feather. I think he should be okay here. Good trade there, nonetheless, from Ultra Prime. Oh yeah, doing a bit of trading there. John Howe about to start up this dragon with the rest of the squad as well. Of course, with that shove and the earlier trades. Let's get that opportunity to come on over. John Howe about to get that dragon. Good value there. Bit of the ignite coming on down as well. Bit of a swipe. Not too much more there. Not all that much happening really in this early game. We've seen the early dragon take. Decent trade from Nymaera Initialise, but that's about it.
Most interesting thing for me will be how Ultra Prime navigate if and when they engage. I think without the Smolder, they would have thought they could have just baited the Vi into their team. And that's often what we've seen into the Vi. You say, well, okay, if the Vi has to engage, we'll just play defensive. And they can do that because they have Braum, Talia, and of course the Xin Zhao Sion as well. So they've got some frontline, they've got some disengage. But on the other side, they have the Smolder now. And the worry for me is, if Ultra Prime say, oh, we'll sit pretty and we'll wait for the Vi to engage, well, what happens when the Smolder comes online? It'll be a big issue. EGN, ult towards their bot side, the farm alarm, as we used to call it for Rex side.
Oh my days, yeah, back when it used to just take you to a tunnel.
Yeah, anyone else remember the Season 5 Rex side? Season 5, I will say, pretty awful for long-term balancing decisions. Think back to the characters which have broken the game multiple times in Season 5. So, we had Rek'Sai, broken for multiple years, now useless. So it's either like godlike or useless. Azir,
yeah, I remember that one.
And then
Jhin that year, or was he the year after?
Jhin was the year after, and I'm not gonna lie, Season 6 was also pretty bad for that too.
Yeah,
we had the Juggernaut rework and stuff like Fiora.
Mordekaiser, back with his Dragon Stealer, they had to rework him again.
We had Gangplank and Mordekaiser. And then the other one, Tom Kench.
Yes,
Tom Kench
of course.
Tom Kench has been a thorn in the balance team side. Grubs have now been started up. Shins are going towards it. Arivai have level 6 and are going towards it. First Grub will be taken by John. He's trying to use it without Smite, and he does do so. Because the problem is, if you Smite when contesting Grubs, other teams just run in and take the other two, which you don't have Smite for at that point. One extent, farming on top side. TT don't want to contest.
Indeedy. I don't know why I've gone with Indeedy, but we have.
A wise choice.
That's true. I feel like my Heimerdinger impression wouldn't be that great. Indeedy. A wise choice.
Well, it's not the worst one ever, but...
I have to actually think of, like, I need to workshop it.
The thing is, I really want to make a reference now, but you didn't watch the end of Arcane Season 2. I will say, Season 1 was better than Season 2, on the whole. Narratively, but there's some very funny things with Heimerdinger in Season 2, which would have been great, so you deprived me of reference. Smolder throwing out the ult to deny some recalls there, trying to get some stacks as well by champions with it. How's the stacking going? 71 at 9 minutes. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Now, the thing is, one of the reasons Smolder solo lane took over as opposed to bot lane was that you can just ping one person in your lane with your Q a lot easier. When you're in a 2v2, it's a lot harder. But what except right there just gets his full complement of abilities, just fully stacking on cooldown. That's really good for his stacking. And if this Smolder gets going, like TT are going to absolutely blast Ultra Prime in the late game. They need to figure out a way to get a win condition before the Smolder shreds through their front line.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. And again, you have got the Xin Zhao Talia, right? I say kind of. I actually just agree with you. It's not kind of. There doesn't need to be the qualification.
Yeah.
I just agree. You've got Xin Zhao Talia. You've got Sion. Very good skirmishes. Braum in there. These all make sense. But I do need to see this mid jungle in particular get off and rolling, or things are going to get a little awkward. Don't make a mistake about that one.
And I wasn't going to say something. No, I forgot. Right,
That's
on
fine.
something else.
Moving on. Yeah.
Another big problem as well is Smolder is having a good time whilst also still having a cull, which could be big problems later on because it's doubling down on, well, Ultra Prime, you've got to shut down the Smolder scaling. They didn't have an early plan. The Shinzao didn't go bot lane. And this is going to be an issue. Junhao, I think, is a very good, proactive, aggressive carry jungler. He was fantastic last split. For those of you who didn't see Junhao on his Shinzao, on his Neferi, he was a breath of fresh air for me, especially for someone in a team in Group Nirvana in LPL, which is meant to be our lower string of teams. However, this guy really shined through for me. I really enjoyed watching him. He was a very entertaining, very effective player. I'm kind of sad here that he's not made the early impact because I feel like that was his window of opportunity to do something important in this game. Wave will crash into tower around bot side. Dragon spawning in the next few seconds. Malignance and Dark Seal for setup. That's really important. That is like your early game green flag for Ahri. Now, any flag, any kind of fight is a green flag. As long as you get a kill and you survive, you're fine.
This just sounds like a way of justifying red flags, Alex. Like, they're not that bad.
The red flag is not getting Dark Seal for your first fight.
Yeah, that would be
it's
it.
up there alongside
yeah.
can take shoot fire. That's a connect flick back. Yeah, that's a problem now because you're half HP. Does get a good electrocute trade back though.
Does indeed. That's a good chunk though, nonetheless, of the Saber, and they're just dead to rights. First kill going on towards Setab's Ahri, and the stacks on that Dark Seal early on. I'm looking at his face, guys.
I'm
it's
saying.
very smug.
Quite smug, because sounds like always just justifying flags. It's a green flag right now. Teleporting in is the Scion. Don't have Talia, though.
Get a bit interesting. This Dragon secured. Watch the Vi on the other angle. Looking to go on in. The Braum sacrificial. Hoya got a decent equalizer on the back of his Echan, gonna get hit by that cease and desist. Flashing over the wall. Hoya flashing over. Wants the barbecued Scion. Vault Breaker ensures they beat the meat up nice and rough before they barbecue it a bit further. Junhao and the rest of the squad will survive, but TT get absolutely everything they came for.
And we will not comment on that one line which Sam just said and look pointedly during. TT get a huge fight. Ultra, why did they teleport the Scion in? You lose the first kill, you back off. There is no way you're winning a 4v5 at that point in the game. And TT, the hard work is done by Satab. It's a great trade from Saber, but he gets charmed right back. As soon as the electrocute comes through, with the phase rush also meaning that he just sprints at Mach 5 towards the Ahri. It's one of the dangers of phase rush versus charmed champions, that you run towards them very quickly if they get it onto you, if your phase rush is active, and then suddenly you don't have the damage. You teleport the Scion in. This is the game losing play, because now, huge objective advantage, lots of kills, Smolder gets to stack all the way through this and get some extra gold in pocket as well. This is worst case scenario for Ultra Prime.
That is a rough one, it has to be said. And then I got to make an ANC Harriet reference as well. Tenderize.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what you meant, Sam. That's exactly what you meant.
I was going for the tenderized meat for the barbecue angle, Alex.
Yeah, Sam, I'm.
But I thought I'd be a bit silly with it.
It is in your best interest to leave this topic immediately. Smolder, 110 stacks at 13.5 minutes. He's stacking really well, and with the Essence Reaver often available too, he'll have some crit chance. For those of you that don't know, Smolder's Q can crit, and also benefits now from Infinity Edge's bonus crit damage, which is why. Ever since last World, Sam's done his daily Mike Punch. The Infinity Edge spike has been huge onto Smolder. And on 1xN, he looked bad the other day, not gonna lie. And it's such a shame, because 1xN has been one of my very favorite AD carries to watch in the LPL. We went on a whole talk about that yesterday too. The guy has a lot of skill behind him. Now he's been set up for success. He's on a scaling pick in a great position. Cull is going to be stacking in soon, and he's on a great way towards his good stack breakpoints.
He's on a Sivir without a lot of setup, shall we say. Yes, it was looking a bit tricky. Managed to get some decent damage down, but there was that one time they got picked off before Dragon. The rest of the game had already kind of gone wrong. As Ultra Prime are marauding forwards, and I worry a little here, guys. I do, about this Talia's safety. There's the flash. Ceaseless comes on through. The equalizer there. The turnaround beginning to come on through. Will it be enough, though? Aki flashes out, stays alive, shouts it down, and a double kill to Hoya. Junhao flashes out to safety, and TT make the pick stick.
Saber's flash was worse than the movie. It does absolutely nothing, doesn't take them away from the Vi Rumble combo, gets burned to a crisp, and Ultra Prime lose another fight in the early game. Sorry, is that too far for you? Someone call the Justice League. No, they've been cancelled too.
Oh no.
Ult on the bot side.
James gunning for all of the references today.
Hey, he's the one who's actually doing all right. I need to go see the Superman.
Same here, actually. We should go.
Anyone
in chat want to go?
Yeah, anyone want to do a giant? Yeah, we do the stream from the cinema. That'll be
I feel like we might end up paying a lot of cinema tickets out.
probably. Junhao will take the Herald, and that's going to be an objective in the early game for Ultra Prime. They have 3 Grubs and Herald now, so if they do win a fight, they have great ability to take down towers, but even with this, look how little engage Ultra Prime had. That was an overextended Smolder against 3 people in mid lane. All it does is force a flinch.
It's rough. And now you've gotten significant leads in most places. And look, they had people here. They roamed up as a group to try and keep Saber safe. They were trying to play cheeky with it, and it still goes wrong because Equalizer is ridiculous.
And Braum just can't defend them. Just can't defend him. This is worst case scenario for Ultra Prime, as you said earlier, because not only are you in a position where you are behind, your Braum just has so limited value now. Because the Vi's ahead of the game, because your damage is so low, Vi flew into the middle of the team fight there. They couldn't kill him. And even if they did, it probably still would have been, the
2 for 1, yeah.
2 for 1, at best case scenario. 30 seconds now until Dragon TT will be more than ready to fight that. We do have the 125 stack breakpoint on 1xn. Someone was asking in chat, I think it was Mecha was asking earlier. The breakpoints for Smolder's stacks are 25 for the AoE on the Q, so it kind of blasts around the initial target. 125 is a blast onto the target and then the spread behind it. Then 225 is the true damage burn and the execute afterwards, which is where you get really, really scary. 1xn's pop the Cull has teleport if he wants to reset and go back in towards the fight too. Dio will push out mid lane, but it's a little too late to set up for Dragon. They are going to be walking into enemy vision. TT do actually choose to... they choose to give up their River control because second item just got hit by 1xn and Fire Cannon is so disgusting.
Yeah, it really is. Very, very valuable for helping get things like those big Qs off. Now we're going to see the Dragon started nonetheless by Ultra Prime. Aki coming on over, has got the sword breaking on that much. Whoa! Feather with the wonderful Pulverize. In the backline, though, goes Sata very low. My God, is he playing with so far? Can't quite get the reset. On the other side, Aki's also going down. They bring down the side, but they just went a little too deep. Now the turnaround is beginning to roll from Ultra Prime, and Hoya's dead as well. Thunder Talk. What happened?
Setsab and Aki take it in turns, going alone into the anti-dive combo, and despite the fact that TT had the early game advantage, they can't make it work around the Dragon, and they've just given Ultra Prime a slight way back into this game. It's still going to be hard for them. They will take the Dragon, but what we were saying earlier is that when they do win fights, they get to hit turrets really, really hard with the 3 Grubs, and then also the Herald and Infantry, which they're yet to drop. This is a good moment for Ultra Prime, and it spares some of the blushes of the early game.
Brings them back to within 1,000 gold or so. I'll have a look at the replay because I thought with this Pulverize it was looking good.
Braum gets some value in, but then just look at this huge turn from Junhao, who had the Q3 Prime. Junhao, the hero that played to shut off Satab, and then Satab could have stayed for one more auto, and it would have traded 1-for-1 with the Ezreal, but chose not to. Vi then goes alone through the minefield, and both of your divers have been dealt with.
I feel really bad for Aki there. He needed a proc of damage from anything to get that kill onto the Ezreal. Baia getting away with that and not dying is pretty ridiculous. Hell, if he gets that kill, I think Setab gets the heal from his passive, probably survives. All of these things, it was damn close. All the way. There's Ultra Prime that come away with it. Junhao with a really good snap onto the flanking angle after what had looked like a really good intro to the play from Feather and Hoya.
However, what I will say, 1xn still stacking like a beast, still in a great spot for this game. Has that 2 items, arguably looking for... Well, he'll go towards 1 of 2 items next because there's no armor stacking onto the Scion. I think it should just be the Infinity Edge straight up next. However, you can also go towards Full Dominance Regards later into the game too. 1xn also just was thinking about actually going towards the Swifties for extra damage up time. Choose to go towards that BF Sword because it turns out really hard to get a BF Sword in most backs. Do it then. Mid tower will go down. Good win there for Ultra Prime using that Herald 3 Grubs.
Well, and they also get feats of strength off that, I believe, as well, because they got the objective, they got the first turret. TT may have gotten the first set of kills, but those last few minutes have really hurt them. They're right back to within touching distance of the goal. They've lost a lot of map control here. It's Ezreal, 2 items deep by it. Got away with it last fight, but now it'll be that much easier to do it all over again. He's at 2 items too, and he will likely be a very scary threat at this point in the game.
And credit to him, he's been jumping forward aggressively and fairly effectively. He's 2-0. Laning phase wasn't fantastic from Baia and Xiaoxia, but to the point now where he can
shrug off some of that. 202 stacks though from 1xn. He is stacking very quickly, about 10 per minute, which is a little bit more than you expect for bot lane smolders from what I see most of the time. For the next big fights, 1xn will have the execute. Very early into the game, with a lot of gold behind it. Ultra Prime, they're going to have to reconsider how they play around this smolder, particularly when they don't have the best ability to stop him from damaging.
No, of course, one bad fight does not. The TT don't have the ability to do it all over again. Setup stepping on forward, melee range charm with the ultimate. Get that much there, and actually with the Ari ult down, I think that might just start at the Attica.
I think they absolutely can. I mean, you can block the smolder ult with the Braum shield. That's one of your pass-through damages done. That's another bit of chunk down feather, not popping the ult, but there's no contest coming through.
This is awkward, very awkward indeed, and suddenly because of that over-aggressive Ariel, I think in part it's going to give a lot more license for Ultra Prime to come over here. Hoya's TP'd in. Maybe they can still play this. There's no smite taken on the Stelva quite yet, but doesn't matter, as they're going to get the secure. Is Junhao. Feather now in danger. The Unbreakable will proc. I don't know how much that means right now. 1xn hit with a big chunk, but still getting to free fire right now. But it's only really onto the side. Cease and desist in the backline, but Junhao now turning around himself. Brings down a second. 1xn nowhere to go. And Ultra Prime just come and fight. And they'll bring down Hoya to boot. Surely Saber's got the Archangel's shield. And the Angel on his shoulder will bring down the mech.
1xn can't get the 225 stacks quite quick enough. And a terrible fight from Setab 2 times in a row has left Thundertalk in much worse position than they should have been after that early game. Ultra Prime get a big objective in the Atacon. For those of you who don't, I guess, respect the value of the Atacon, every 10 petals or so gives you about 1,000 worth of gold, and you've got 30 of them, and the extra 25% value from taking the Atacon itself, because it ups the value of your petals. Now, Aki's on one flank, not really in a great position, double zoned off. Setup gets, you know, some damage down, but he doesn't have the ult to threaten people anymore. Ari without ult is just not the same kind of champion. 1xn gets some DPS down, but you can see how little is left in the tank from TT after they've blown a lot of HP on the approach.
Yeah, and again, without the Ariel at this point, again, they don't actually have as much threat. Because at the other side, you've got 2 items on Ezreal, Talia, and a Xin Zhao. This is about as potent as these champions get. This is the height of their powers.
A real credit to Junhao in the last couple of fights as well. We were highlighting him earlier and his ability to turn the game, particularly in last split, stuff like the Neferi, the Xin Zhao. In this game, he's had a good run of it, actually. Despite the fact that he couldn't impact that early game and the smolder from stacking, his big fights of the game have been good so far. And Ultra Prime find themselves now in a decent position. Now the question will be, okay, you have a topside combo from TT, which is answered quite well by Ultra Prime. How much can the smolder do against Ultra Prime?
Much as yet can the Smolder, just clearing up the wave with the ult. Of course, there was a point when Smolder was really popular. Hang on, Hoya, what the hell happened there? Get ulted by Ejang, and he's going to have to run away with the flash. Stays alive, Dragon's up there, and that means Soul Point for Ultra Prime.
Just seeing some of the regulars in chat as well. Hey, Shelly. As well. I would be waving in chat, but that requires me having to look at 3 different chats. That's the game at the same time. I'm able to wave at people. Yeah, go wave at them. Ooh.
I got you. Hello, viewers.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Aki hits the second item now. Obviously, 1,000 gold behind in the jungle gold, which is not exactly where he wants to be. We'll say, being 1,000 gold up is kind of insane, given the fact that 1xn has had full access to farm and XP. It's not coming out of really a farm lead. It's only 15 the difference between them. Getting 4 kills and a bunch of plates, including that first turret, is really accelerated slingshots in the head. And now he has Spear of Shojin. What that means is that if TT jump on the Ezreal, if he E's backwards, he hits 2 Qs, his E is back up, and you have to find another way to close again, which is very hard to do.
I think people also underestimate how much damage a fully stacked Shojin does, right? That percent HP is really nasty when you're adding in more mana products and Trinity Force and
so
stuff.
it's not percent HP, just percent damage.
That's right. So you're absolutely right, isn't it? That's a really important distinction.
If you hit 4 abilities, you get up to max 12% max damage by just out of vision, by hanging on the right side. Look, I mean, he's doing the basic thing. You sit on the side of the lane where your vision is. Aki, no option there. Dragon, not up for a little while. I'll try and hit the last one on soul points. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, and TT is trying to find ways to get some extra gold onto the Smolder. If he gets towards Infinity Edge and a Lord Dominus Regards later, or a Bloodthirster, I think this game is winnable for TT, but it's the little dragon that could in this game. Ultra Prime, they did a really good job in the last couple of fights to pull away from that early advantage that TT had gained over them.
That they have. If 1xn can get that Infinity Edge in good order, I think they're right back at it. Still stacking well. Had been farming well. Of course, Baye was up at like 11 CS a minute. This Ezreal had been funded all of the farm in the game. Some of the cost to Saber and Ejang a bit, but again, in some ways they're okay with that, I think, at this point.
And starts it. CT. You have a way to face check it. Well, you don't want to walk into... they're checking the small roll. That'll help. Get some damage across them too. So it's not like it's completely useless there. They will spotted that. Here it goes. They don't have a spell, but Smite Aki can get into the pit though. Can they? They've leashed it. They've leashed it. He can fly over the wall.
He can indeed. He's in the back of it. Aki's still there, waiting to potentially get back out, but now he doesn't have the way to get in unless he flashes in. Can look to Smite still. Kill! It's a couple hundred HP too early. Damage afterwards though is scary. The Equalizer comes on down, going to dissuade too much follow-up, and Thunder Talk get away with riding the lightning.
Aki goes into the pit, goes out, goes in again, and finds the steal. The panic from Ultra Prime around securing the objective is their downfall. They will get the jungler, and they'll take a tower afterwards, so it's not like they'll get nothing from this series of events. But getting the Baron itself has also just funded 1xn's Infinity Edge. Huge item spike for the Smolder, and a lot of it just starts with the Smolder checking the Baron, and then Ultra Prime peeling off of it. Aki realistically could have just taken it himself with a little bit of help from Smolder over the wall at that point. But back into the pit and gets the smite on 245 HP. Pretty off from Junhao. Not even close, actually.
Really good stuff there from Thumbs. And I get it. They wanted to peel off and look for the fight, but that is a panic smite, and we've just been praising Junhao. That one's a bit of a rookie one.
Aki, good moment. Hopefully that bolsters his confidence a little bit. 1xn with Infinity Edge, 225 stacks.
Oh, yeah.
We were saying, how much can the Smolder do versus this enemy team? I think it's quite a lot now. If he gets one more item, gets up to that 100% crit, once the fire cannon gets activated, someone's losing a whole chunk of HP.
Yeah, and look, part of the thing is the execute itself it's nice. But the key thing is after you hit 225, that keeps that threshold gets higher and higher and higher. The more stacks you get, the more you start to burn, the more HP you can just execute someone from. It gets very, very scary. And we said this game, if you can keep finding those autos, it's all good. Still a little wary. The poke can still be quite threatening this game. It's not that tanky with this build. There's no HP items in there, really. Could still be a little vulnerable if he's not wary. All the while, though, a lot of turrets to pick up. That's Thunderdog's first turret of the game, by the way.
Yeah. Dragging up in a minute would be Soul for Ultra Prime. Gascap almost in for setup. I will say, not a fan of the Bloodletters on Ari's second of all things. Ari doesn't have a damage over time, so you don't Shred Magic resist that quick. It's not a bursty item, which Ari wants to be a lot of the time. I could have gone towards the Leandries in this game. I think that would have been fine. I feel like he's dripped a lot of damage. Once he gets Death Gap, he'll be back online. Setab struggling to impact the game in the way that he wanted to. Had a couple of bad fights in a row, and his build's not helping him now.
It's not. All the while, though, eyes on Baye. He does hurt. Watched him hit Smolder for 20% of his HP with a single Q. Yeah. He'll land a few of those onto some key targets, and life might be playable. There goes the Rumble's HP as well.
Aki on a bit of an unseen flank. I'll call out something in chat as well. Steer saying Smolder needs lifesteal. Yeah, I agree. Especially against that poke. If you get the Smolder being permanently full HP. However, right now, on optimum damage, if he's taking a training dummy, it's the most you'll ever get out of it. Hoya on the flank, Aki on the other flank. Grouped up members of Ultra Prime. That looks like a great equalizer angle for me.
Decent assist, Equalizer, all the tools, the wall comes down, Soul available for Ultra Prime, so many rights can be wronged, and all the worthwhile. Can get some damage on the front line. Feather in danger, exhaust Junhao. Backline, Hoya! Just blows on in. They've gotten the Soul nonetheless. Fight afterward is good because Baye survived the attempted assassination from the Rumble. Where is 1xn? Flashing forwards. Saber goes golden. 1xn, what more can you do? He's getting so much damage, but it's across too many members. He can't focus anyone down. That stopwatch from Saber saves his life.
TT fumble the final fight. The equalizer was good, but the damage didn't come in time before the dragon was killed. Ultra Prime take a huge fight, kill the Smolder, and I don't think anyone will stop them from taking the base now.
Oh, it's so Jova. I want to see a replay of that final fight. I suspect it will have to be after the Nexus has fallen, because Ultra Prime are careening, marauding into the base. And what on earth can Thunder Talk do at this point? They'll try and get a decent 3-man pulverize, but there's just no damage here. 10 seconds still on 1xn. Maybe they can get some value here, but the Nexus is there, and I don't think Ultra Prime will give a damn at all. Game secured. And now game 1 is Ultra Primes.
Ultra Prime take it. It took a bit of cooperation from TT. The 2 big fights around Dragon that they lost, and the Atakan as well, through what was a very winnable game for TT. However, Ultra Prime, they did manage to catch that throw. They did. It was a bad early game for them. They team fought well through the back half of that game, and they come away with a game 1 victory.
Much more to say than that. It's tricky stuff. You look at some of those plays and you go, man, that could have been so different. So different. If only you hadn't fumbled those dragon fights, if you were a little bit more coordinated in place. Like that last fight, for example, Hoya nearly murdered 3 people by himself by flashing with a flame spitter, but there was no Ari there. There was no Vi follow-up. You don't get the smite fight. The Smolder's kind of left out between 2 different fights at the same time. All these kinds of things, and I think in the end, Ultra Prime just team fought a lot better. There's not really much way around it. That was how they won.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the team fights were just better from Ultra Prime. I think Junhao had some clutch knockups. I think the hero of this game is Bayer for me, though. I think Bayer was really good. Really good, very safe, doing a lot of damage. And while I think that 1xN had a good game, he struggled to match the team fight winning impact that Bayer had, sadly.
I suspect he'll be MVP. He was on an insane farm rate, was doing a lot of damage in those fights. Pretty good. Probably him or Junhao would be my 2 suspicions.
Yeah. Okay, so do a quick housekeeping as well. Hello, you'll notice that this is a bedroom. We are not in a studio or anywhere. That's because we're a co-stream and we are professional casters and there's no official broadcast of the LPL anymore, so we figured we'd do that anyway. I've been casting the LPL since 2023, professional caster. This is how we pay our bills, this is our job, and we thought that we would take this time to bring this to you. Now, we hope that you are enjoying the games. We do this every day that we possibly can. We occasionally take a day off for burnout and other reasons and family events, and you know what it is. Thanks for stopping in. We're currently live on 4 different places: TikTok, Twitch, YouTube. I know Nivea's YouTube as well, so 2 different YouTubes. And we'll go through the highlights and, of course, see our MVP as well. Max damage came out from 1xN, no surprise given that he was hitting a Scion most of the game. And Ultra Prime, look at the gold swings throughout that game.
Oh my days, that is ridiculous. Hard attack.
The early game from TT was really, really good. After that topside play, the 3 kills, 1xN full stacking, would have thought that would have been the game-winning play for them. But a couple of bad dragon fights and an Atakan fight stacked back to each other, threw it back into Ultra Prime's advantage.
Well, damage is done. Problem is, it's not the right people for Thundertalk on the side for Ultra Prime. By it surviving some of it, I don't think he died this game. He was not brought low, sure, but look at some of these replays. This is the early one where it looked like a pretty good start because they managed to get behind the Braum, the Rumble's giga-fed. Life is looking good.
Okay, folks, I'm gonna go get myself another coffee along in the background because I've been, doing the whole setup stuff. Feel free to stick around. We tend to chill out during the breaks because we've got to rest our voices, but we'll still talk about the games, of course we will. And if you have any questions or just want to say hi, let us know in chat.
Okay, I'll have some fun with this one. That pulverizer I thought was going to be more than enough after the equalizer comes on down afterwards, but setup gets absolutely blasted on the other side. Damage going forwards onto the Vi afterwards. Bayer getting alive. I mean, it couldn't have gone worse, that fight, which is pretty ridiculous. So, I suppose at this point, the side of Ultra Prime, maybe, just maybe, next game we make life a little easier. We don't have such a tricky early game. We get to play out our fights from a much better platform.
Here, I need to go get the coffee.
Go for it. That's fine. I can look after people. Turn the camera back on briefly. Hello, folks. How are we doing? Having fun out there? I obviously we saw that chat from STYR. Actually, what is it? Steer? Is that how you pronounce your name in Olivia's chat? I do apologise. I mean, it is, of course, why he's going to get the MVP. No surprise there in the slightest. He was really quite good. Hello, Monty. It's good to see you. Oh, yes, don't worry about it. Just chill. Not that big a deal. But here we go. As, yeah, that one is rough. Oh, my man, Bayer dying there actually possibly just changes the game. The setup gets a reset. Actually, probably gets triumph. That one there, I genuinely thought Hoyer had done it, but then basically Bayer gets to hop out to safety. Basically, the Ezreal wasn't brought super low. Or rather, was brought super low, but never actually, like, properly focused. And you've got a Vi, you've got an Ahri. Should probably have been doable. But it wasn't, and he gets to survive. And again, this is a, one of those LDL AD carries. What was the Ultra Primate LDL? Remind myself, because I've cast him a fair amount. He was a bit of an Ezreal player down there as well. I remember exactly which squad. It was a Billy, of course he was. Billy Jr. That was the one with Lamb and stuff. He was pretty solid, in fairness. But they often played towards topside with that roster, because they had like Lamb, who was a big Fiora, and Vladimir player, and Gangplank. But he is, historically, quite a solid Ezreal. Though he hasn't put that many games on, ended up on, Wiki. Varus, of course, was something he put a lot of time into. Zeri as well. Was one of our Draven mains. But LDL always has a Draven main. You kind of have to be. Everyone has to play at least Draven or Samira. There's a requirement. Where is my ad break? Let's run some ads. There we go. Boom. How you doing, TikTok? Having fun over there? TT looking worse from the AL from a few years back. Oof, that's a pickle sandwich. That's a big call. Because that AL roster, I know the one you're talking about, was not pretty. It's not EDG Doom Squad. It could always be worse.
和生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前。
让每一刻精彩。
To the advertisement we go. I'm actually going to open the door briefly because it's getting quite humid in here. I have to say, just in general, Germany's gotten very humid the last few days. Not fun, I tell you, not fun. Yeah, successfully opened the door. Be proud of me. 97% humidity. Oh, ugh. What is the humidity here at the minute? Let's find out. Weather. My weather app keeps trying to add me the North Atlantic Ocean. It's like, I'm not in the North Atlantic Ocean. Got an extreme rain warning. Can I get the humidity? 74% humidity. So yeah, Humid, but not quite 97% humid. That is a new level of humid. That's not mid, that's you lots. Didn't quite have as great a statement there as I was hoping for. Hey, Angie. Yeah, it's bad. Oh, it's 98%. Ugh. 74% humidity, baby. Monty's is at 97% humidity. So we're not quite in the lead for humidity range, but it is very sticky and miserable. But yes. Probably another coffee. So I'll trade you. That's fine. Not a problem.
Yeah, you know what? So these kind of days, some people see these kind of matchups and say, well, you know, it's Group Nirvana, Ultra Prime TT, LNG, NIP. I do find, oh, hey, Jake, is it good? Did you say hey to Jake already?
No, I did not.
Shikieki, yeah.
Oh, no
So,
way.
in TikTok, a guy called Shikieki was my AD carry in my uni team.
No way!
Yeah. I've talked about this in stream before, but we had a couple of different compositions.
第三站跟第二站打野区别就是，第二站可能比较偏刷嘛，刷多一点，然后发育会比较好。这版本然后节奏比较重要一点。然后现在打野的话，前期感觉就是尽快到6吧，到6然后控好前面的龙，然后中后期就是去做好运营，跟着队友走就好。打野现在生态还是比较平衡的嘛，感觉各种各样的打野都能玩。然后我觉得豹女这英雄应该是有机会再登场。对我短期目标的话，就是把游戏内容做好一点吧，然后争取先赢一把。然后长期目标的话，就是争取多赢几把，然后进个骑士之路吧，然后有机会进季后赛。
Well, if anyone does speak any Mandarin, it does. I'll put it in chat and we'll read it out on the stream. Okay, so, but yeah, Shikieki Jake was my AD carry in uni. We had a couple of different compositions. This is where I went on. So basically every single game, Ari was banned because I'm a one trick of it. And then we were left with me playing like Malzahar Victor, occasionally something like Galio. No, that was later actually. I kind of picked it up after uni. But our other composition, because we had, weirdly at uni, we had 3 different Master Scion one tricks. We had 3 different people playing Scion. So we had one of them in jungle and one of them in top lane, because the guy in top lane couldn't really play jungle that much. But he was a Darius player, so we had a game where like, we would just do everything we could to speed up Darius and keep people in melee range of him, and it was welcome to the bone zone, where it's like, we just hope that Darius will pop off. And it worked pretty well, actually. I'm still salty about the fact that the one time I got to play Ari in the entire split where we were doing well, my jungler picked Warwick, enemy jungler picked Jarvan, and they proceeded to go 0-13 on the one game I got Ari. It's very sad. Very sad, I tell you. Okay. Ultra Prime TT, let's get that. So the team fighting seems to be where a lot of this game, that game was kind of all determined on team fighting, which is kind of fun in some ways because it means that it's kind of the mechanical prowess which sees teams through to a win. So what I want to see, well, okay, did Aki run it down? A little bit, yeah. He was good early game, and then later on it started, the wheel started to come off a little bit. I think Satab was the primary offender though. Satab really struggled. Really struggled. TT is worse than the AL from a few years back. So Anyone's Legend a couple of years back still had some good moments. In fact, we were talking about this on stream the other day, because Anyone's Legend, I seem to remember that was the one with Xiaohao in jungle. So that was Xiaohao when he kind of came up into the league. No, that might have been LGD actually. Might have been LGD. Anyway, but Anyone's Legend did have some good moments. They did have some good moments. Yeah, but Aki had a mixed bag, we'll say. Had a mixed bag. So we should be getting into the second game soon. We'll be getting into Champion Select. We'll have some coffee screen again. Which AL? I was trying to remember. There was an Anyone's Legends team that was bottom tier, but still had some good moments. They had the one. You did have Doggo on Anyone's Legend for a little bit. I seem to remember too. Whatever. It's all messing around in my head. Sometimes I think LGD, Anyone's Legend, and Ultra Prime. Sometimes in 2023 they blend into the same team in my head, which is yeah. This is best of 3 Rockstar host. Best of 3. Regular season in LPL is a double best of 3 for each group of teams. So we have 10 teams at the top, and I believe it's 6 teams at the bottom. Oh, slightly less now. 8 teams at the top, 6 at the bottom, rather. I had a game like that in Clash where Darius was Giga fed. We were winning and got Nash. Went 4-1, but 4 of us got engaged on 5v4 and they ended up with 1 Jinx passive. That'll happen. That'll happen. Hey, Katari, good to see you. No worries, Katari. No worries. Good to see you anyway. And also in TikTok as well, let us know if there's anything we can do to improve the stream, because I have no idea what to do on TikTok streams, and we just hope it works for the best, basically. Into the draft we go. TT on blue side. So a switch of sides, no surprise. Losing teams tend to pick blue side. On the whole. When banned away Galio, so we still have, what do we have? We still have Annie Wukong. Still have Azir, and Satab is an Azir player. Rise gone. 3 AP champions gone from TT's side of things. Leaves a lot of the AD carries up and available that are still around. Especially with Smolder being picked in the first game. AD carries, a lot of the priority ones are still available. So you still have Jhin is a big one. You have Xayah, if you want Xayah Rakan, which is powerful to lock in on 2-3 on blue side. Don't really want to lock it on 2-3 on red side, because you don't cover anywhere else on the map, which can be a bit of a pain. Because Xayah Rakan can't be the only winning lane. Not really. Trundle banned away, which means that opens up tank options again, or opens up something like a weaker early game AD skirmisher. I guess Wukong could be. Annie would open up the Wukong. Now, do you split the Annie and the Wukong apart because they work so well together? Annie engages to the Wukong, and the mixed burst damage is kind of hard to deal with. With Betty, that's the guy I was remembering. So we had Betty and Doggo, both at the PCS slash old kind of, well, no, Betty was Flash Wars, Doggo never was, but you know what I mean. So the Annie and the Wukong are separated. No surprises there. Aurora locked in for save. A decent matchup versus the Annie. Aurora's early laning phase is one of the strongest in mid lane right now. Very hard to deal with. Very hard to deal with that. Very good burst right from the early levels of the game. So do you want to... Well, Lee Sin destroys Wukong if you find him with a good Q. Early game anyway. Later on it can be a bit hard. Lee Sin's not bad into Aurora either, actually. You can actually chase her down in ways which a lot of the junglers can't. Senna's the lock-in. Do you lock in Senna Nautilus right now? But there is a good Nautilus player. Bot lane on blue side 2-3 has become something I've seen more commonly, partly because if you look at this draft now, if you lock in an AD carry or support on 3, their good pairings are banned away in the second round of bans, and you can't lock in both parts of your duo. So a lot of people just say, well, I'm just gonna lock in my top laner instead then, and tank the other bans because I don't want to have like a bad kind of connected duo. Lock in the Sivir anyway, so they choose to go against what we've seen from the last day or two by getting that Sivir, which is decent versus the Senna Nautilus. What do you go as the pairing though? You'd like to go with something like Alistair Bourne. Both of them are gone. A little bit more engaged. So thinking about the Leona Rel. Do you ban both of them away from TT? Rel I think is an instant takeaway. Do you care about the Leona? Leona's felt a little bit weak. Leona's not been peak Leona recently. Jarvan banned away from Aki. Do you ban away the Lee Sin as well? Jarvan's the better engaged combo. Jarvan setting up for the big Senna ult and the big Annie ult is nasty. Viego banned away too. Aki is a big player of the Viego. I forget about that sometimes. It is comfort. Annie works best with Rakan. Yes, in some ways. I think that because Vi's been nerfed enough now, I think Wukong is worse on finding like the clutch engage, but has so much more damage. Khan banned away from Xiaoxia. That would have been decent at lane 2. They lock in the Leona, which we did say was a little bit weaker nowadays. Good engage though. What's your last... Well, top lane's going to be counterpick for Jiang. Yijing, which means one sword, by the way. He's a Riven player. Doesn't play Riven in Pro anymore because Riven's kind of weak, but he is a player of it. Kind of missed the fact when Riven was more common. You lock in something like the Kasansei, you might get Nard here. Nard's not too bad. Got a lot of engage now, so you don't need it from jungle. If Aki did want to go towards something like the Lilia, that would be decent carry. Nocturne Annie's been a good combo. You turn off the lights for the Annie engage, and it means that you don't see the bear coming. Let's talk about the Lee Sin earlier, though. Don't see that much Lee Sin, but, you know, you look at the Wukong and the Aurora, they get pushed around a lot early. Now, if Aki has good early jungle pathing, that could be a big win for them. TT, very quick picks out from the middle of nowhere. Ultra Prime, you do have Wukong Aurora, massive AoE damage, and we did think that the Gnar could come into that blind pick Cassante, so some side lane pressure as well. This game for TT, I think a lot of it comes down to the early value from Aki. If you can get ahead of the Wukong, you do win the mid-jungle 2v2 hard early on. Hard. I think 1v1, Aurora beats the Annie, but if the Aurora over-pushes and they get stunned, Lee Sin at least takes their flash and forces them back.
And we did see, just yesterday, right, like, some good early moves from Aki on the Jarvan, right, on the invades onto the Wukong. It was the steps after first clear where things started falling apart, right? We've seen that just in general from TT and from Aki in particular, who's come across and who is already got a bit of focus on him for some poor levels of play on NIP, for some dubious stuff that we saw when he was with Shanji over on Top Esports not so long ago either, and the descent has kind of continued, and it's not looked particularly pretty so far on Thunder Talk. The Vi game, moments that were fine, other parts where it felt like he was going a little deep, but I don't necessarily want to put that all on Aki so much as what was going on with team comms, why we see him going forward. You know, there's lots of those conversations which are a bit more than just Aki, inverted commas, misplaying.
Quick shout out to the regulars we're seeing in chat as well. Pick a Sandwich, Kazel, and Rosari. Don't think I said hi before I did, but briefly replied to some messages. And in TikTok, I hope to see some more regulars over there too. Starting to recognize some names about the place. And we'll get into our second game. Ultra Prime walking away with the first game. It was messy, but then again, what do you expect for Brute Nirvana? Sometimes it do be like that. Get ourselves into our second game.
Indeed. There goes the music. As our player cams coming across with their champions of choice behind them. Ultra Prime, game 1 victors. Fire in particular, a step up from BMG Junior. Embarrassment down there, a little bit of Ezreal. A damn good Ezreal game. Rip we go. The crowd's yelled for a second or two. There we go. Quiet day today. Okay. I'm going to start on Raptors. This is often the case if you wanted to do camp into invade. Got a decent AoE, you can kill Raptors quite fast. It also is the quickest exit out of your jungle. Make sure you can catch people on decent timers. See some wards already put down, defensively so from Ultra Prime. Note that they've got the one on the entrance towards that blue buff. Just yesterday, Aki on the Jarvan, the very aggressive invade onto a Wukong who was trapped on his Gromp. A very miserable time. Did manage to come back, of course, later on, but worth noting. On the other side, of course, Aki and the Screw do indeed have a ward over by Raptors. So could theoretically catch someone out. Does look like Aki will do Raptors and Gromp. Bot side though, one forced to cleanse. A big engage came on through from Xiaosha as Fire also has to burn the barrier, so it ends up being a relatively even trade of summoners at least, but the early shove is Ultra Primes.
Here's the AoE of the Ricochet. Sivir, one of the reasons Sivir has come back into matches, it just feels like the level 1 Ricochet wins you push almost every lane. They do get the level 2 onto Bayer. Xiaosha missed some XP there though, so couldn't get the immediate Q stun follow-up, which is a bit of a missed opportunity. But yeah, we saw it from Jackie just the other day. Jackie had a great game on the Sivir.
Yes, he did.
Sort of went away with an MVP from that one, and a lot of that game was just ricocheting the wave down. It's not that long a cooldown. You can get it twice a wave, just about, I think, 7-8 seconds at the first rank.
Yeah, new League of Legends rank. Titanium.
What?
To Ricochet. Fire away.
Oh, is that the Titanium song?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, it's an older meme, but it checks out.
I can do an even older one.
Go on, then.
Yeah, because there's the Deep Purple's Child in Time has the wait for the ricochet. Do. Anyway, anyone who's a Deep Purple fan, I hope you
want
enjoyed
a
that.
really deep bit of personal lore?
Yeah.
One of my favourites. So I've got a very lovely keyboard.
Yeah.
It was an 18th birthday present from the whole family. Sort of got together to get it. But it's a Nord.
Yeah.
And on there is an organ sound called Lord in Time.
Oh, John Lord, Child in Time.
That is a direct split organ for the Child in Time
That
riff.
is so cool.
It's really cool. And I saw it and went, wait, is it? And I was like, oh my
Yes,
god,
it
it is. It was so nice to play.
Good stuff. Yeah, Deep Purple, very special band. I think I've seen the 3 times live. Anyway, back to the game as it stands. Jun Hao has avoided Lee Sin for the first clear, which is really important, because if Lee Sin finds you, you do the diamond procs. This is now the anti Lee Sin, where the stun does come through, but Setab is kind of just playing Oscar Knights a little bit, where he's just trying to take a good trade. I think Aki was just hanging around just to make sure that the wave was fully in.
What about back to days? Grammy hours.
You know, yeah. Then it's Rousey Twilight.
Rousey, yeah.
Do you think Yunara will make it to pro play? I have not looked enough for that champion. Another great Xenoblade coming in. Double Q lined up for Bayet, linking up with the CC well.
Came on through to try and mitigate some of the damage, but early on, of course, the Senna not doing all that much as yet, and the shove is just likely going to be by ears and shower shids for the foreseeable future.
Being a bit dunked down on by Nar in lane. No surprises there, losing that push. I'm really excited to see what, that's such a stock phrase. I am excited though to see what EGN will do. Jump Sport stops that recall. Because EGN was a player that came over from Frankie Sports last year. And he was the hyped rookie prodigy top laner next in line to YSKM, who was very exciting as well, coming over from the PCS. And he was the Riven player, he was the Aurelia player, he was the duelist. EGN has always loved taking a skill matchup, and he's done very well at the skill matchups in LPL on the whole. Now, sadly, I don't think he's necessarily had the team to show up that much there. Hang on, there is a stun stacked on Satab, at least in around the corner. We'll see the Wukong now. Here's the stun.
Need to make sure they get there before Jun Hao and crew can get over to stop this. There's still the resonating strike, though. And Sonic Wave Part 2 secures the kill.
Saber caught out. The wave was in a bad position. Not going to lie, if you have both sides of mid lane vision blackened like that, don't walk up to the wave. Against this mid-jungle duo, you cannot afford to do so. And that overstep will cost his life. Saber has had had a bad game last game. Zari good in the early game, and then through the team fights later. Starting off like this, against a difficult 2v2, it can be hard to hold solid if you start falling behind.
It definitely can be. I get it. Jun Hao and Xiaoxia were around. Fall behind a little on that today. I ended up falling behind a significant amount against the Ari last game. 30-40 CS early on, not the easiest early game.
Setup's everywhere.
Is now going to be going down as well as the roam comes on through. Setup is indeed everywhere, and he sets up another, and that's a second kill for Aki's Lee Sin. Bot side, Hoya in a 1v2 gets ignited but pulls away.
Hoya pulling that all out. Does actually have threat, because there's not that much itemization onto the City yet, and you know, Cassandra doesn't need that much. He just needs to throw his body at you. Turns out he will not yield. Dragon started up by Ultra Prime. They'll take that fairly easily by no mana to fully DPS this down. It can be taken easily enough. Grub spawning in a minute and a half. I think that'll be very important to see if Ultra Prime can get themselves at least one of them. They want to get as much split pushing power onto the Gnar as possible. And we were already talking about EGN wanting to be that duelist archetype. That's the kind of way you can turn dueling in a 1v1 into an actual game-winning leverage.
The problem is, every time I see Gnar now, I am reminded back to an old LJL segment we did, courtesy of J-Real, which was Pick or Gnar.
Pick or Gnar, yeah.
Of course, for those who don't know, J-Real is a wonderful caster in Haste, but who's got a very London accent. And as a result, Gnar is just also like, yeah, no. But in a very, very London way. And of course, at the time, Gnar was like, well, I could play this, but could I just not be playing Gnar right now? And so the whole segment was like, do I want to pick this or not?
Have you seen that that trend of TikTok, which is like taking these wonderful scenic videos, and just the caption is, I could be playing League right now.
That's so good,
I could be at home playing League of Legends. It's like, I could be playing Gnar. I could be playing Gnar. It's like locking in any champion in the game. But yeah, but Gnar does this too.
I could play Gnar.
That has always been one of the strengths of Gnar. Gnar does everything. Now, it might not be...
Dragon Dogma right now. Shout out to Viperoon out there somewhere.
Yeah, man, I miss Viperoon. What a guy. I really enjoy casting with him. But, yeah, I mean, the thing about Gnar is that he does a little bit of everything. He can be a bit of a tank, he can be a bit of engage, he can very much a laning phase enjoyer, and can very much be a split pusher. And that's most of what top laners want to do. Has the tier 2 boots, which means he has the ability to chase down a little bit with the hyper proc as well. Nars, the Cassante is matched with that, doesn't want to be outspeeded too heavily. And Grub's now started up. As it stands, no contest from TC. That's a mistake for me, really. Surely you got to stop him getting as many Grubs as you can.
Gonna come on over now, but look at Shot on a flank angle here. The vision control wasn't fantastic, and now 1xM could well be in danger. They're gonna spot it out, but it's gonna make things a bit tricky. Good stun onto setup, means the Annie doesn't get to do anything! Shao with the wonder flank, Saber follows up, and now they come to contest, but it is way too late for TT. Awkward objective fight again from this squad.
With no Cassante there to provide a front line, Setab has to kind of make the way into the team fight himself. He was everywhere in the early game. But he can't make the impact happen around that fight, which means 3 Grubs go over to the winning side lane matchup of the Gnar. EGN is going to be in such a great position to take over this game from the side lane if TT don't answer it.
U3 gets a grasp block after. Missing that wallop. Under. No, won't decide to go anything further on that one.
Cassante Gnar is a really interesting matchup to watch, but basically is you need to go in when the bar's like this. Now this is the wallop being missed that actually matters, because if you'd all in or all outed, as that mini Gnar falls off, that's when you get the really big issues. But you never want to fight Mega Gnar. In fact, the other person I used to play with in uni actually was a Yasuo one trick, the Yasuo actually. And it was just really funny. He just heard that Yasuo was a Gnar counter, so we're just all in Gnar on Mega Gnar and get absolutely blasted. The reason most champions are counters to Gnar if they are is because they destroy mini Gnar, not because they do anything as Mega. Mega is one of them. I think he still has the highest base stats of any champion in the game.
Well, wasn't Cassante at one point able to beat Mega Gnar in?
Sam, release Cassante is not something we talk about.
Well, you always say like we think we're one of the most busted champions on release. We've had some chats about it. What was actually what are the most busted iterations of champions you remember?
There was like season 3, season 2 Kale was just infinite scaling.
And LeBlanc
3,
with the silence, season 3.
Silence LeBlanc, although actually I have to say not many people knew how to play them well. Season 3 Zed was ridiculous just because tank itemization was just not enough to stop him from taking over the game, and no one had discovered teleport tech yet. Release Zoe. Oh, release Zoe. That was a hard time there.
That's just because you lost into it too much.
I did, that was true, but release Zoe was just you cast a spell at her and then she punishes you for it. It's just like what? Aphelios release was disgusting.
420 Weedwick. What a patch.
I think you can't keep Smolder out the equation.
Yeah.
Release Smolder is ridiculous.
Release Jhin with Death by Touch.
Yep, no, Jhin could actually one-shot you because over time they moved Jin's ultimate damage into missing HP. And he didn't used to have that, so he'd build Duskblade and he just one-shot you with 4 shots. That was so disgusting. Had I don't know, just any AD carry with Ardent Sensor.
That's true, Ardent Sensor meta in general, but that's not. I feel that's not champion, that's item dependent, which is a different question, but it is still a valuable one.
Yeah, it's this is a very long conversation. There are a bunch of very broken champions.
Mordekaiser when he could steal dragons as a pet.
Champion was so broken. So funnily enough, I actually there's that guy on Reddit who does like bug lists and had that 21-page Mordekaiser.
Oh, the Mordekaiser guy.
I ran into that guy in like a 3 AM ARAM. So he's on my friend list now.
Wait, you were in my server. That was right. You were in my server the other night.
Playing ARAMs with Nailan, who is the person who... that's the big problem. Gets the hop interrupted. Could get all lives. Now John has over the wall.
Can maybe turn this one around. Could all look to bait it. All out now. Potentially a bit of a risk here from Hoya, who's gone for the all-in and is regretting his choice. A Cyclone Part 2 comes on through. Footwork forwards. Going to go towards the wave. Gets another Q down. Will surely be having his ult timeout shortly. The Pathmaker is solid, but where is he going in to give you the kill over to the Gnar, rather?
Hoya finds the right time for the all-in in the 1v1, but doesn't respect the map. Had no vision on top side, and then also missed his W and a couple of Qs in the trade. When the EGN didn't even have to blow flash, so that's an important kill for EGN. 3 Grub Gnar with the kill in hand as well. The Gnar is about to take over.
But I say, I seem to recall you mentioning something about 3 Grub Gnars making Cassante really cry, and now he gets a full turret off the back of it as well as the kill. Watch this gold lead balloon.
First tower will be taken in top lane, I think. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was wondering how low this bot lane was. I just... Yep, it was not even close. That tells you how much attention I was paying to the actual HP at the bot lane town. But TT will need to be very wary of how they approach EGN now.
There was a significant hold on to it for a second. I think there is a dive coming. He cleared out the way, but the dive may still continue. Flash with the kick, gets him out from under the turret barrier, in danger. The Solar Flare will not save the life of the Sivir. Not badly executed there by TT, who get the double teleports off that as well.
Double teleport's a big win, particularly when we're getting around to the points where you want to be teleporting into potentially a Herald fight, or the next big fight of the game once you hit the 1 item mark, which everyone's about to get to. EGN will be left alone on bot side for now. Setup can wave play through a little bit. EGN still pretty far ahead of the curve, as we were saying before, and Ultra Prime will have to rely on their duelist top lane. At the side though, TT 2 kills onto the Lee Sin. Not bad, we'll say. Does become harder to play from this point. You do need to make sure that you can combo up well into CC and actually hit your priority targets. If you're not hitting the Aurora or the Sivir, importantly in the team fights, they will gun you down at 2-3 items. Lee Sin, very hard to play in the pro meta because of that. You can deal with one person really well. Very hard to get increasing value out of this champion when everyone starts to group up and everyone starts to do damage.
3 minutes till the next dragon. Herald, I think, perhaps being more prescient concern for both teams. 3 grubs, plus another shove for another turret. Pretty rough. Remember how long it took TT to get a turret last game? It took them stealing Baron.
Yeah, true. Very true. They, TT, last game was very winnable for them. Felt like 1x10 had a very good game, early game on the Smolder. Couple of bad plays from Satab.
After getting a significant lead as well, right? Like, he was up 30 CS, had a load of Dark Seal stacks, and then multiple team fights in a row were just awful from Thundertalk.
And we'll have to see when we get round to those next team fights whether TT have anything to show for it. Ultra Prime won through those team fights, and I have to say TT largely against EDG bossed through the team fights as well. They had one good one in, I think it was game 1. They had one decent team fight against EDG, but you know, when I'm scraping to say, well, there's one good moment around Herald or whatever's been good. Post Herald actually one of Dragon fights as well. If I have to kind of stoop to that, tells you.
Is that like a league metric, like pre and post Herald? It's like a marking on the date.
Yeah, you know, instead of like ADBC.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you're getting it.
Herald is now alive though.
We are now 10 seconds
so we're actually,
post
we're actually current birds. Here is Herald. Ultra Prime trying to clear away some vision. First big team fight of the game potentially brewing. No teleport on the Gnar that is on the Casanto, so TT could force a 5v4 if they wanted to throw Hoyer into the fray.
Possible goes Saber. Not really looking for anything super scary. Still going to get towards this wave so he can clear it with a 2-fold Hex and a Weirding, and does just that.
It's not started up just yet. Buys a little bit of time for Egen to push in through bot lane. Again, one of the big problems of Cassante and stuff like this, you can't actually stop people from hitting tower. The best you can do is try and tank the turret, tank the wave rather, which is what they do. This is not bad from Hoyer though.
Yeah, I say, he gets the mini Gnar shove back. Can't quite find the timing with the all-out to get more than one turret shot onto Egen. Still, not a bad little trade there, and forces a bit more respect out of the Gnar.
The mid lane shove goes on. Herald's still not been started. TT very tentative around this objective. Ultra Prime, I think they know that they can wait and they can just get the Gnar into position anyway. Casante's now back. So TT, this is why they've delayed. They can get that first item for the Casante. Running back bot side again, but the problem is this just left the tower alone. They're going to lose the tower anyway, and Hoyer doesn't teleport in to the top set. So Ultra Prime, I think they're happy with this going slow now. Trading Herald. Herald is kind of like a promised turret in the future. A turret is a turret. You know, like Herald will get you a turret potentially in the future, but
that is big.
Have
you die when you are killed energy with that statement.
The Archer class really is made up of archers.
Look, if one of them throws swords, it considers it good enough.
Yeah. That was many questions. That was. I enjoyed the Fate series. For those of you who haven't watched Unlimited Blade Works and the likes, if people like Demon Slayer, you got to realize that Unlimited Blade Works was what Uftable did before Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's Archer a better shot.
Yeah, it's good. But like the fight animation's still good. But speaking of fight animation, we might have to look at some of them.
You know, in Demon Slayer, the author has confirmed that all of the animations are just completely like fake, and none of the magic actually happens. But it does hit.
Try and make that happen. Flash away from Shasha, gets hit by the last embrace. Eclipse comes on down, should be alright to get out to safety here. But the Herald now charges into mid lane. 2/3 of the HP bar. John Howe comes across to help clear out the wave with, of course, the assistance of Sivir and Aurora. So enough wave clear there to make sure that happens. All the while, TT now in control of the river themselves. There is, unfortunately, that uncontestable revision of that speed trine.
EGN on the flank, really good Mega Gnar, and he has a lot of gold to put behind it. They'll see him if he walks up any further, but that Gnar's in great position.
There we go. What's the call, TT? Your objective times have been a bit off. Slight Ultra Prime going to give this one up. Could only be the second dragon. There it is. Now actually Xiaoxia in danger. Between worlds they go nonetheless to Saber, looking for more. First kill already out the Thundertalk. Dragged out is that Mega Gnar by Hoya with the all-out. Good work from him to protect his backline. Flashes over the wall. Now Saber in danger on the other side of setup. Throws down his giant bear Tibbers on top of him. Who on earth was giving that girl that big a teddy bear? Really ridiculous. Legion still finds the Mega Gnar angle after the Cassante dragged him out from the play. That's disastrous. And now the Annie down for the count. The health bar's looking pretty low. Flash away from Junhao. Did get hit by the Sonic Wave. Doesn't really want to take it back.
Messy team fight. Ultra Prime do get the Mega Gnar at the end of the fight, but TT on the whole managed to stay away from the top laner of Ultra Prime long enough for it to make the difference. They get the first kill onto the Leona. They get the Dragon as well, and Ultra Prime don't quite get what they came for, because at the start of the play, Leona losing the flash and a lot of HP really slowed them down. They go right onto the Leona. He doesn't get that much value down. You can see that EGen getting punted over the wall by Hoya does make things very hard for Ultra Prime to follow up. They've lost their Leona, which is their primary engage. They lose their Gnar over the wall, which is their secondary engage. And they're not left with that much lockdown, actually left and able to hit targets.
You still managed to find a way in here, but there's so much to get in. To at least bring down the Annie. It cleanse out a 1xn, so it does end up being a 1-for-1, all things said and done from the kills, but a lot blown outside of that, and it's still TT getting the feat of strength off that, by the way, because they got the third objective. They already had the first 3 kills, so in the end, it's still a pretty decent win for TT, just not as clean as perhaps they would have liked, including some heroics there from Hoya, as I said, to deny the initial entrance of the Gnar.
Gold is fairly even. I think at this point, now we're getting towards that 20-minute mark. We need to talk again about what do these team fights look like as we go later into the game. I'm worried about the continued damage from TT. The later this goes, when we get towards perhaps Riftmaker or a Bloodletter's Curse on Saber, and they get towards 2-3 items, they will get more AoE damage down and better consistent damage. The Sivir needs no explanation, really. Just pop that Cull, has 2 items. Once they get Infinity Edge, they will really start to hurt. And when you look at the jungle matchup, yeah, 2 kills on the Lee Sin, but he is starting to run out of time to impact the game, so he needs to make plays like this.
Oh, the kick into the Sonic Wave by a put down a spell shield, but to what end? Depth charge. Aki gets another. I might have donated that one over to 1xn, but I don't think it matters all that much. Sivir down, man advantage. Atakan up for the taking.
Aki, Baron Steel in game 1. And a couple of slick moves on the Lee Sin here in game 2. We're saying his time was about to elapse, really, but he gets a great kill onto the enemy AD carry just as the Atakan had just come out onto the map. TT will get the objective off of the play of Aki, and TT, a great moment for them. It keeps their composition alive a little bit longer in the game.
Turn it into something a little bit more, but those are good feel moments. Feel good moments.
Yeah, good feel moments. Tower goes down. That's a good feel.
That's a good feel. Yes, the feeling of masonry cracking under my fists.
Could you imagine like an advert like destroy towers, feel good.
Good feel. Good feel with the good bros casting.
What's the automotive company? Is it Goodyear. Goodyear. That's
oh
the one.
yeah.
They have a thing.
I was going General Motors.
They're the not Michelin. They're the not Michelin. I know that. So tower does go down in mid lane though for Ultra Prime. So they'll trade 1-for-1 with the towers.
You could make us good feel by donating to the Ko-fi guys or subscribing on Twitch.
Yeah, if you're enjoying what you're hearing and seeing here today, feel free to click on profiles that you're watching on. Find some links through that. We have some donation links. Like and subscribe. We're not doing this for any, we're not paid to do this. We're doing it off our own back. The only things that we're supported by is your own generosity. Much like, I don't know, Setab's generosity last game in team fights. Ultra Prime were very much supported by that. Drag it up in a minute. It'll be third for TT. The push and pull for mid wave begins early.
Alrighty then. Shove. Through that mid lane is pretty solid. Dragon. Also, out to spawn. 40 seconds on that one.
Hoya's recalling, can teleport back in, about to get that flash back up, and there it is. Saber. Let's see what he can do on the Aurora now. This is the kind of team fight where Auroras can start to take over with big multi-man ultimates, especially if TT are trying to bump up around the center shields behind the Cassante and the Nautilus. Aurora can sometimes catch that clump. Same with the ricochets from Sivir and do a ton of damage. Saber does have teleport, down 1,000 gold though. Don't think they're going to be close to that one item, that 2 items for this next fight.
And here as well, gone for the Sterax, not a Black Cleaver in seconds, so looking to have a little bit more team fight presence. They're currently trying to leverage the 3 grub advantage and keep this Cassandra trapped on the turret and maybe threaten some tier 2s if things start moving around. Would be sole point, but not sole importantly here for Thunderdog.
Xiaosha.
Dragon. Xiaosha finds the engagement with 1XL, who does manage to cleanse away to safety. Solar Flare also comes down, flash on him from Junhao. Gets the Cyclone, more Summoners blown. Between worlds, Saber in the backline, onto setup, blows up the Annie, but the turn onto the E-Jump, getting dangerous. The Dawning Shadow comes across the back, he gets the kick, and the follow-up with the Sonic Wave. Great work there from the jungle and AD carry to turn that one around with a little assistance from Hoya.
Mistimed engage from Xiaosha, goes in and gets the cleanse from 1XM, but the ultimate doesn't find any value. Ultra Prime do take down the Annie, but they do split to do so. They'll lose the Dragon as TT cleaned up a couple of kills, and Ultra Prime, they were the ones winning the team fights last game. It's not been nearly as easy in this one.
No, it is not. Now Hoya, the whack this turret, punches it a few times. Got to pick up a second one here for Thunder Talk. Now they're finding themselves with a little bit more of a meaningful lead. The gold lead, not that significant. We'll get bigger after this turret, obviously. But the big thing here is the soul point. Got the Atakan. We'll have a look again. Xiaosha full sends on 1XN. Can't quite secure the full commit.
Well, the cleanse comes out, and that's the full combo down from Xiaosha, who's had a couple of bad engages in a row. Trying to go on to Satab afterwards, can't quite cleanly get that. And Nah this time is coming into the fight with no Nava. And sadly goes right into the melee range of all the CC. Flashes out in a bit of an awkward direction. Aki and Hoya do the dirty work and take down the biggest gold pocket for Ultra Prime. It's now almost even in gold with his opposing number now after that fight. Hoya managing to hold on remarkably well, not even down in CS now, really.
Credit over to Saber at least for securing the kill finally onto the Annie before the full combo came on. So I thought actually with that match between worlds things would have gone well, but the problem is the rest of the squad's still stuck in that banana bush and everyone else gets to jump on and in.
And also, as highlighted before the fight, didn't have 2 items.
Yeah.
Behind 1,000 gold. If that's a 2-item Aurora, yeah, the 4-man Aurora ultimate, that tends to end team fights. Still ended up getting the damage to kill setup, of course.
Yeah.
It's not enough to do enough residual damage across everyone else to then, you know, carry through the damage numbers. Fight on the top side.
This might not be bad. No flash on setup. It's still a turn with the CC. It's brutal in the Leona. Going to be donated. Aki with a 5th kill this game.
Saber, again, not having the damage to fully finish off the kill, and Aki's Safeguard comes in to save the day. TT find a great counter punch on top side and Ultra Prime. They're starting to snatch and grab a little bit now. I don't think they've managed to open up the game in the way they wanted to around the Nah, and their team fights are not being as easy as they wanted to. Baya, maybe you can hit 3 items and make a difference, but that's a little way off as well. TT are going to force the issue before they even think of stalling for that as the Baron started.
Fastest Baron taking team here with an Annie, a Senna, and Lee Sin. Not bad, but again, you're not looking at something like a Cassiopeia here. See, but force the flash as Feather goes looking with the flash dredge line. With the Wukong over the wall here in the Raptor as well. Perhaps a turnaround angle.
Junhao
does get into the backline, set up low. Dawning Shadow keeps everyone alive. Big shields. Saber looking for potential angle. Does not have the ult to work with quite yet. The damage back still looking pretty good here though from the side of Ultra Prime onto Thunder Talk rather. Exhaust comes on down and TT can't get Baron, can't get the turret. Pull away.
Good damage check from Ultra Prime. Really good damage check with the ricochets and the threat of the Mega Gnar coming forwards. You can see what happens if the fights aren't actually that split. I actually think Ultra Prime win. Which is weird when you think about Sen and Atlas. Aren't they so good at front to backing? Well, yes, but there's also ricochets on the other side and a Mega Gnar who can stand in the front line very well. Maybe maybe that's the blueprint for how Ultra Prime want to play the next fights out. Maybe they don't want to split. TT have been playing very well in the split fights because they have the 5-kill Lee Sin. Junhao, cyclone over the wall, gets into 2 squishy members, doesn't get hit by the hook importantly there. And you can see how good the front to back was working for them. The hook stops the Nah getting into the backline. Feather, wonderful from him. Feather saving the team fight. That could have been a huge turnaround play. You lose the fight here, maybe lose the Baron.
He gets a depth charge into Xiaosha as well, who then can't follow up either. He doesn't get the route onto the north. There's really good stuff from Feather. All the while, though, Aki picks up Saber as we come back to live.
6 kills for Aki's Lee Sin. He's had a much better game 2 than his game 1. Really making this pick work. They'll go towards the Baron.
Live by the sword, die by the saber. Having some unfortunate gameplay right now. A couple good ults for sure, but struggling at this point to find the value required. Junhao comes over to contest. Again, not the fastest Baron take, but will it matter? Again, they won't start it up fully. Pull away again. We need a little bit more, I think, in the tank for Thunder Talk.
Still, good that they're keeping the pace of this game up and getting these random kills. You do need to keep it up, though. Baya, about to hit 3 items. In fact, just gets it as we talk about it. 3 items for the Civic. That's a problem now. Suddenly, that Cassante is not going to be as safe a frontliner.
He's not. Keep our eyes on it. It can all get tricky as yet. 3rd item. I'm not sure whether you just mentioned that for 1xn.
Yes, I did. Oh, no, I mentioned it for Baya. But however, on the other side, yes, Black Cleaver coming from 1xn. Of course, with Senna double stacking it on the Q does make a big difference. And the Swift March, the upgraded swiftness boots as well, alongside the Senna E, makes it really hard to shut down. Lots of ability to reposition just for move speed.
See a lot of nerfs towards Soul Cannon, but I feel like it's a lot harder to get to that 70 at 20-minute mark these days. He's ways behind the 100, which would be nice.
Quite low on the actual stacks. Turret now under threat. Ricochet does delete waves, but not enough to actually save the turret from a couple of auto attacks. Dragon up in 10 seconds. TT, another chance to show their 5v5 prowess.
Try and start this one up. Ultra Prime have largely been better team fighters than TT at points this series, I was noting. However, a bit weird the last few fights, and TT now in a bit snacky with the GA. Play very aggressive here on the Lee Sin.
BGN stacking up that Rage Bomb. Didn't have much of it before, but goes in. Xiaojun, not that tanky.
Set have a potential angle here as well. Got the flash from the Annie, can go look for something more as well. That goes on in the Mega. Ah, not the best, but they still get the Dragon. That's Soul secured by Thundertop. Between worlds they go. Ejang low, about to get knocked out. Does so. Annie goes down as a result, but the damage already kind of done because the Tibbers keep chunking on through. All the while, though, Junhao flashes on out. Should get to safety with the blast cone, but Aki looking for the Sonic Wave. Can't land it. Back away, Soul secured 1 for 1.
Much closer this time, 1 for 1, but the Soul was secured, as you said, and that's really important because we were just talking about how Senna already hard to shut down with just move speed. Even more added onto that now, and Ultra Prime thought maybe they could take the fight around the 3-item Civet, but Setab just throwing himself into the backline and doing some damage onto Baya made the difference, separated out the Annie and the Tibbers at the front line and the rest of the tanks outside of the Ricochet range. Watch this again as Dragon starts going down. Ejin does get a good Meganar bar going into this, but look how Setup plays out of the fog of war. He just wants to go straight in towards that backline. He gets a good double stun, gets a good amount of damage onto the Civet before they can start making the difference with the auto attacks.
Roll toss across, and he kind of goes 1 for 1. That's one. The problem is the Baron. Dragon's already gone. Good escape here from Junhao, by the way. The Warrior fixed it into the flash onto the blast cone. There's now an escape as you could ask for. If he died, then Baron would have been a possibility. The fact he gets out alive is a small silver lining there for Ultra Prime, who are slowly losing more and more control of this game. They're not that far behind in the gold, at least, but the objective count has really not gone their way.
No, and I think particularly now that Lee Sin has had so many kills and has the GA, this isn't a Lee Sin that will just randomly fall off. Now, he can still get randomly caught out, and if he gets CC'd, this is not the tankiest bloke ever. Wants to be doing damage to isolated members rather than dealing with, 3, 4 at the same time active. Be a little careful walking into the jungle like that, actually. Not punished for it just yet. TT pushing in again. Good control over the mid-wave. Typically, you don't get that against the Civet, but they're doing well at threatening anyone who walks up to wave clear.
That red side jungle is littered with Thunder Talk wards. Double control wards into the Raptor Bush. Young gets slowed by the Senna there. The range at this point now, she's hit the 100 mark in the souls, is significantly more difficult to manage with that in rapid fire.
Yeah, and the fact that you can also just walk up to get that auto attack so much easier. You have Cloud Soul, you have Swifties, and you have the move speed from both Shiv and the Fire Cannon as well. It means that you can walk up for that first auto attack very powerfully. Baron now started. Hoya, a slight flank. Satab, powerful. The 2 items. You can drop that stun down as and when is needed.
Fastest Baron take here with a Senna and Elise, but it will be healthy. Be pretty valuable. Hoya on a flank angle, spotted out. The flank turns around, Feather potentially danger. Only shadow that comes across to keep people alive. Tibbers goes on down between worlds by some time. John puts down the cyclone, but it's a defensive one. Pull back, but it's not going to turn to all that much. Hoya
Baya's down,
but Baya's down. You're right. He dragged out the Civet. That's a huge moment, though. I was wondering why he was all alone. It's because the Civet died in transit, and they pick up Saber at the end of it all. It's a full ace.
Teamwork makes the dream work. TT find a team fight before the Baron was taken. They didn't even need to finish it off. The Tibbers burned down the Civet, who couldn't fight back. And Ultra Prime cannot find the late game team fight they needed. We'll be going to 3.
Gold lead balloons finally as the Nexus is falling. Thunder Talk strike back in game 2. Their first win terms of games this summer split. Righting of the ship for now. Can they finish it up in game 3?
We'll go the distance for our first series of the day. Ultra Prime and TT both coming off of losses in game 1. So rather in day 1 of our series of games. Looking for a bounce back. TT managed to claw something back.
And a warm welcome to some esports royalty in the chat, by the way. The Thresh Prince himself, Edward, formerly of Gambit Moscow 5, now coach out there as well. And a really cool dude in the esports scene. Good to see you, mate. How's life?
You know, by the way, yeah, Sam is just such a massive. He's such a massive fanboy of the old Gambit.
So
team.
true. So I got into esports. So yeah.
So it means a lot to him. So you know, you can have your moment of stardom there.
I know,
you get to have that. Turns out when you're one of the best players in the history of League, you get that like that so often. But yeah, welcome there, Edward. Good to see you. We'll be going to game 3.
Of course, Edward's also been a very useful insight for me in terms of the ERL stuff because he was always very willing to give me insight into his teams and stuff when we're doing a Nymaera.
True.
Very nice.
Yeah. You're the BDS Academy head coach now.
Fabulous.
Awesome. Very cool.
In Geneva, of course, you're really in Switzerland with the cool facility there. Are they still in that crazy facility, Edward? For those who don't know, BDS have this obscene like facility they bring all their players to with like the most ridiculous rec rooms and stuff. It's pretty lovely, guys. Go see some of the behind the scenes videos. I'm very jealous of the esports setup. I'm not gonna lie.
And yeah, I mean, coming out of this game now, these are the kind of games, the kind of days in LPL where sometimes you think, these teams, do I really want to watch them? I really like watching a lot of our group Nirvana teams play because they are just they're very close and they're willing to fight. In these kind of games, are they the most clean? No. But there are some great moments in there. I mean, Aki, great bounce back from game 1. He's a player who's always been a very spiky player, and it's good to see him have a bit of a montage reel on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it was. And again, we needed something better from Aki, right? Because I think pretty much every other game has been quite disappointing. There's been a lot of conversations, a lot of eyes on him, basically just around the level of his play in general across multiple teams where he has been problematic in terms of champ pool, in terms of play, in terms of so many things. He's now on Thunder Talk, replacing Xiao Rongren, who was replacing Beichuan after Thunder Talk had a good start to the year, but it all was falling apart. So it's all a lot on that line. I think he's probably in with a shot for MVP here, actually, which is really good news for him.
Yeah, especially after what happened yesterday as well. I'll go into the highlights and we'll check out some of these stats as well. I'm going to imagine there's a whole lot of standard damage. Yeah, and Satab, credit to him as well. I think Yanni was crucial. And while Lee Sin doesn't have the highest damage, all of that was important damage. So it's, keep that in mind.
Because obviously at MSI and stuff, we started getting the damage to kill in kills, exactly. And I suspect Aki will have just had some really good damage in kills.
Should really turn the fan on. It's getting really warm in this room. So we'll be getting through highlights and MVP. Sam, do you need a break for anything?
I was debating putting the kettle on. Do you want me to make a pot of tea of some variety, or do you want more coffee?
I will handle myself.
That's fine. Very British of me, I know.
Yeah. You do. You take a break.
Hello, TikTok as well. Quick shout out to TikTok, obviously. For those of you who are in there, give us a heads up if there's any feedback. How do you want the stream to look? We're debating between horizontal and vertical. We're currently horizontal, so tell us what you prefer.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to set up a vertical scene today because I woke up a bit late. I hate to say it, folks, I'm playing the goddamn horse game.
I knew it!
I'm playing the goddamn horse game. And yeah, I got some really good first careers, so I've been, yeah. I was sat there, I'm like, I've actually just downloaded it on my phone. Can I play it during the break? And I thought that might be a bit much, you know what I mean? But, yeah. So basically what we've decided in our whole streaming thing is we want to stream to as many places as possible at the same time, just in the hopes that one of them starts to pop off, you know? So whether that's Twitch or YouTube or TikTok. And, yeah, seeing how that works out. Really enjoying it, that game though. It's complex enough to activate the neurons, but enough number go up to turn the brain off at the same time. I appreciate spiders when they're outside. Inside my house, they die. I don't like killing spiders. I tend to remove them when I can. I mean, not that everyone has to, I get that. I actually have a spider in my room that throws up a lot of flies right now. It's very convenient. I saw it there a couple of days ago and I'm like, oh, mate, you're doing a job. You're doing a good job for me. It's summer in Berlin, you know. It's hot here and the flies start to crowd around everywhere. We were asking a question earlier, or no, wait, did we? Yeah, Sam asked a question earlier, in which was, what were the most broken iterations of champions? What were the like the peak of crazy brokenness? We went through a couple of good ones. I think Release Shinzo was meant to be pretty insane too. As a resident Australian, spiders can stay if they pay rent. True. Oh god. Who's our MVP? Aki. Yeah, he was stylish as heck. LeBlanc spread. Oh, you mean spread Q? Yumi. Oh yeah, Yumi. There was like Garen Yumi. Yeah, we did talk about it, fellas, because there was the you know, the pentakill making machine of the Inferno, the Infernum ult. That was insane. Yeah, Release Shinzo was ridiculous. There were a couple of seasons of casted in season 3, 4. LeBlanc was broken after people realized you could play roaming mids. People were kind of mage pilled for a while, and then people didn't really know lane control well enough to play like roaming in the breaking waves, which is then what Faker did in his debut LeBlanc game, right? Also is really broken. A couple of iterations of Nidalee were ridiculous. Release Zoe broke my brain. Hated that champion. A couple of patches of Riven early on, because there were some points before people realized how broken Riven's Q was because of the bugs about the fast Q, which they've basically just kept in now. Ryze was Giga OP. Ryze has been Giga OP in a bunch of different things, right? Oh, that just reminds me, because everything at Season 4 Worlds, right? So you had Ryze was broken in mid and top lane. Alistar top lane Season 4 Worlds. If you weren't around for Season 4 Worlds, by the way, great tournament. Go back and watch it. Because what Alistar would do, there was for those Star Wars fans out there, there was a really funny build called Emperor Palpatine, where he would build Triforce Static Shiv. And the reason you would do that is you would headbutt someone. No, it was Season 4 Worlds, Harold. It was Season 4 Worlds. Oh, sorry, yeah, Season 5 Worlds. Yeah, Season 5 Worlds had a bunch of different champions, which were broken. But the Alistar was so broken at Season 4 Worlds, because he'd get 70% damage reduction from first rank of ult, which was just ridiculous. And he had time to auto-attack you as he headbutted you away. So you'd stack all the items that would give you damage on one auto-attack. So he'd headbutt you away, punch you as you were 20 feet away, and the static shiv would just go from his fist to you, so it looked like he was casting Force Lightning on you. So you get Triforce Static Shiv, and you just like do this every 5 seconds or so. So broken. So that was really funny. Zillion as Season 4 Worlds was also disgusting as well. Yeah, that was it. That was that, yeah. Sona Season 1, 2 was Unreal OP. That was when she was like one of the best engaged champions in the game, won every laning phase, and was also just mega scaling to the heals and shields too. God, that was when her ult was like double the width as well. In fact, well, that's one of the things which Edward was very famous for back then. Thrash release was incredibly strong, so you just got like 1,000,000 armor for free from his passive. Thrash Prince in chat as well. Sona Q was doing 3 times more damage. Yeah. Sona Q was just, yeah, because that was the time where around Season 2 and then going into Season 3, people had really started to discover poke bot lanes, and that was, hey, Kremlin, I could see. That was when we had stuff like Zyra getting picked by Pumandu. And what they would do is do Corki Zyra, and Zyra and Corki would hit you with like one skill, and then you'd lose all your HP, and effectively your lane was over. So poke lanes became really powerful in about Season 2, Season 3, when people started figuring out how that worked. And it was one of the reasons why it was quite hard to play stuff like Vayne, who just couldn't control the wave and would get poked out as he tried to farm. You had to be very good to make Vayne work back then. What else was broken? Shen was stupid OP, but he was bugged. His ult was bugged for so long we didn't see that. Yeah, we talked about Kayle a little earlier actually. Yeah, Kayle was stupid broken in Season 3 with Lichbane. And because what you could do then is you could take, I think it was, you could take like, talk to, you know Chakrez, you know the guy at chat, do you know Chakrez, the guy that used to do all the LEC videos, that did a ton of different like informative video stuff, great guy as well, very good baker. He'd run like 22.5% cooldown reduction, so you only had to get Nash's Tooth to get full E uptime, so you're permanently ranged with the E upgrade, and if you go Lichbane, you just crap out damage. In fact, I remember Alex having a very good Kayle as well. He was one of the more memorable Kayle players from back then. Who else even played that? I remember
就打好自己的吧，然后把自己
Got
游戏内
changed
容经营
sometimes.
好一
Was
点。
it season
我觉
7 or
得
8
这
that
赛
got
段
changed?
短期目标的话，就是把
Anyway, yeah, that was
UP
pretty
先赢
broken.
下来吧，然后
Release rework
长期目
Akali,
标可能就是在
incredibly broken.
先
That's
骑
one of the
士之
more
后，然
modern
后
ones,
骑
which
士
was
之
just
后
that just broke
再
the
往前
game.
进一步。
Yumi, you
然后
mentioned Yumi was disgusting.
也不需
Yeah,
要
Yumi was
证
just
明什
not
么吧，
okay.
就能赢比赛就行。
Tank Zeri, AP Zeri, AP Kaiser, all of them were just counter fun to the game. Remember like AP Zeri mid? God, so broken. Any chance, have Ultra Prime any chance to win? Absolutely. Both these teams are flawed teams. They can team fight their way through the mess, even if it does look like the game's gone too. How good was Ardent Sensor meta? I hated Ardent Sensor meta. There was a meta where you rushed Warmogs on mid and Nivea. Oh yeah. I remember the Warmogs and Nivea meta because for Anivia you would also get the HP on your egg as well. So even if they killed you, you'd have to get through like a million HP egg, which was just so you were effectively unkillable. Oh, that was so funny. Yeah, Aphelios release was insanely strong. Yeah, Tyr and Warmogs. Do you remember when everyone was building Tyr Roa as well? The Seros Roa gave you 1000 AP and you just never die. That was insane. There were a couple of Death Stance double Tyr Ezreal. Do you remember 2020 Death Stance double Tyr Ezreal? The unkillable, ridiculous damage, AP and AD double scaling Ezreal? I actually just remembered that. I just remember what a crime that was. Blue Ezreal, like Season 2, Season 3 Blue Ezreal, that was disgusting as well. That was with the Spirit of the Elder Lizard, right? Spirit of the Elder Lizard was super broken. So it basically gave you a budget red buff. And then there was, do you remember Season 7 Jungle Ezreal for Haru has the world skin for it? Remember Fervor of Battle Ezreal? Where he'd get it while farming, and then he'd do a full clear of farm. And then he'd just jump into a lane with full stacks of Fervor of Battle. And all of the extra stats which came in and just blast you. That was insane. DFG Veigar. Veigar, when he had the point and just the instant stun, was disgusting as both support and mid lane. I'm surprised that champion didn't see more play. You miss AP Scion mid. No, I only started playing pretty much at the end of Season 3, so I didn't get to experience that much. But I still vividly remember just Scion just walking up and just queuing me every few seconds, and I didn't know what it did. AP Yi, also, again, a war crime. If you want to relive AP Yi, just pick Yi in Arena. Arena has many ways to break Master Yi. I love playing Arena, actually. I was rank 1 in Arena the last set that we had ranked on it in EU West. Early on, so it wasn't like, I guess, full legit, but I played a lot of Arena. Zyra, super broken. Zyra, another champion that was super broken for a very long time. Yeah. Zyra was just so much random damage. And yeah, her ult was just ridiculous because that was kind of the time where if you had good not many people were playing that disengage. I just remembered AP Gragas as well. Gragas was super broken for a very long time. What's my rank in Wild Rift? I actually don't play Wild Rift anymore. I played it a little bit on release and I never played it much after that. I was the first player to ever play Zyra in competitive. That is really cool. I never knew. That's a great tidbit. That's the kind of thing which I'd randomly bring out on a cast. That gets filed away in the library of fun facts. Nice. Who else was broken? Do you remember Lulu top lane? Season 4, Season 3 Lulu top lane? Soaz was really good at that pick. That was kind of broken too. And then there was like Assassin, Lichbane, Lulu mid. Athene's Rush was disgusting. Remember when Faker would still go Morello's though and just go for the extra damage and dodge every skill shot so it didn't matter that you didn't have magic resist? That was fun. Oriana's been broken. Season 2 Worlds Oriana, where no one knew what the bloody ball did, would just get randomly shockwave. That was really broken too. Nidalee Athene's jungle. Yeah, that was kind of broken. Top lane AD Nidalee Season 4 Worlds. Disgusting. How old were we during Season 2? I mean, 2012. I would have been 17 at that point, I think. Yeah, I would have been 17. Yeah. Or like 16, I think. 16, I think. We actually talked about that earlier, Drizex. The Emperor Palpatine, Alistair, Season 4 Worlds, yeah. Damn, Season 2, Season 3 seems such a long time ago now. What else was really broken? Callista release, disgusting. Jhin release, similarly disgusting. You just point and click one-shot you at some point. Season 7 Varus. Recent Varus has been pretty broken too, not gonna lie.
Poke mid-Varus Season 5, disgusting. Yeah, we're near enough to live patch, Blue-tailed, yeah.
I remember Aurelian Soul rework release.
ASOL was kind of broken for a long time.
Because he had that ridiculous interaction with his Breath of Light with something, stacking something way too fast.
You could just tap Q and stack it instantly, yeah, something like that, yeah.
There was also Galio, when he could...
Oh my god, yeah. release rework Galio, where he'd hit you with a single Q and it would... Because what they thought was, people will build him tank, so we'll give him like some AP scaling, so Rod of Ages will give him some percent HP damage, so it can be like tank, anti-tank. What they didn't realize is that then because he had AP scaling, max HP damage, if he hit you with a Q, with like Morello and Deathcap, he would do over 100% max HP to you. So he'd hit you with a single Q, and it'd just be like a quadra kill. So there's that one patch of like Morello, Nomicon, Deathcap, Galio where game would just end.
There was also the ridiculous win rate Warwick in 420 with the Feral
420 Weedwick.
Feral Flare.
What a build that was. Oh, what a build that was. Okay, cool. Let's get ourselves into the last draft of Series 1. Let's not spin the chair around.
That was quite scary. I wasn't enjoying that.
Let's get ourselves into it. So, Ultra Prime TT traded things now. Blue side has won both of our games so far, but I have to say it's been more about the team fighting. The team that team fights better has tended to win our games. What are we left with going into our last game of the series? Surprised to not see Seta pick up Azir, because Azir's been very popular and it hasn't been banned, I don't think, in this series so far.
And the Talia's gone as well, so one of those kind of
pseudo answers, one of the better answers.
Yeah.
I forgot to run out. Oops, my bad. I'll have to do that at the end of things. We will deal with that in a bit. So, what's left up and available? Top lane. Stuff like this, but with the Trundle band, you can go towards something like you can go towards something a bit more tanky like the Ornn if you want to play more front to back. Obviously the Scion's out, but the Trundle being gone also opens up, a couple of your last AD skirmishes as well.
I'm just thinking there's also a potential world here where something like the Yorick comes on through. It's been a bit of a thing. And I think if Yijang wants something a bit more carry-oriented, that might not be a bad shout. He tried with the Gnar last game. I don't think he had a bad game today. I think actually it was really good anti-Gnar strategies.
Before we went into this draft, we were talking about most broken champions and stuff. Someone just remind me of Runeglaive, Diana, and Ezreal. Do you remember?
God, yeah.
Do you remember Cabochard playing Runeglaive Gangplank top lane?
Yes, I do. I also remember
Cinderhulk meta, Cinderhulk, Shyvana top lane with jungle.
I remember Power of Evil with the Runeglaive Ezreal mid, getting both Scuttle Crabs simultaneously and just true-shotting barrage around the map.
Yeah, I remember that. Do you remember Pepinero?
I do, Pepinero. So I remember who it was from Giants. Yeah.
Lucian traded for Ryze. Ryze not got many answers to him left in mid lane now. Actually, what do you go into? Do you pick someone like the Galio and just say, well, vaguely lose the matchup, you have another global, you can kind of survive?
Ryze Skarn is quite annoying because Ryze locks someone down, you guarantee a route afterwards. So if you're only looking for one man impaled, that CC change can be pretty brutal. Lucian, notoriously quite short range outside of the ultimate. If you dash forwards, get rooted, and then into an impale, horrible things will happen.
Now, Junoho likes to play the more aggressive sides of matchups. Can't play that Lee Sin, buddy. So what do you go here? Because normally I'd say Ryze is okay. Jarvan's okay, I suppose, but doesn't feel that fantastic. Rel's still up, and that's the primary engage support left up. And there's the immediate lock into the Cassiopeia. Saber has played a game or two of this, and it's good versus the Ryze. So not choosing like the wash of a lane with the Galio where you can answer with the global, instead saying, I'm going to fight you.
It's also really miserable for the Skarner, right? Go driving forwards, get stuck on the ground, and get petrified, and your whole combo can be pulled apart. Skarner basically relies on running at you to get a lot of his value.
Folks, what I'm going to do is, just because I'm aware that we're going to have to get into the game soon, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now, just so we don't get any gameplay lost for you guys. I'm going to run that now because it was my bad. I didn't run in the break. I was too busy talking about Runeglaive and various release champions and stuff. Let's get into it. And Ambassador comes through. You can ban out the Renekton now, which is one of the better answers to it. There it goes. There aren't that many answers left into the Ambassador.
Use Yorick
up
at this
now.
point?
Yorick is okay. Yeah, that might be one of your remaining answers.
Anything else especially? I mean, it is Yijang. There are things like Camille up if you want to take a bit more of a knife fight matchup. No pun to the legs intended, but it's been done before. Xayah ban on the other side, because of course, it makes sense. Going to require an AD carry at some point. He is a good Xayah, all things said. One of the champions, even from his LDL days, where fight for the right to survive and win in those games a bit more.
Fight for the right, the party, Sam, with the Beastie Boys here. AD carry's being banned away from 1xn. What gets removed now? I mean, do you remove the Jhin? And then I don't know what you lane with at that point, because most of the laning picks are kind of gone.
Yeah, there's some specials.
Okay, the
They go for the
Kaiser's
Kaiser. I guess Jin probably does rise in value here.
Because Ambessa Kaiser is a nasty old combo. So there's two of the, well, Kaiser's they're kind of very self-sufficient, right? They always have been. 1xN is a wonderful Aphelios player.
He is.
We have not had the chance to see this in so long.
There it
1xN
is.
Aphelios. He is one of the best Aphelios players in the LPL. Genuinely, this guy is so good at this. In his debut split, he was beating Jaculov on Prime Zeri with his Aphelios after the Aphelios had been nerfed still. This guy is so good at this pick.
And again, don't look at the win rate. Even in LDL, where, you know, with champions we've got a high win rate, the thing is he would often be, this guy was cursed on the champion. It was ridiculous. Like, he'd be pulling off the most insane team fights you've ever seen in his life, but it was like him against the world, and the rest of the team couldn't deliver. Maybe some issues with some of the rotational stuff, but that's more 1xN in general. I've never had any issues with the hands, just sometimes the pathing between fights and stuff, sometimes been a little called out there. Not quite the ruler spot as yet. There's been one or two moments.
And now you've got the Rel and the Jax causing you some issues. You do need either the extra mobility from the Thresh or the full disengage. I think seeing the fact that everyone has to dive into melee range, yeah, I like the Renata a little bit more. Also, one of the great things about Renata, you can pull back with the Skarner ultimate and then layer the Renata ultimate after the CC's about to wear off. We saw WE do that, actually. Monkey and Vampire comboed up very well with that one. That's really convinced me of the combo. And TT walk away with a really fun draft. I think Setup is a great Rise. I think 1xN is a great Aphelios. On the other side, though, I mean, you do have a Cassiopeia with everyone on the other team in a great range for you to deal damage. I think this is going to be messy. I think this is going to be about teamfight execution again. I'm so happy to see 1xN Aphelios. We rarely get to see that anymore. And we'll see if TT can pull off the knife fight.
That'll be the question. Of course, on the side, I feel like Ultra Prime, on the whole, have been a more convincing team over the last couple of days. Not that Ultra Prime have exactly been the best team out there, but you've got Bayer, who is a Draven player from down in the LDL, because of course he is. On something like the Lucian, with a bit of that ability to go skirmishing their way to victory. You can absolutely do that. Let's change the volume, was what Alex was just telling me, so that goes to something a little bit more reasonable like that. There's our skin choices today. Don't get to see that too many leagues anymore. We don't get the skin highlights so much. Actually, I'm not gonna lie to you, I actually don't know the skins as well as I once did. Saber on the Cassiopeia. Actually, very important that. If we go, let's have a quick listen to the crowd, see if we got Giles.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
A quiet day in the office. Lucian's got a very unsettling laugh there. I think that's Lucian laughing. That's kind of horrifying. Conqueror on the Aphelios. Nothing like a lethal tempo or a PTA or anything like that. Just wanted to get stacking through stuff. I can see the value in that, especially when you are required to do quite a lot of damage this game. Setup caught out early on by a level 1 look-in from Xiaoxia. Won't lead to all that much.
It's a question over in Onivia's chat. Who's the NIP jungler right now? Well, of course, Aki has left that team. And was, you know, I suppose unceremoniously left it. NIP will see them later, of course. That team's had 3 changes to the Nio now, their jungler. 1v1, no, sorry, 2v2 in that bot side, using the fact that Aphelios not good at level 1, basically not a champion at level 1, needs that level 2 before he can get actual any abilities instead of just flinging his arms around and switching weapons he's pulling out.
And of course, Chunk of the Bayer will stick a little bit more because of course less pots to work with, but Feather now completely out of sustain in the way that Xiaoxia's not. Heal burned on both sides, both supports were running that summon a spell book. Doesn't mean actually for things like the Renata, the Guardian, which normally made you a little bit tankier at the early levels, isn't there, so it was a bit more vulnerable to the engagement I think it's used to. Flash for flash there, Xiaoxia, with the level 2 coming on through, went really looking for it, gets the summoner out of 1xN.
But this means that you will get through to the level 2 mark now for the Aphelios. Now you can start fighting back, particularly in the early levels.
Severum with Conqueror is a huge difference because you get to stack that up with your, your spin to win very effectively. Hex Flash out of the bush, no flash this time for 1xn.
Pattern strike can begin to turn around as the handshake comes back on through Shower. Eats a lot of damage. Good, managed to sidestep that moonshot. All things could have gotten very scary indeed. Down comes Junhao though, who's been invading up here. Won't be able to finish up the blue buff steal though.
Aki will know that Junhao's there because it just aggroed towards them.
They're trying to body block there. 1xn gets towards Gravitum and will be able to potentially root up by here with the Binding Eclipse. Will decide not to press the Q button.
Yeah, if you could press that Q button and then also hit the guaranteed Q from your Calibrum, that would have been the combo. Playing well in this early game. That should be safe here. Junhao really trying to make an early impact.
The thing is, though, that's really delayed his clear. Aki's about to finish his Gromp. He's only got a blue buff left to do. There's a full quadrant right now for Ultra Prime jungler to deal with.
He's then about to switch through into the Infernum. We'll get round to his utility weapons. One of the strongest combos in your early game, by the way, is when you actually just switch off of your Infernum into your Crescendum, because whereas red-white becomes more powerful later into the game, with your first switches of the game, the strongest thing you can do is hit a full wave of minions with the Flamethrower. Gives you, if it's a cannon wave, 7 stacks of Crescendum, and then you just start flinging chakrams at a crazy amount of DPS. That's what you often end up doing. 1xn doing the classic 2022 Aphelios, where you get as much gold as possible on your first 3 levels. Go back, get a cull. This was the Jinx Aphelios meta in 2022. For those of you who remember that, there was about 1,000 picks of each of them across that year. There's a hell of a lot of games between the 2 of them. Goes back, gets the cull, gets the boots. Happy with the first stage of lane.
Yep. Gets to Infernum Gravitum, uses Dusk Wave and Binding Eclipse, and the wave disappears, gets that shove, gets the reset, gets back to lane to pick up the wave that's bouncing back into him with a cull and some boots to work with, which I think makes some sense, especially because obviously blew the flash earlier on after the very aggressive trade on him from Xiaoxue. Does mean a little bit of extra move speed here is not going to go amiss.
We've had the camera permanently on 2v2. You understand why. It's one of the reasons why why Aphelios has not been as popular in the recent few patches for a little while now. It's so hard to play the laning phase out. 1xn knows that he can't really walk up to that cannon, sadly enough. We have to trade back a little bit. Handshake comes through. Good flamethrower onto both.
Though does manage to trade back pretty well there. A lot of healing and feathers inventory here, so I think that's going to stick. He might be forced to reset here.
At least the damage for TT is onto the AD carry, but they do lose the actual DPS check. So yeah, Feather will have to back off. He has the heal summoner spell, but doesn't really want to use that. And you were right in saying didn't have any extra healing in inventory. 1xn backing far off from the turret now, knows that he potentially could get, again, Hex Flash out of the bush potentially, or Junhao could walk his way down. Skarner now walking down to make sure safe, and 1xn just doesn't have the information. They'll see the Sejuani now, and now 1xn can walk up to the turret.
Indeed, and especially with Rel leaving, so loses a couple minions there, a bit frustrating. That'll be about 5 or 6 going in the way of Bayer's favour. Also, Feather yet to get that reset off before that properly, so just kind of stuck on no control ward, no ruby crystal, which you did pick up on that reset. You just get towards level 6 first. Just laning very well into Hoya here, and again, we have had some questions about Hoya's consistency in lane, to say the least. On towards the dragon we go there from TT, looking to start coming up early.
Hoya not there just yet, which means if a fight happens, that's a problem. 1xn, as we said, on the Infernum Crescendum.
Secured. Now look at Severum Crescendum. Petrifying Gaze comes on through. Exhaust driven into the wall. Reset with that bailout. And the Chakrams are well and truly armed. Realm Warp available. Won't be needed. Junhao flashed into the enemy jungle. Flash over for the Rune Prison. Do not pass go. Do not pick up 300 gold.
The 3-weapon switch from 1xn was brutal. Use the Flamethrower to stack up Chakrams. Go straight into the red-white and start slinging the Crescendum into the backs of Ultra Prime. This is why we end up respecting his Aphelios so much. A rarely seen pick nowadays, but the expertise on the pick clearly showed. Look here, very low ammo on the Infernum. Uses it for the last proc of it, gets an extra chakram, then gets into red-white and goes absolute man mode onto them. Gets into melee range for the extra attack speed with the chakram too, and the damage is insane with the Conqueror stacked up.
It's well with exhaust heal, and he cleanses off the exhaust and murders him through the heal. Flash for flash in the mid lane, or rather mid for jungle there as Setup goes over. It's the Skarner that ends up picking it up though. Slightly annoying, I think, for Setup, but I do get it. There was a world where an Arctic Assault comes on over and timings get a bit awkward for getting to wave, so kill secured nonetheless, and the Skarner off to the races. This Aphelios, you guessed it, off to the races.
want to see what the build is now for the Fellows. You know, the most interesting, because we don't see that much of it. This is the champion I'm most interested in this game. We had seen some, you know, some points into the E going towards the Collector, stacking up on lethality. We used to see that a fair bit. We've seen some Yuntal Infinity Edge because everyone's gone Yuntal Infinity Edge if you do stuff like that. We'll see what he ends up going towards. Aki, take his red buff. On the weak side of the map, spots out the Sejuani now.
While though, 7 crescendo in the ears. Ejang, chunks, but not too much more. Gets the pull away. Happy enough there. Here's 1xn. Grub's being started. First one taken by Junhao. Into the pit goes Aki though. So TT should be able to play, but he used one of these. I'm hoping, I think, for their sake, it'll be 2.
Ultra Prime don't feel like they can walk up. 6 and Sejuani typically very, very powerful. Didn't do that much about it here, though. Rang on, that's a catch onto Satab.
Oh, he's been caught out in the rotation again. No flash from him from earlier, so it does go down. Nice pickup at the end of that.
Ultra Prime gets something back. That's important. Kill into the Cassiopeia, important. Very gold-dependent champion. Of course, there is a world where, yes, Phalios has a lot of gold, but Cassiopeia just guns them down. Cassiopeia has the damage and the composition to play against to get just such good DPS against what is quite a low-range composition from TT.
It is an important pickup that goes on to the Cassiopeia of all people as well, who, as you said, in draft, and I'm going to echo it again here, could well be a linchpin. It's a very short-range game. If you manage to petrify and engage some valuable people, that could be a way to level things out a little.
That's a back in towards the mid lane. Getting closer to our first item marks. It's going to be the double stacking items from both mid laners. We have seen some Rises start to forego the Rod of Ages again. There have been different metas where you just go Seraphs and you try and get a little bit more damage at the cost of not having as much HP. But I feel like if you can get both, obviously Rise with the amount of scaling from the passive, always nice to get both.
Very much so. Foya eats a bit of damage there again. How about that 10 CS mark? Could be a bit rough. Jank is a very famous Jank player. Was a big proponent of it on Frank Esports and has continued that over in the LPL over the last year or two. Oh yeah, trying to have to play the best he can. But there's a plate off that demolished proc by Ejang. Takes the turret shot for his troubles, but happy enough with it, especially because Hoya doesn't want to trade too hard and miss out on the wave.
I will say Ejang largely getting the better of Hoya in the 1v1s. The Gnar last game was potentially a win condition for Ultra Prime. He's going to end up playing through it. Hoya has been hard to pin down for TT. He's been a player who's occasionally been just a straight-up loss condition, but then first split of this year, he looked great. It seemed like the inconsistencies were finally done with. He was getting good results, even against players like Bin. He solo killed Bin on Camille in Game 5 of their best of 5 against them in Split 1 of the year. It was one of his best games I've ever seen from Hoya. And occasionally his Rumble's been excellent. He's had some of those moments, but my worry is you put him into an interactive matchup, he loses it, and he doesn't know what to do when he falls behind.
Yeah, exactly. Interactive matchups feel risky if you're picking Hoya out to play them out. That has been tricky, to say the least. Aki now looking into mid lane by it. Away. Junhao looking, gets the dead prison onto Aki. I don't know how much damage they'll realistically have there. Out comes the miasma. They'll throw down the Culling as well. Big ultimates there. Aki down about half HP, but has got a Gromp to work with, so probably heal up before this dragon.
A little bit. I mean, Ultra Prime can go straight towards it. They have Rel for melee synergy to get the passive stacked a little bit more, and the dragon's not going down that quickly. Rise teleporting in, has ult as well.
Just right there for Mac to make sure he'll be off cooldown for this dragon potential contest. There comes a bit more of that HP. Wax cone in, does look for a bit of play. Xiaoxia gets pulled back by the handshake into the impale. Moonlight Vigil with all of the chakrams, and a Furnace can begin to swing. 1xn, Severum, Crescendum, Cleanse, and the counter strike means nothing. You're playing the wrong dang game, and the person with the guns headshots the man with the staff.
TT get the T-side victory. And very, very well played again by 1xn Zephalos through the Severum ult, the Crescendum ult in to stack up the Chakrams to get so much DPS. Ultra Prime lose the dragon, lose the fight, and they're starting to fall behind too far in this game. Gets very, very worrisome. Saber's stopped on his recall. Xiaoxia has to come down to protect him. Is it going to be enough? There's no ult on the Cassiopeia.
A bit tricky. Hoya gets the repudiation off. Hoya gets the kill. Feather's the one tanking the aggro. Heal on out. And it's just a clean dive. The Cassiopeia dies. Well played, Thundertalk.
Yeah, really nice exit kill there for TT. They get themselves 2 dragons, 2 grubs. They've had the lion's share of the objectives, and they're ahead in terms of the kills as well. 1xN off of that fight will complete his collector. What often happens, people forget this as well, Aphelios levels up stats instead of abilities. He'll be leveling up his lethality now to double stack on that. And just look again how well he does at stacking up the chakrams, and also how poorly the side of Ultra Prime do at shutting down the Aphelios. Aphelios is not touched. You cannot afford to let Aphelios go untouched in fights like this. He gets to stack up so many chakrams and get the DPS rolling again.
And he gets hit by the counter-strike and still has cleanse. So just cleanse out, and there's a Mikhail's now done for Feather as well. How do you lock down this Aphelios for long enough to stop him DPSing? It's going to be super hard. There's great front line. He is going to have the bailout behind him as well. It ain't getting any easier anytime soon.
No, it's not. 1xN about to remember, this guy got a cult. He's about to finish that off. Bayet very quiet compared to the first game of the series. This Ezreal was awesome. Struggled in this one here. Topside invade TT. They don't have the Aphelios with them right now. He's a lot of the damage. Careful about taking these fights.
Secure by Aki there. Well done. Managed to get that steal successfully off. Now 1xN coming on over. He's got his utility gun, Graviton, and Burnham available. Does have the Moonlight Vigil as well, so big ticket ultimates with that combo, should he wish to go for it. Replay. There's a little bit of play towards that bot side.
Moves on to Setup. Did he end up forcing any summoners out of him or anything? Got them in the brush. Just ended up... okay, right. That's I guess we missed that on the other side. So it forced the flash. FaZe saw him to safety.
Indeed. If I get that reset off. All the while, of course, that is probably why the blue buff invade started. And Setup down that summoner, but does get out. And again, there was a teleport for that as well. So flash for TP. Relatively even trade, all things said and done.
Ooh, 1xN going for a full pen build, by the way. Going towards either Mortal Reminder or Lord Dominate's Regards next, which means he'll have Collector, maxed out lethality at level 13, and then also LDR for just a ton of pen. He's going to be very bursty, actually, with that build.
Yeah. And again, look, you're into a Rel who loves to steal stats, gets a lot of armor if she gets her pass as well. You've got the Sejuani, again, a tank. The Jax will be trying to run for your head, will be building, I suspect, a little bit of armor where and when he can. He's got steel caps already. I see the value in it here.
Now, Jax can be an Aphelios answer. Not always. The problem is, Jax is good versus Aphelios, not good versus Aphelios Renata.
Yeah.
Because if you jump in and you get hit by the ultimate, get hit by a handshake, you don't actually get to finish off your counter-strike that well. And 1xN, because he's so fed, TT can just afford to just chuck everything into defending the Aphelios.
And look, you've got a Skarner and a Rise in front of you. You've got double cleanser because it's Mikhail's first item. Finding that perfect engage with Jax is just not easy.
Oh yeah, alone on top side. Herald started up. Ultra Prime, TT, both of them trying to bounce back after poor first series. Largely this series has been all about the big team fights. We'll look forward to some more of them later into this game. Junhao tried to make the difference on the Sejuani, but sadly the carry jungler from Ultra Prime doesn't exactly get to do the damage himself in this kind of game. And the Sejuani needs to be comboing up well.
1xN's Infernum ammo there. You can see, I was wondering whether he could get away with a 3-weapon switch again. He's got the Severum Crescendum combo coming up after that one, but no contest comes on through, so we'll clear out that Infernum and look to help secure that Herald for the squad. The Severum Crescendum, though, can put a bit of an onslaught on and go looking with a bailout to see where the Shao Show could be a target. Can't quite get in range there.
Really like the move speed of the onslaught from Severum, and then also the bailout as well, kind of double stacking to allow the Aphelios to just kind of basically have a free ghost at that point. Running towards the mid lane turret, immediate turret take, as you're saying, kills the mid lane out of turret. Can he drive it all the way to bot lane? I don't think he wants to, actually, because he'd be in danger of Cassiopeia checking around the place. Can use it instead to go towards the bot side scuttle. Sure, take the free taxi.
That's the correct choice, Jungler. Yes, get your scuttle crabs. Blabber approved.
Dragging up in 10 seconds. Zaki takes the bot side scuttle with the Herald used to get that. Felos has just gone back, gets himself the Noon Quiver, so a little bit of extra crit chance for him. Ultra Prime, what are they playing with? I mean, the Zeal's not bad for Bayer, but doesn't have a second item just yet. Doesn't really feel like the Lucian can be the game-turning damage. Ultra Prime need to find a way to shut down the Aphelios. They've not been able to do that in anywhere so far.
At least at this point, despite the gold lead, it's relatively even in terms of item completions, and that is a lot of where the gold value comes on through. The difference happens is in Feather, who's got the support item done already. plus the first item in the Mikhail. Culling comes over to Aki, who
pretty good,
does eat some damage, but it's not the end of the world. He's got some honeypoo to get to as well.
Xiaoxia has flash. The flash rail combo has to be good from Ultra Prime.
Jack potentially be in danger. Setup goes throwing down some of that stealth, but won't turn it into a wound isn't quite yet. Dragging down the half HP, goes to prison man, but Aki gets cleansed out by the Mikhail. Can look to contest this dragon.
1xN not in a great position, but these rifle turrets are going to do so much work.
Shake and into the hostile takeover. Oh my days, the Moonlight Vigil. He's trying to dance around. Does get to survive. Gets another Realm Warp forwards. They're all hunting for more. Bye. Just says bye.
Feather hits them with the Cloud of Death. Cloud kill from Feather. Gets 3 into the backline and forces the scattered Ultra Prime members into a retreating team fight. TT almost lose 1xN on the backline, but he has enough damage to do his own stunts now. And Ultra Prime will lose another dragon, another team fight, and a turret on top of it. So big things here are the big catch onto Sejuani to get a lot of HP near the start of this play into the rifle turrets. Aphelios with the rifle turrets gets so much extra random DPS from the auto reset, and the ultimate from Feather. Utterly ridiculous. You do see Egypt does a good job of almost killing 1xN. 1 or 2 more autos would have killed. Couldn't quite get to it though, and 1xN ends up making the difference. Feather the hero of this fight.
It really was, and of course that hostile takeover after the flash followed up with a public execution from Hoya, who keeps the whole backline away afterwards. It's really good stuff. Now you've got the Lord off. Now the second items are through. Now that discrepancy is more visibly and functionally there for Thunder Talk. Soul point 4,000. Make that 6,000 gold lead. I do my maths a bit more correctly. So they are well and truly ahead in this game.
And so much of that is onto this AD carry, who has 2 items completed at 18 minutes. He's 3,000 gold ahead. He's a full item over. Bayer, and the items he's got are going to be very, very bursty. It's less about, you know, the Infinity Edge crit, but if he hits you with his abilities, it does a hell of a lot. They seek John How now. He's going to get a hand shook. Do they look for a fight over here? They do have the Sejuani ultimate.
Where that little discussion that was being had on Twitter the other day by Resident Tom Kenchmain and pretty incredible injury survivor in Watley, saying, look, actually, I really don't think you should be doing Heartsteel on Sejuani. You don't stack that much HP. 3 Giants belt gives you more clear, more HP,
yeah, because that's
and more damage.
Yeah, that was the Tom Kench tech as well. I mean, if you get to stack the Heartsteel well, then obviously it scales throughout the game, and it also transfers your HP into damage in a way that it doesn't otherwise. I still think Heartsteel is a good item. I just don't think it should be auto-piloted. There are other items to go. Stuff like Zeke's has been good before. Stuff like that, which is kind of the multi-resist item. Depends on, of course, what's the flavor of the month. But right now, he's only got the 1 stack on that Heartsteel. Doesn't feel that great.
And you still need to get something like 250 stacks or something to outvalue the 3 Giants belt in terms of the HP you're getting. So yes, you get that initial proc of damage, but you get otherwise, like Saber, should be able to get that tier 1. Something, but again, they are looking for extra prizes because look what's down on the bot side, and there is an Aphelios with 2 items and Severum Crescendum. This Atakan's health bar will disappear very, very fast indeed.
Slips through into his rifle turret. Rifle turrets are my favorite combo for Aphelios in the game. The auto resets, the extra range, the ability to just deny an area of the fight. And what you see on 1xN doing as well, they will lose a turret for this objective and it goes to Ultra Prime. That is a nice bit of golden pocket, but still losing the Atakan. 43 petals for TT, buffed up an extra 25%. Well, nasty as hell. But what you'll see 1xN doing with this kind of combo is if someone else has jumped onto, he'll drop the turret at their feet. So the target which is getting hit has the extra Sentinel turret, which is doing a ton of damage once you get a couple of items. That's a brave ult for you.
The execution income through Exhaust, still gets to hop away. Exhaust all well and slowing you down, but because there's just so many dashes, can't do all that much. Does delay the resets though. Lead to anything more? No, not really. Tier 2 was also taken by TT. So 2 turrets for 1 in TT's end, but they also got the Atakan, and the petal discrepancy we talked about is just extreme.
So I think Hoya... okay, so this is what happened. Use it to get out and go unstoppable. Kind of getting a bit of a weird flip there onto the Jax, which pulled him to the side rather than in the direction he really wanted to. There's some fun stuff you can do with the Ambassador ult where you're unstoppable during the animation of it anyway, so you can use it retreating, not point it towards the enemy team, just point it into nowhere just to go unstoppable.
This is why you see it sometimes.
This is why you see it sometimes. Mirwin was a good player of that.
Keen's and enjoyed doing it.
And then you kind of use the ult miss, but still a spellcaster then get a free dash out anyway. So you can occasionally use that for safety. Quick check in on AD carries again. 2.5 items for Bayer. Doesn't have completed boots, of course, so he gets to save some gold that way. Lucian can sometimes do that. Other side, though, you know, almost there to an Infinity Edge for 1xN, whereas Bayer is obviously twice a ways off of that. Only has the BF sword in inventory, 1xN, a pickaxe, and the boots over him.
Very much so. Much more at this point. Ocean Dragon, 40 seconds off, and that would be Ocean Soul. And we've got a Rise and Ambessa. We've got the already very hard to kill Aphelios, who is taking a long time to go down. He will take even longer to go down with that.
Yeah. And then you think you got to get through someone with the Ocean Soul, and then also the bailout. Even if you do get them to hit 0, it makes it such a treacherous path through a team fight to try and get onto a target, get them down while they're regenning, and then somehow get out before the Renata punishes you with that extra revive if one of you falls in kind. So all 5 members of both teams starting to converge around the objective. Of course they are. All big summoners up for TT. Almost all big summoners up for Ultra Prime. They don't have the ability to teleport flying for Egen or teleport back in if he takes a chunk. What's the play for Ultra Prime?
Rank 10 on that row. I did set a break up to level 16 now as well, but that will improve a lot of damage. In comes the cleanse from onto Aki to ensure with the Mikhails he's not going to be picked off with that total prison, but again it feels a bit desperate that from John Howe. What that's likely to Shark on the flank angle, got the ghost running, switch summoners around Hoya, set up on the other side, and goes EJ. That was a turret secured by the minions. Get a massive impale. Goodbye, Lucian. Hostile takeover, public execution, and it's not going to be the Penta, but it'll still be a team wipe as Fire and Fury and a few hundred years of game design get 1xN the team fight of his dreams.
1xN doesn't want to flash for the quadra kill. Turns out that summoner's pretty important, but he'll still get the triple in the fight. 1xN's Aphelios has been an absolute treat to watch. Egen will be stopped on his recall. He won't be able to walk back. There's a dubstep ignite drop down by Feather, as I don't think I've ever seen a Renata solo kill a Jax before, but there's a first time for everything.
Two setups TP'd in for. He got a bailout to buy time. He tried to TP out. It doesn't get worse. 40 seconds on Baron. And TT will have 40 seconds while the Jax isn't on the board and can't join very quickly.
Now 1xN 4,000 gold ahead.
Oh boy.
He just completed his Infinity Edge, upgraded his Berserker Greaves as well. This is a walking warhead is 1xN. And in this fight, the Skarner ultimate setting up everyone to get pinned into the Aphelios damage is insane. Double carries caught out by the Skarner ultimate right in front of the Aphelios. Wonderful ultimate coming through from Aki to make sure that 1xN can do crazy amount of damage in front of them.
Baron's up. Severin, Crescendum locked and loaded. 3 items plus upgraded Berserker Greaves. Level 14. This thing will disappear. Xiaoxia off vision on a control ward looking for a flank angle. Has got Spellbook. Could have looked for a smite angle. Will not find it. And the Baron just disappears. But I had to set it up. There was a world.
There was a world. Yeah, it's the. Do you ever hear that one about Cadium with the 1v4 with the P90?
How does that one go?
Sets have called out. Xiaoxia, he's in the bag.
Oh, Gravity gets him with a Magnet Storm. The 1xN taken very low. Got a bailout. Needs to get the kill. Does get the reset. Still alive.
1xN's Aphelios strikes again. The master of the Hitman and the Seer comes to play.
What do you know? The weapon of the faithful. Sometimes you just gotta believe, folks. 11-0-6. You wonder why we like to see him on this champion? Just take a look at this damn game.
Oh, screw it. Bring Aphelios meta back. I want to see this guy on it more. Ultra Prime will fall in game 3. 1xN special, dealing the killer blow.
Thunder Talk, wounded, changing rosters, but it's still looking like they've got a little bit of something underneath it. They walk the walk. They win a series.
Thunder Talk. Teamwork makes the dream work. 1xN, a player which has had muted performances this year. A player which we've always had our eyes on. Potentially the next superstar AD carry in our region. Comes out with a classic performance for himself. Ultra Prime outclassed by 1xN in this final game. Of course, the rest of the supporting crew too. I think Aki and Feather should absolutely be shouted out for their peel and frontline work.
Really, really good work. I enjoyed that game. It's always watching a guy like 1xN really show why we've got. Yeah, this guy's got it. Commiserations tonight for Frogs, one of our Ultra Prime super fans in chat. It's a frustrating one. Game 1 was really good. Game 2 was winnable. This one is just, yeah, it's a bit of an annoying one.
And I think Ultra Prime now going 0-2 in their first couple of series. They'll need to find a way to bounce back from that. Obviously, that's the nothing burger statement to say. What have they shown us? What haven't they shown us as well? They've shown us some decent team fighting. They've shown some ability to play around Eugen and individual levels from him and some good team fights. I need to see Junhao step up in the way that he did earlier in the year, though. That's something which I think has been missing from this split.
Yeah.
It's only 2 series, but Junhao was one of my shortlist for MVP candidates for last split because he was that important to his team. He's Neferi, one of the best in the league. His Lee Sin, Shinzao, you name it, were really, really powerful. I need to see him take a step up again and be that carry again. They've been missing that. On the other side, TT, they have managed to pull out a little bit of star power here and there from the likes of 1XM, which I think was the difference today.
Yeah, it was. I have no doubt he'll be the MVP here. What's coming up after this, guys? We'll have LNG versus NIP. New look for NIP in particular, changing out a lot of players. Should be quite exciting to see exactly what it goes forwards with. We'll continue to go and have a look at that. Guys, quick heads up and some dear old housekeeping. I am Initialise. This is Nymaera. You're on their channel. We are live on Twitch, on YouTube, namely Nymaera's YouTube, also live on Anivia's YouTube. Pleasure to see you all over there. I see you, Tavada, Kazel, all of the crew over there. Also live for the first couple times over the last few days on TikTok. Lovely to have you guys in there. Any feedback in terms of how you want that stream to look, what you want out of that stream, give us a heads up. Maybe we can get a cam or something in there as well, do something a bit different. Always can be a bit cool. Just to make sure your chat will keep an eye on it. It's really awesome. Last note. It's the spiel, guys. It's the shilling. Give us your money. Subscribe on the Twitch. Go to the Ko-fi. Please feed us casters. We do this all off our own back. There is no official broadcast. It's us in a bedroom trying to bring you the LPL. So for those of you who have a love for this region, have got the extra £5, want to help support this region, help support us as creators, following makes a massive difference in terms of our ability to get sponsors, subscribing on Twitch gives us coffee. That's wonderful. We can keep doing that. The Ko-fi also gives us coffee. And if you can consider doing that, tip us out. Think of it as musicians or actors or whatever else it is. If you love what we do, consider dropping it in there. We'll try and get that link out to you for the Ko-fi, particularly in all of the chats, because that one is platform agnostic. So thank you very much. I know it's a spiel. I know we're advertising to you, but we still have to do it. Thanks very much for the wonderful support, guys.
First series of the day done. Second one coming right up. TT and NIP versus LNG. We don't have a great litmus test for them yet. It's very hard to predict, given it's their first series. Now, Leave and Doomby remaining on NIP solo kill as well. He was there playing most of the games for last split, but technically a 3 roster switch for them. LNG also had some changes coming through. You see how they kind of managed to stand up in this split. They were quite poor last time.
Yeah.
They were very close to getting knocked out alongside RNG or OMG, of course, the 2 teams from last split, which ended up bowing out. So a good litmus test for them. They've added a new top laner. Don't know if he'll be starting. Who I don't know whether they will be starting or not. The rest of the team, I believe, is the same as last split with Xiaofeng, Haichao, LP, and Wall and the rest of it. I expect Zucker to start, but we'll see.
The one Zucker, again, has been up and down. When LNG had their last great run, he really stepped up. Unfortunately, with the loss of Scout and of Tarzan, who've gone on other teams since then, it does really feel like the fortunes of LNG have begun to fade. And we're going to get a big highlight reel here, guys. 1XN, backed up by his squad, being allowed to free fight. And again, it's a really good Aphelios angle, guys. They've got really good frontline, additional threats, loads of ways to keep the Aphelios alive. Double cleanses, a bailout, a Skarner, a Rise, and an Ambessa there to buy space on top of all of that as well. Actually bringing the Aphelios down before he unleashes ungodly hell upon you was always going to be a nightmare.
Right, so we're going to take ourselves... I need myself a quick break.
Go for it.
Remember to keep waving high, because it goes on orders when we're inactive and stuff. We'll get ready for our thing. Then we'll run an ad break as well before the interviews come back up, and I'll be back in a second, folks.
Go forth and rest the brain. Hello, folks. Good to see you over on TikTok. So it turns out if you just stream on TikTok, you can end up in this position where you're told you're not active enough. It's a bit annoying when you're trying to cast and it's off to the side. So if I'm turning over here, it's because I'm sorting TikTok. waving a load of people. Let's see what the MVP is. Wow, what a shock! 40% in also damage. Lord Almighty, yes. Aphelios Gaming. Oh, this will be a really good replay. Why? I keep hitting return rather than space for some reason. Very. Just tweeting about 1XM. NIP load not good. We'll see. We'll see. I think there is more there than you need to worry than people might otherwise worry about. I think Leave has actually played really well. I also think Nayo and Niket, if you were going to take a gamble on rookie talent, they would be two of my front runners. They were the jungle support duo on Top Esports Challenges in 23 particularly, and 22 actually to a lesser extent, where they were just the best jungle support.
大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人欣然。恭喜 TT 拿下了本场 BO3 的胜利。我们请到的是打野战神 Aki 来到赛后采访席，欢迎 Aki 跟大家打招呼吧。
Quite a learning curve to get through, but he is actually
欢迎 Aki 也是恭喜你们拿到了队伍首胜。之前看到你的个人短彩里面说，好，我们现在先把路定下来。现在这个小目标达到了之后，对于后续的赛程会有信心的吧
？Who can help
今天拿下来就
teach them how to be aggressive on an LPL level? That could be really good. I think Leave is showing himself to be a really solid AD carry, and I think Solico actually had a really good last split. So I think on paper people are wondering why the hell would you go for Nayo and Niket? If they were ever going to work with the kind of roaming god of Doinby behind them, this would be the way I think it would do.
那你的预想里面
Yeah, exactly. So
有说感
Papam
觉
Doinby as a
从大
mentor
应
to
该
help take a lot of their kind of raw talent for aggressive plays and making something of it would be really good. I think they are still not the best from an even game, so if they're losing one, they will go for plays that are much more punishable at this level that they could get away with at LDL level, where they were often just ahead. That's not so guaranteed, let's be real, at LPL level.
劣势有点大了，就再拖几分钟吧。
但是第二局的话，感觉好像跟第一局有一点镜像嘛。第一局你们是5高0开局，但是第二局其实 UP 是稍微占上风一点点的。所以你们是怎么通过，比如说下路的4包2啊，以及中期的一个置换资源，去步步瓦解他们的优势的呢？
因为我们中野英雄比较强嘛，我们下子加安妮肯定是随便打猴子的，所以我们就可以随便在他野区乱窜吧。
那第3局感觉就顺多了，每一步感觉都是利益最大化。那你觉得？站在 TT 的立场上面来讲，可能说对比于前2局，第3局整体哪一部分做得比较好，所以才能赢得这么顺利呢？
我觉得我们第3把的整体沟通，然后规划还有 BP 都挺好的吧。
那现在阿 K 也是加入到队伍不算特别久的时间嘛，可能像伊山之前在前彩里面说的一样，可能磨合的时间并不算特别的长。那你现在个人来讲，觉得大概已经到几成的程度了呢？
我加入到 TT 打训练赛都没有超过5天吧，应该。然后现在可能就差不多，可能就50、60吧，最多了。
所以我们可以说是能够期待 TT 在后面的表现是越来越好的，对吗？
对的。
好的，也谢谢阿 K 来到我们赛后采访的环节，再次恭喜你们拿到了比赛的胜利。在本场的比赛结束之后，来看一下这场比赛的精彩 spotlight。
可以把位隔一下。
不要站一起，会被开，不要站一起，眼排掉，
Getting
眼
some
排
more
掉。
look in here at the end of the series.
加一轮吧，夏哥你多少？你多少？
You guys are listening. I don't want to speak too much over the conversation.
哎，慢点，慢点，来，我开到了。
我可以冲进去，你们
牛头，先打牛头，先打牛头。看着，沉着。
来，
我死了，我没死，慢点。
哎，能来看我吗？
慢打，开位。哦，碰我龙没闪，闪压了，碰我龙没闪，他没闪，放龙，分出线，来中路，先拆，来，试这一波，先拆，
我逼了 TP 过来，
先来拆，
我也 TP，我也 TP，
先来拆。
Good recovery. I messed up because I said Gravity Storm rather than Magnet Storm to
再给
begin
你们
with.
看一下，能开船早点喊我们出来啊！
可以要出来啊！他们人来的话要出来，能看吗？
能看，开吧。
Nice end call.
打脸上的。
别乱说，
开 AD。OK。我2秒 Q，看他，没跳。打死了。
Loud something out of nowhere.
一波吗？
追一下吧。
一波吧。
来一波。
那我每这
High chance strong in LGD, weakener LNG. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, Darren.
怎么抛着线？我有干过的。我干过的。别怕。
生意。
动都动不了，兄弟。
Nice，
给他干过我。
一波。
上路一波。
帅。
Network speed. Maybe just to plug this in. Might be the other thing. Maybe that's what it is. Probably not a bad idea actually. Probably get a LAN cable in for the laptop. That's totally fine. He just needs BT. He has cleanse. Yeah. I mean, but I think honestly, Shex King, like, I don't think Aphelios needed it that game because he had bailout behind him and double cleanse. Like, actually bringing him down and keeping him down was really, really hard. And the best way to him for survive is just to blow people up. Like, oh no, I've died. Wait, I can just go again. I hear Egen's voice is piercing. Strident voices, huh? Oh, about to get round to our next game of the day. NIP versus LGD. Big new look for NIP as we've been talking about. Solo kill sticking around at the top side of a replacement last split, but new jungle, new support. We're here in Shenzhen, NIP's home arena. It's the Taiwan jeans, aren't it, bro? Is there a new jungler from before? Didn't see what it is. It's Niall. It's Niall, who was top esports challenger, where he was very good. Came up to LPL and didn't really make it work. It ended up being Milky Way who was the standout in the split where he joined. I think I'd probably prefer NIP, mainly because I think LNG looked potentially like the worst team in the league last split. Like, it was not pretty. Whereas NIP had problems, had a lot of work to do, but you still had some very scary players. I think Leave in particular, and Solo Kill a little later on, actually had some really good showings. Leave was trying his damn hardest. I think actually Leave's had a really good year. He's up there as an MVP candidate for me, just by sheer virtue about a heavy lifting he has to do. We'll see whether the new changes help out. We'll see. But where was Niall before? So he went to LGD. Needed a bit of work to do. He did the Nest run in 2024. Was on a Rare Atom where Rare Atom was just not good. Not really much way to say about that one. Oh, that's right. His name means cream just in Chinese. Another lactose tolerance player. Yeah, was on the Rare Atom squad that just didn't work. But him and Niket were old duos on top esports challenges. We'll see how they do. Is Scout still in LNG? No, he's gone to JDG Physic. He went beginning of this year. There was a whole lot of drama about Scout as per ever and fines and EDG, like legal stuff. It was a whole thing. But there's the lineup. Zerko, Xiaofang, Haichao, LP, and Zhuo. We'll see how they do. But after last split, I don't have a lot of hope right yet. We need to see significant improvements from last split. They are, I think, in some ways lucky to be here. They managed to recover at the end of the split just enough to avoid getting eliminated for the damn year. RNG, of course, were not so lucky. That's pretty sad to see. And we did lose, of course, at the end of the year. OMG and RNG, who ended up with a very mediocre 1-4 series win rate and only 4 game wins across the split. It was very rough. LNG managed to recover 3 series wins in the end, but at the start of the split was looking pretty ugly. NIP on the other side. Not perfect, certainly not. Definitely not what they were in split 1, where people were going, damn, how incredible this. Doumbé was first place mid lane and was MVP of the split. You're looking at Leave, who's doing really well in the 80 carry role, and playoffs hit, and they weren't that great anymore. And this second split was like, oh dear, not pretty.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是泱泱。我们邀请到的是苏州 LNG 的辅助选手卓，欢迎卓哥，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是苏州 LNG 的辅助选手卓。
欢迎，终于迎来了第3赛段啊，一个全新的赛段。相信 LNG 对于这个赛段也是充满了很多的期待嘛。能不能具体说说这个赛段你们的目标和想法呢？
我们的目标的话就是涅槃组的第1吧，然后希望可以通过骑士之路进到季后赛。
那对于你个人，你自己对于这个赛段有没有什么特殊的要求？希望自己呈现一个什么样的状态？
因为这个赛季的话，其实我是队内最年长的选手了，然后我觉得。不管是游戏内还是游戏外，我都希望自己能表现得成熟一点吧。
好的，那就期待成熟的卓哥在比赛当中给我们带来的精彩表现，也期待你们稍后比赛加油。我们一会儿见。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是泱泱。我们邀请到的是深圳 NIP 的打野选手奶油，欢迎奶油，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 NIP 的打野奶油。
这是奶油加入到 NIP 之后的首场比赛，所以想问一下，你希望自己给队伍带来什么样的化学反应呢？
我希望，我到来能让 NIP 的那个进攻性更强一点吧。
奶油其实加入 NIP 一起训练生活有一段时间了，在你印象当中，你觉得 NIP 是一支什么样的队伍
？I did. I said NIP because I said LNG are points last, but the worst team in the league haven't changed all that much.
好的，那就期待你们今天的精彩表现。我们一会儿见。
For me, a part of this is my LDL bias, but I think Niket and Nayo as the old top esports duo. If you're ever going to see these two succeed as
top esports challengers,
sorry, yes,
clarify.
Yes, from LPL. But if you're ever going to succeed as a rookie, relatively speaking, again, they've got a year or so of play under their belt, so not quite that anymore. But if you're ever going to see them develop properly, Doumbé in mid lane, notorious for his map moves, notorious for his shot calling, might give them the lessons learned, the mentorship required to get some value out of that. And they are really aggressive, mechanically gifted players. It's just honing and practicing that a bit at an LPL level.
And can anyone explain why Haichao looked like the second coming of Rookie when he was in LGD and now he sucks in LNG? Even on LGD, which, I mean, I really enjoyed watching him, his habit was he could just outplay himself. He overplayed a lot of scenarios where he was looking for the god move when he could have just settled for the good move. And occasionally that made him look fantastic, but he was judging those players a little worse and worse. And I think this year has been a harder one to judge because I think just the vibes of that team are just well off. Hopefully they've had a chance to reset. They haven't made huge changes compared to some other teams like NIP. You know, technically 3 people leaving the team, even though one of them was on the bench. 3 players leaving the OMG 23 core is a big atmosphere change within the team because they have a lot of history together. I don't know whether LNG have actually made enough changes to springboard themselves. I don't know.
Find out. Okay,
take your break.
I'm going to go put the kettle on.
Yeah,
I'll return in short order.
Cool. I'll
look after him, chat.
Yeah, you try and do that. I guess I'll wave the hi at some people in TikTok chat. And move the laptop back a little bit. Well, no, not now. Just do it when you're getting in and out. Because I can't. Okay, it's fine now. Just go. Go. Sam, take your break. I'll figure this shit out. So what I need to do is bring it a little closer within arm's length. Okay, I put on some ads earlier, which means got a little bit of time before. Yeah, pre-roll's still fine for now. I'll have to run some others. I will do a poster check as well. Cheers, I appreciate that. LNG, let's go. I mean, I want LNG to do well. I like Zucker. I think that guy's a very good top laner at peak. Oh, okay. So for this game, we don't have that much to go off of, besides the fact that Leave was doing very well last split. I think Leave was very good. And I don't necessarily think... I don't necessarily think LNG have made enough of a change. So this fight, this looks like this game will be in LNG's... wait, this is LNG's or NIP's? This is in NIP's arena. This is NIP's arena. LNG have a lot more than the neon signs around the place. Well, welcome the teams out onto the stage. Compliment for Duo. No, why don't everywhere you go, Duo? Why do they not have entrance ceremonies like this? It's such a momentous occasion of people walking, well, you know, you walking into their lives. It deserves this kind of uproar, you know. This is NIP's arena. It's been upgraded since last year. They started playing this, I believe, last split. Can't remember if it was a split 1 or split 2. And out come the teams. Yes, this is Shenzhen. Shenzhen, yep.
首先欢迎深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas， 上单 Solo Q， 打野奶油，中单 Doing B， 下路 Leaf， 辅助 Nike。 欢迎苏州 LNG Esports， 上单紫卡，打野小方，中单海超，下路 LP， 辅助卓。
Solo kills died his set. I actually missed that. I was too busy looking at TikTok. No crowd. That's a good point. I actually didn't see the crowd.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第1日的第2场比赛，由苏州 LNG 对战深圳 NIP， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏尽巅峰。
No, I wasn't distracted by TikTok brain rot. I was trying to find the TikTok live again so I could put it on my phone and at least have it there, you know? No, it's all good, Anna. It's all good. Okay, so, big points in this game. NIP need to show that the vibes are fixed. They need to show that they have a good atmosphere, a good approach towards strategy. Last split, it felt like just the vibes went mega off. Doomby was double, triple banned. You know, he would never get Rise Galio, or what was the other one? Typically the Rise and the Galio. And he just wasn't allowed to impact the game with globals. That was the biggest thing that was banned away from him. You know what? I wonder whether NIP might be one of the few teams that would play Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate was very low win rate at MSI, but I feel like if there is going to be a team in the LPL that does that, it would be Doomby with his mastery of globals. Thank you, Kim. That's a comment and a half. Okay, so we'll get started for our... I don't know about TikTok brain rot, but Nymaera again with some gold content. I know, right? It's been a while since I've heard that voice line, actually. So glad they got rid of the 1v1. Yeah, I agree. I think that I enjoyed it for the novelty. I really didn't like the half-an-hour delay to every series, particularly when we had 3 series days. It's an extra hour and a half to every day, which is just too much. We were already streaming like 8 hours a day for the longer ones, you know? Okay, do I run another set of ads now? Yeah, I'm gonna run... Oh, I'll run 1 minute ad break now. No, I'll run some ads now, just so we don't get them when we're in game. So you won't miss anything if you have Prime on Twitch. Let's get ourselves into it then, shall we? Okay. LNG, NIP. Great benchmark series for both of these teams. We haven't seen either of these teams just yet. NIP making 2 changes from split to split, 3 in the start of the year by removing the entire core of OMG 2023. Solo Kill came in last split. Nio and Niket coming in now to try and fix a failing project for NIP. Very quick draft so far. Full bans are through. Again, multiple bans towards Doomby. No Galio, no Rise. The Annie also removed away from him. NIP quickly snapping up Rumble Vi, which is actually what we saw happen in last series with TT. On the other side, Pantheon was banned away, so there's no Pantheon to Lear, but they do get Pantheon Shins out, which is a good defensive combo. Rumble can sometimes struggle to deal with that, and the stream has closed. We all good there? The clean feed seems to be struggling a little bit there, because it's from a different venue. Sometimes they have some issues with that. I'm just going to quickly get myself a backup stream, ready to go. Now, hopefully this will restart at some point. Looks like it's back again. I hear the volume. There we go. Hopefully, just a momentary delay. Remember, when you see this camera, that's fine. When you see something go black on that bit, it's China's end which ends up having issues. All good. Back now. Varus goes to the side of LNG. I'm surprised that LNG didn't snap up the Rumble and the Varus. Normally, I just expect the Varus to be banned. I'm just surprised when it's picked, because I just expect it to be banned permanently. Silas for Doomby, another big pick for him. You can steal the Crescent Guard and the Varus ultimate, which are 2 very good ones already. You have an aggressive option in the Varus ultimate, defensive one in the Shinzao ultimate. You can steal the global ultimate, exactly, for Zek as well, because Doomby is very good at those globals. Second round. Jhin bound away, typically the neutralizing answer into the Varus. They do similar things. Varus a little bit better, but you know, most people are happy to take Jhin into Varus as long as they've got something else for that trade. And yes, draw against NIP. Used to play for them. True. Draw was on NIP last year. PP God, of course, playing for NIP for the majority of this year. Poppy Nautilus banned away from Draw, which means Niket Rel 4th pick if LNG don't ban it, potentially. Normally you'd want to counter-pick support, but with the double bans there, sometimes means that you do want to lock in a champion like that too. If you lock in an AD carry, you can still, again, counter-pick support, but I feel like you can just lock in that Rel. I suppose there's the Alistair too, so you can do whatever. Whatever. At that point, you can counter-pick support. You have to see a couple of different engage options. NIP... think about locking in that Misfortune, be a very big wombo combo comp if they did. Misfortune can deal with the Varus in the laning phase. Again, surprised that Varus ever gets through the draft, but has done so here. Senna instead, very powerful in the recent patches. Leaves you with the ability to go towards any of your more tanky melee supports as that last pick and make them that much more obnoxious to deal with the extra heals and shields. Hello folks, how are you all doing? Okay, going through this first draft. LNG, yep, the Ambassador's fine into the Rumble. You sort of lose, but you get some extra value because you survive the Rumble and then you impact team fights. Tends to be the way of it. What support they're going towards? Varus Renata, very good anti-dive, and I suppose there are double divers in the Silas and the Vi. I would prefer, I would have preferred something like the Alistair, honestly, I think, but...
It's very lane dominant. Gotta say, Varus Renata gets a lot of shove early.
But I feel like LNG now lack engage. They have Varus ult, they have Ambassador ultimate, but if they'd gone for something like the Alistair, I feel like it would have been easier to actually land the first punch.
Yeah, it's very single target, right? Like, if you do land that first bit of CC, the Talia shove, the Ambassador ult, the Shinzao knock, it's there, but it's a lot more conditional. The only real AoE engage, I suppose, is the Renata ult for a very lucky shove or spread on the arrow from the Varus. We're all now locked in to help mitigate that a little bit here as well, and NIP, I think they're committal with the Vi, assuming they go in well with the Silas on top of that. You can steal things like...
yeah, no, there's a really good point there too. Stay braids a very good point. They couldn't have locked the Alistair because there's a Silas on the other team.
Yes.
That is how you lose a game of
That
League
is
of
very
Legends.
fair.
You never want to do that. That's actually very, very fair. You could have, however, locked in something like that Rel and it would have been completely fine. But something more tanky and engaging is what I would have wanted to see rather than Renata, which can, yes, flash wall with the ultimate, but struggles a little bit more. Still has good value here against the Vi and the Silas who need to go melee. You manage to ping the ult onto them. It's quite hard for them to dodge as they're diving towards your carries. Braum locked in for Kitten the Cat. It's a specialty of his.
does struggle versus Varus Renata in lane, but later on can work very well as follow-up CC for the Vi and Silas.
Alright, adjust the microphone.
Yes.
So you can see the screen.
I pulled it up a little bit so I could a bit more comfortable stuff there.
Fine.
Well, yeah, get into our first game here in Shenzhen, Series 2 of the day. NIP LNG debuting on this split and their, I suppose, new roster for NIP.
Yeah. Pretty much so. Again, we'll see how they look. Yeah, a whole thing.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Because then it's going to start to sag down, so. Do the other side, so tilt it up a little bit, bring it down a little bit, just so you can see that a bit more. That'll work for now. Just be careful with this, because it will start to sag.
It's,
Besides, I know my microphone sensitive. I know it.
That's fair enough. IP wanting to return to split one form if they can. Hello, JDG Scout is best. Welcome back to the LPL. How are you feeling about the drafts in general? Have you got a team you're preferring at this point?
Looks like we've got a pause coming onto stage, so we have a little bit of time to speak about that too. I don't love the lack of engage over on LNG. And that is an issue. That is an issue when you are against the likes of a Senna who can sit back, get the extra taps in, orb walk a little bit better. If you don't have consistent ways onto the Senna, that can be an issue. And you can say, yes, there's good laning phase. The Varus Renata will definitely beat up the Senna Braum a fair bit. But once we get through to the mid and late game, and from just what I've seen from Group Nirvana, realistically, these teams win through team fighting, not through rushing early lane dominance into like a clean closeout. These teams don't confidently know how to close out through those early leads into mid games. They have to have decisive team fights. So when it comes to these teams, I look at ease of team fighting. One team has Vi Rumble, and they have a Senna following over the top of it. The other team has, at best, a Flash Renata ult. It feels like it's just quite hard to start the fight on your terms.
The other side of that as well then is, remember who's piloting these things. Doinbeat, very good Silas, had it banned away from a lot. Lee, one of his best champions for a very long time, has been the Senna. He's always been a Senna player.
True, yeah, true.
So some very comfortable champions there, of course. And yes, still got to deal with Varus lanes, still got to deal with a lot of mid-game skirmishing power. Do not get me wrong, Varus, Talia, Shin's out. Yeah, that'll do.
But microphone's side, so. So I just noticed that.
I think it's where it was, isn't it?
No, it's no. I'm telling you, it happens like that sometimes. It's just the way that the microphone's a little bit heavy. Chat, comment in Onivia's chat. Can't be the only one who thinks Braum doesn't have the fast attack speed to follow up on his passive. When you have Vi with auto attack resets and Silas with his passive who gets the attack speed through when he starts casting spells, you get a little bit more, and at that point it is actually pretty decent. You know, if the Vi ult goes in, Braum Q hits while they're in the Vi animation, typically if you've got the full, and also auto tap Q Senna as well, by the end of the Vi ult, typically you've got the Braum passive activated.
Very much do. How that all works out. There from some of the crowd members waiting to get in. No idea what's going on. It's so
first game on the stage for this split, so typically it'll be just some back end or some peripheral stuff which I haven't sorted out just yet for this split. This is the stuff which, well, this is why we tech check, but first day always
there's always something.
Throws a bit of a curveball.
And it's always different once you're actually in game, once the crowd's in there, all those things. Scout is best, by the way, with the reset. Thank you very much. 9 months in a row, my friend. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in as always.
Had the intro there, that's short on screen. Just had a chat with LPL host whose name I don't actually know as yet. The LPL host and interviewer who the newer.
I actually haven't kept up with that at all. I have to say, I've been so locked in with the gameplay that I actually haven't followed the Chinese broadcast side of things that much.
I have asked before and it has been told me. I believe I forgot the name. It's very bad. I do apologise.
I can do that. Yeah.
stops the inactive thing coming through. Well, I suppose now we're in for a bit of a pause. We can have some bit more of a chat. Do we have any trivia we can throw through to you? Let me think about it. Let me think about it.
I've got some fun Aphelios trivia for you.
Sure.
So the designer of that champion was certainly T, who quite famously created...
Is that a Western fan of Chinese?
Yes.
Let's go. Nice. Good to see.
But yes, Aphelios' designer was certainly T, notorious for being quite out there with his designs, making some very strong champions. He was Zoe's designer and that kind of thing as well. However, a lot of his champions also became very popular because they were actually really distinctive, really unique, quite powerful, yes, but like it's the reason they have such dedicated mains quite often. And one of the things was, this was the kind of designer he was. When they were trying to figure out how to give Aphelios power that would kind of ebb and flow, they literally were going to have his power change based on the real life phases of the moon. That was one of his genuine design concepts. So depending on the real life position of the moon, his power would be greater or stronger. So if it's a full moon, it'd be his full power. If it was a new moon gone away, it would have been, in fact, at his weakest. They did decide, in the end, to curtail that particular context. It would have been too ridiculous, but that was a legitimate idea for Aphelios, which I find just amazing.
You know, I just remembered some other very funny things. This is a bug that happened. Does anyone else remember what happened with the insane Viego bug, which gave him 1.2 billion AP? Anyone remember that? There was a bug with Viego where if he had a Dark Seal, we're getting into game anyway, he had a Dark Seal and then ended up, something like, if he ended up dying while he was in another champion's body while he had Dark Seal and he was on 0 stacks, you'd get like an overflow and it would go beyond like negative into massive positive number, and then because his E gave him like a AP passive on his auto attacks, he can one-shot everything in the game. Ridiculous.
Very, very silly, of course. Crowds to listen to today. NIP fans definitely there in slightly bigger force, of course, to home arena, and Doomby's on the squad, which will always give you a little bit of a boost in viewership and a bit of a boost in fans. He is incredibly popular out in the LPL and China as a whole, one of the biggest streamers out there as well. Been a very popular member of the crew for a very long time. There's our statistical breakdown. Like NIP favored a little bit in that mid game when the Vi and the Silas and the Rumble can start doing cool things with their ultimates, and scaling back slightly towards LNG. Interesting, perhaps the range advantage sometimes giving a bit more value on things like the Talir and the Varus and the chain single target, yes, but chain CC is potentially valuable too.
Yeah, if you go very late into the game, you do still have quad melee into Renata. Rumble is a melee, yes, affects things from range. I think we saw this in Top Esports IG, actually. There was a game there where it's just a lot of melees trying to dive into a very good anti-melee, pumping Poppy Talir, that one. Initial trade going well for the Varus Renata, as it would do. Varus Renata, one of the strongest duos, maybe even the strongest lane dominant duo on the patch. Senna Braum, their job is to not drop too much farm and try and get some value out of the early lane. Listen, missing cues like that, Leave, doesn't help.
Let's try and do it through the ward there. Try to get cheeky with it. Couldn't quite manage to land it down. And then afterwards, the loyalty program comes on through. And again, it's one of the things you do at level 1 on the Renata is you run that particular one because you get shield on 2 people, damage on 2 people. It doesn't scale all that well, but early on, really obnoxious poke and defenses.
What's happening with the jungle pathing? Both going opposite sides. So we've got Shinzao going top to bot, Vi going bot to top. I think that typically works out in favor in the jungle matchup of the Vi, who wants to avoid the Shinzao where and when they can. However, you are going to have Shinzao able to leverage off a very strong Varus Renata bot side. You can then allow him into the enemy bot side jungle, potentially if the camp respawns, and of course that bot side scuttle grab.
Indeed. Early shot there. Interesting from the Ambassador into the Rumble. Rumble, I suppose, at this point with the...
So, rule of thumb with this, actually, it's actually just a fun thing to note. Minion damage on Rumble's Q has been nerfed so heavily over time
you only really look for the bounce back at level 4, because that's when you get second level in Flame Spitter, and that's when you actually start to be full length. Which is why often Rumble no longer starts with the Flame Spitter level 1, you go for the instead. Heal used by Niket. Handshake went wide, but the loyalty program still got double damage there.
Shove on in, and understandably, NIP caught under the turret, and again, you're there under a poke Varus. Actually, no, it's not with the Lethal Tempo. I take that back. Still early on, the damage will be obnoxious from those arrows.
Yeah. Now, the thing about the Varus build with this is, like, when you go with a Renata, if you're Viper, you still go poke. And that's sometimes to confuse the world. We think, oh, isn't just poke Varus? Don't you always go poke Varus? And I have to say, I think poke Varus is better into NIP's comp, because they're very squishy, and you can outrange them because they're all melee. However, with a Renata, there's just the neurons activated. What do you mean I get more attack speed and an extra health bar? It sometimes works like that.
And I can also see something with the fact that, let's be real, LP is target numero uno for NIP, and when you've got Bailout behind you, when you've got the Unraveled Earth, there's something to be said for, look, I'm going to play for Bailout for auto attacks, for people going to be in my range, they're going to be diving for me, fine.
We literally just saw 1XM dude do the blueprint. That is the dream where you lock in and you think, yep, I'm going to go down to 0 HP, reset, and kill everyone anyway. That can be very, very powerful.
I can see the thought process, and I think that game plan does have value this game, at least from LP, even if perhaps you don't get as much damage. Otherwise,
the Resident Sleeper early game. Again, works out for Vi. Nio, first game on NIP here, replacing Aki, who just played earlier, did win earlier on the day with TT. Nio, been in and out of the LPL, not necessarily made the biggest impact, of course, was on Rare Atom with the tag RA Nio, where if you looked at it with squinted eyes, looked bad.
Yeah.
Go back and watch his games. Or just one game. Find the screenshots. It looks bad to a Western audience. But still, the player's been, you know, notorious within the LDL because he had a very good run on Top Esports Challenges. He was there with Niket and Jachi was their bot lane, I believe. Which you'd know a little bit more about than myself. This is kind of like the next class of LDL talent which are trying to get their foothold into the LPL.
I still think it's Rare Atom period that had the worst of the try codes.
Poor old
Isley. Poor old Isley.
No, Dragon getting out forward over. Big priority here for LNG.
The potential chunk there as Nio gets a really good amount of damage. Dragon secure. Bailout's on down to LP. He's not going to get a reset there. Important pickup. The heal down as well. And some souls for Leaf to secure at the back end of it as well. UMB chunked out a little bit there. But again, Dragon for a kill. Not the worst there. Public execution on the solo kill. Not level 6 yet. Flashes. Zucker looking for the solo kill. Flash out. Nicely done.
He's going to take his name and do just that to him. Solo kill in the top lane. Had the XP as the Rumble gets blasted. Does get the flash out of Zucker as they retreat from the tower, but the Ambassador is now ahead of the game. Good news for LNG, because giving over gold and a few extra souls towards leave is a problem, especially once you've just lost that flash on Shinzao as well, which can be very important at forcing fights in your advantage early game. So, mixed bag across the map.
There's resets coming on through. Grubs in a minute and a half. Too much here to see. Here's our replay as we look at the level 6 coming on through of the minions, and immediately Zucker goes for it.
One of the great things about Ambassador is that you can trade onto the enemy champion and the wave at the same time when you start spinning around like that, so he's getting damage onto the Rumble whilst also forcing the minions down enough to get level 6. And the great thing there, it looked like he was going to auto-attack the minion. He uses solo kill, assuming he'll kill the minion, to instead cast ult and use his own instincts against him. That's a very bad teleport.
Oh, rapid flash away from Niket, gets himself out to safety. Kobe warming up his vocal cords there. That TP really sucked. It was just a suck this time around.
That was the spellbook teleport, which sometimes you could tell people are not as locked in with those teleports. LP running the 1v1 versus Senna because Varus is disgusting in the 1v1. Good damage there, but I believe we'll get some damage back.
That's the last Embrace will do. Now coming on over. I think they want to fight this. What hijacks are available? It's the hostile takeover. Bit of the taste of their own medicine. Into goes the classic guard. They buy some time, trying to get some heals. The bailout's not enough. Now the passive with the concussive blows gives Zucker a bit of a headache. Rumble down for the count as well.
It's not a bad Ambassador combo, but the hostile takeover stolen is a bit of contraband of the contraband. Dermby, great impact in that first fight of the game for him.
Good work there. Down a little bit of CS, but it's melee into range. Gets a nice engage there. It's 1,000 gold lead to NIP. It's the feat of warfare towards the full feats of strength. Now they just need some objectives or some turrets. And G will have both of those at this point to get a hold of those upgraded boots. Have really strong feet. They've been to the gym, but like only for feet. What? Strong feet. Feet of strength.
Do they have a wiki for that, Sam? Do you reckon every time someone wins like the 3 objectives, do they go?
They get an update in the wiki.
Yeah, they go to like wiki feats instead.
Yeah.
For free?
For free? Yeah, but no, it's for actually the price of 3 kills, a turret,
Nothing
and
beats
or
a Jet 2 holiday for the price.
Jet 2 feats of strength.
You know the person
you
which
save 50 kills.
You know the person which sang the song which goes over that advert is now playing like small festivals in the UK because of course we would celebrate that.
There was a fantastic clip going around of the announcer for that going around with his DJ doing the voiceover to the song while everyone's quoting along. It's phenomenal.
That is very funny.
It was in Malaga recently, something like that.
Yeah, that's like peak Ibiza behavior.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, back to farming and snoozing and waiting until the next objective comes up. I will say though, again, in these group Nirvana games, I like the fact that you know that teams are going to fist fight. You go to the Dragon, hell yeah, we'll contest. When you get up towards Group Ascend, you'll have your teams like Weibo or Top Esports, which are more happy to trade objectives and play the macro a little bit more, which means that sometimes you do get some slower games. In these ones, it's like, Dragon's there, we're fighting, baby.
Violence is required, and that's, you know, when you put like a center on your squad, you want to play a little slower, but so far, NIP willing to skirmish, and again, you have got the Vice Silas. You can brawl here, especially if you do get some good stolen ultimates, and has got an NIP at least a little bit of a lead. They have dropped 1,000 or so gold. They did have a little bit shorter. The early lane still looking pretty good here for LNG. Again, you've got the range advantage in mid and bot. That's hurt a little bit in terms of that ability to access the waves entirely cleanly. And of course, top side, Zucker with the solo kill onto solo kill, which is a little like
yeah. Who's the best attack speed on hit Varus out of top players? Ooh, that's a good question. Because normally when I think Varus, I think Viper and Gumayushi.
Yeah.
Those are the 3. But in terms of attack speed Varus, you have to throw Ruler into the conversation at that point. So I also think Pays is very good at the pick. Talia's coming up towards top side, has the ultimate, another teleport coming in, this time from the support spell, but Draw will be coming up. Solo kill. Oh, he is in a bit of trouble.
Hit by the seismic shove. Not going to be jumped quite yet. Jorno coming on over. Do they want this? The wave is gone, making this trickier. When is the next wave coming? Solo kill. Still got the equalizer. Could just throw it down to burn the wave down. Does just that.
Doombi could teleport up. He has enough time to. They want to start the... Okay, they're leaving him out to die. He will die here in the 1v3. Clear the wave. However, other side, it's going to be the Dragon started up. Not sure why they used the center ult there if they were leaving him out to dry.
You see whether perhaps we can get a little bit of something at the back end of it. Couldn't quite. All the while, it's worth noting, LP is free firing in the mid lane. Doombi helping the squad get a Dragon. They are shoving towards that bot side, but still 2 waves crashing versus 1.
And she also brings up a great point on Twitch chat as well. Jackulov also on the attack speed Varus thing as well. I will say, I prefer his poke Varus. I think his poke Varus is great. I think he is one of the best poke Varus in the LPL. Very, very good when he's on form. I think last year when he was really, really on form, that was the champion. I'm like, yeah, you don't beat this guy when he's on a good poke Varus game. Doombi using the Silence passive to get another plate from that bot side. That's a Dragon as well, as we were saying just before that. However, 3 grubs to LNG, make sure they take a bunch of plates on top side.
And they've suddenly got the goldie. It was 1,000 gold behind. They're now 200 ahead. Could work for them. Make that 300. Give them that goldie. Incredible stuff. Nothing beats a G2 holiday, by the way. It's a duo maiden in
Oh my god. You know, next time I'm on LEC, that's the line. You've given me inspiration, Sam. Did you like my my T teamwork made the dream work?
Yeah, I did. That was fantastic.
Well, like, wow, what a great T team fight from that. I have lines for days.
Still the TT.
That's great. I can't believe I've never said those ones before. Yeah. There are some which are very obvious, and then you realize you did it like years. Like there are some things which I dropped a few years ago, and I've just forgotten I did it now. Like Knight only moves in L's and hands it to the enemy team, or like Knight moves into flank position on the team fight and puts them into check. That was cool. You know, chess references. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. You have to come up with some Mumu Musume.
This isn't your world, Mark. We can finally doing BBs.
Doing BBs. Oh no. It's only the 1B so far. Need a few more of them. Save the bees.
Hot fuzz. How's it going with that bee? It's just the one.
With them bees.
Going with those swans. Just the one, actually.
I think is it with them swans? I think it might be because it's not proper English.
Oh yeah, Sam. A lot of that movie is not proper English.
I know, that's the point.
Tree mine. It's a sea mine.
It's a sea mine, yeah. What happened to the A and B mines?
Oh my god.
It's like, remember when Aphelios was released and then there were jokes about the 200 years thing? It was like, now, next coming from Riot, B Phelios and C Phelios. I actually got reminded because I joined a subreddit many years ago about like, I don't know, there was like this super stupid champion with like about Poseidon. It's like, wow, this champion is crazy. Solakill's gonna get dove again, probably. There are people on his side of the map. He might die before they get there, though. Verisol hits, that's a dead Rumble.
Corruption, public execution, Rumble dies, and yes, the AoE CC might not be a single target's not bad.
Solakill has been completely left out to dry. LNG setting up Zucker for success, and he is their star player. Ult into mid lane.
Trying to return the favor into mid lane. They go Xiaofang was waiting though. Nayo now in a dangerous position. They get caught under the turret, having been shoved back by the seismic shove. Get out alive. That's a lot of their health bars down. And a good counter dank there from Xiaofang, who flashes on in to ensure that it's a bit messy. All the while though, Doom be given a lot of time on this bot side to pick up another plate at the very least.
Even-ish in terms of gold. I mean, within 1,000 gold, could be worse at that point. The gold is getting very spiky now, though. You've got some gold in mid-jungle for NIP. Not that much in top lane. Solakill was doing very well for NIP last split. Right here, I mean, what can he do in this kind of game? He's trying to farm up. NIP are not sending resources to his lane. They're trying to split the map. My worry now is Zucker, who is the best player on LNG, and he has been playing well on them even when the team has been struggling, has a ton of gold on a champion that gets incredibly hard to deal with once you get a few items in. If NIP start jumping towards LNG later on, they won't have to just worry about the Renata later on. They'll have to be worried about the counterpunch from Ambessa.
Very much so. Okay. LNG, that 1,000 gold.
That was it. Poseidon. Do you remember Poseidon, the joke champion?
Vaguely, yes.
It was like a joke made in like 2014 or something about, wow, crazy champion, which has like a 3-second point and click stun. And turns out most of his mechanics are just now on other champions in the game.
That's incredible.
Which is just very funny at this point.
When Mita was joking about a champion where you didn't have to move and you just attach to somewhere, and then Yumi came out. It's like, no, surely I've not brought this to reality.
Long may he reign, spelt rains in the weather. Poseidon. Great stuff. NOP going towards the Herald. LNG don't have great engage. This is where this comp suffers. We can't really find a great angle here. I have to just see that objective go down. Cross mapping instead.
Okay. Go forward. Steals the Renata ult with a bit of a hijack. Herald drop mid lane. Looking to try and get the wall down though. Very nice. We'll buy some time. Still driving on in. Nayo gets on in. We'll still get this charge off as a result. Rolling Shadow comes on through. Looking for a bit of a battle. That's he missed! He just missed! He tried to get both the knockups of the turret and got neither!
Swing and a miss! Despair and bowling! Can't quite hit the upright pins. That will be a gutter ball. Herald not getting any value now too. LNG, well, that's a bit of a freebie for them.
I mean, that's not pretty. Nayo have been having an okay game, 2-0-1, and that was a bit of a fumble. Tried to get everything and got neither.
And if they get that fight, they get the dragon afterwards too. That's a big miss. That's a big miss. Because Nayo, as you're rightly saying, was having a good game. Still has the ult. Zucker will beat him in the 1v1 though. Need to be very careful on that flank. Catches leave.
Central danger, gets the back away though. Now gets the last embrace onto the Talia. Now in danger themselves. Throws down the exhaust. I don't know whether it's going to be quite enough. It will be. But now the fight continues. LP has to flash away his leave. Caught within the curse of the Black Mist. Can do so much work. Compulsive blows go on down. Knocked away by the Crescent Guard. But the chains of corruptions hijacked. And will allow Xiao Hao to go down. Dragon was taken, but they will lose a member.
So it ends up being a failed fight for NIP at first, which does give LNG the dragon, but NIP at least get an exit kill and potentially could get some damage down on the mid lane turret. Not clean gameplay. Again, this is Group Nirvana. These are the teams which have a lot to figure out, so we expect this somewhat of the teams at this level, but that one's, yeah, not what they wanted. Talia stops the initial charge coming through, which means that Nayo must have misclicked. I think he's got to have misclicked there. Then he wants to... I don't get it.
Tries to get LP and LP backs away and then just can't turn around fast enough, and it's really...
That to me just screams panic. If someone wants to, oh, hit the turret, no, hit that guy, oh, well, I gotta get out. And he just didn't quite commit to either of the options, which leaves the opening there for LNG to get that kill. So it ends up being, I guess, a 1-for-1 extended. Leave really good counterpunch here, by the way. They're realizing, okay, the shove's missed. Talia is not going to kill me with the Q's on, and I've got extra firepower behind me. Great move there from Leave to force Hydra out of the play.
Spellbook exhaust there kept Talia alive. The problem is at this point, Xiaofang's no way out. Rooted in place for way too long. Tries to dash away from the chains of corruption that were hijacked away, but it's just not quite enough.
And game's still basically within 1,000 gold, a little bit over that lead. It's stacking like 62. That's a good rate of stacking, actually. Typically, we saw around MSI, the average dropped to about 50 at 20 minutes, because then they hit the percentages again. 60 before 20 minutes is very, very good from Leave. He's been moving around it very, very well. You can pick up both of them with the Q. Third range increase, you get 10% crit chance per range increase as well, with the 20 stack margins. Doing very well right now.
It's a good spot here. Got the static shiv to give you the wave clear that Senna has often lacked, particularly early on. Needs a few more stacks in the piercing darkness before you really start to mark. Before you actually have wave clear off abilities.
He's going to go towards the Mortal Reminder, looks like, as the execution is calling. At some point, you don't have to go towards it as a second item. There's not that much armor built up on the other side just yet. Of course, the fire cannon tends to be powerful for second item. Gives you that ability to again walk up, get that tap.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why Leave has been doing so well at stacking, actually, is because he's against a team which struggles to engage onto him, and he has those Swifties to kind of walk forward for that double tap. Using that Curse of the Blackness just over the wall. Riftmaker now completed with Derby. Very good 2-item spike. About to tick over with his Rod of Ages too.
That would be a significant advantage again. Silas really loves Rod of Ages because it gets him, and speaking of, there is that tick on over, because it gives you more maxed abilities, and Silas's gameplay really does change as his cooldowns change.
Now, I always remember that one feature piece or interview by Bwippo who was saying that Rod of Ages disproportionately affects Silas with the level up. And stuff like the Elixir of Skill when we had the Triple Tonic and blah, blah, blah for him, because every one of his abilities maxed out is late game very, very powerful. There are some champions where a maxed out ability doesn't do
as much,
crazy much. You know, I think about, I mean, for instance, if I look at something like Ari, right? The W is fine for early game, and it's nice to max it out, but realistically, you know, like all three of the skills, they don't quite feel
gives you a
equal.
Lich Bane proc, right? It gives you a little Leandry
it's still good, but like when you look at the power of Silas's basic abilities, every single one of them is very, very powerful. Bragus is not like that too, actually. Please get some that Arrow will play an act on Stu, but it is, of course, the on-hit Varus. It's not as much about that. So 2 items for him means that now if he gets a position to stand and fight, LP will get a lot of value. Ult coming in, not that valuable though.
A little bit early on that one. Perhaps they'll get the crash into the turret though, and of course it is the on-hit Varus, a bit more damage onto those guys. And the turret will go down, so actually, in the end, works out well enough. Hostile takeover, hijacked again.
Dragon up in a minute, no ultimate now for Haichao to approach that objective. Fairly quiet game for Haichao, but then again, I think last split he was struggling a fair amount, so you can't...
he was being chowed down on it.
He was getting chowed down with less of the Chowvy. Yeah, more of the dog chow, really. Other side, Dimby did just steal the hostile takeover and won't have that for the fight either, because it times out, I think it's after 40 seconds the ult runs out after you've held it. You won't be able to use that, sadly, for him. It's a big team fighting tool Gen IP will be without.
He's still got it on to him right now. We'll keep our eyes on it, see what the timer is. Of course, I don't know what that changes with that rank of ultimate or anything, because obviously he's level 11. I couldn't tell you. I know it reduces the cooldown on hijack, which is nice. I'm going to reset. Just got a TP to come back in, see what he wants to buy here.
LNG not starting the objective up. Herald, not like Atacon is though, and NIP would be happy to just raise that. And because they have the Senna E, it speeds up everyone in. It makes the rotation a little bit faster. You're gonna go straight towards it. LNG going towards the Dragon. It means they're trading Soul Point for the Atacon. NIP wanting the raw stats, the raw experience, rather than potentially delayed gratification, but a very powerful one of the Soul.
It might have been a bit tricky as well, because you're looking, there's a lot of 2-item spikes for LNG, only really the 1 or 2 on the other side for NIP. Hostile takeover, stolen. Actually pretty good value there. Dawning Shadow after. Let's chunk out LNG, who shoved aggressively there and were nearly biting off more than they could use. Going to give Solic a lot of free time topside.
LP cleansing late loses him a ton of HP, which means that LNG can't really stay on the map and punish the fact that NIP hard forced onto the Atacon. LNG do walk away with the Dragon, but NIP, I don't think they're unhappy with the trade.
No, it could have been always. And again, it's been 1,000 gold lead for LNG for the last 10, 15 minutes. Maybe that's probably a little egregious. 10 minutes, perhaps a bit better. But still, now you've got a second item on Leave. You've got the second item on Nayo. You're getting towards a bit more gold onto Solico, who's still a significant amount behind. In fact, that's realistically the gold lead for LNG. But you are playing a scaling game here as NIP. You've got the Senna. You've got the Silas. You're happy to play this one a little bit longer.
You do get
I do get a bit worried with that scaling game, though, because Ambessa, there aren't great answers to that for NIP, besides, you know, Braum instantly locking them up if you get good enough combo from everyone auto-attacking.
Maybe,
I'm quite worried that, you know, 2-item Ambessa could just take over the game, especially once you get through to, like, level 16, you get even more Omni-Vamp, you get even more Armor Pen.
Good news, Ambessa. Omni-Vamp instead of Omni-Man.
Oh,
that's where I was going with it. It was a bit niche. I think it wasn't as obvious as it should have been.
Let's get the soundboard for Invincible. Every time he says his name, is the Invincible.
Yeah, but like every time we're about to, instead of having a cut to the Invisible screen, we cut to the Nymaera like stinger.
No,
splat.
It was a yeah. I think there was a filter on TikTok at some point, which was just randomly popped up with the Invincible theme. Nio now hiding in some alcove gaming, hoping someone will come and collect the wave. How long is it going to stay here for? He doesn't have any camp subs. There's not that much for him.
Yeah, so maybe we'll hang around. I think he's got anything to buy either. So he's just here to shield Doomby as he's getting a bit of a shove. And again, you would potentially have a very deadly combo there between a 2-item Vi and Silas. But no one's here to respond, so it kind of ends up being a bit of a waste of time.
Off vision. Waiting for Doomby to head in towards that LNG. We'll have to send someone to collect it now. It's getting shoveled in towards the bot lane turret.
Okay.
LNG should probably know he's on this side of the map. You know, this is... Oh, my God.
Oh, Haichao. Dawning Shadow as well. Flashes away. Buys a bit of time. Redemption coming on through, but it will not save the Talia. Nice work from NIP.
I say, LNG have full vision in the top side of the map. They should know that Nio is bot side, and Doomby's pushing towards the inner turret. There is going to be a Vi somewhere near him. You can find that out by process of elimination. Haichao walking up alone. Big macro mistake for LNG and NIP. Get themselves now even in gold. And take Haichao off the board.
Stick around for the full finish on that tier 2. I think it might have been a bit risky at that point, but that's going to be a huge reset from Doomby. Another kill for him. He's 3-0-1. And look, Haichao had Flash, had Archangels, had a Redemption behind him. Starter a tier 2. I can win a 1v2. No, you can't. no, you can't.
No, that is that's a lost condition. The mid jungle, which was getting a lot of the resources for NIP, starting to pay off dividends now. 1.6k ahead from Doomby, heading towards the Zhonya's. That's important. You can now Zhonya's through the hostile takeover, through potentially one of those shove backs as well, which means you don't have to flash into or out of play. Double kind of game-changing team fight cooldowns to use. 1.5 minutes now until the Dragon. LNG, forget Infernal Soul, all's right in the world. They get that, and they can cruise through to a win. NIP should know that too. 2-I'm still not hit the solo kill though. He'll probably get it before that. He will get it before this next Dragon. But still, he's so far behind the game.
He's 50 CS behind.
He's been really dunked down on. LNG doing a good job of making sure that Rumble, which is so high priority in pro play, doesn't have as much impact.
Has given time to the Silas on the other side, to the Senator free farm scale. Again, Leave getting some pretty good markers here. 90-odd souls at this point is a fine margin. They're going to quite have the 100 before this next one. Still, really strong. Picked up another soul there or two. Miles off it. DP's in. Talia joining. Nio in the enemy jungle. May not want to face check Zucker. Actually, ironically, Nio's a level up on this Ambessa, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that will be the Atakan, right? Getting some of the extra XP from it. But Zucker taking up to level 15 now. Obviously must have dropped some farm somewhere. To be present at plays. Baron on the table. LNG, of course, could give up a Dragon if they get that Baron. Gives them a macro power play to work around. And LNG really want NIP to engage into them. If they can get to an objective first, the big win. Flash away from Leave.
Oh, more on that. Still, down that extra summoner. That's a bit unfortunate, especially if Dragon and Baron are around. And Leave is going to be a really valuable target. Stolen hostile takeover. Again, hijacked. The most hostile.
It is very much, feels like that's a very topical one to take out. Haichao could get a flick over the wall, misses Doomby.
Oh, Nymaera in the back line, Dawning Shadow comes on through, can look for that hostile hijacking, misses the abduction to go with the abduct. Wants to get on the bottom of Zucker though, who's had to flash away himself. Slightly awkward.
Neither team landing that engage very well though. Nio still has the ultimate, but everyone else has used this. NIP 4 ults down. On the other side, the hostile takeover and the Crescent Guard are available, which I think LNG will be happy with. They can now walk over towards the Baron, give up the Dragon. They're not going to start it though, they're going to just try and bait NIP in.
3 seconds on Doomby's hijack. He's level 16 at this point. The cooldown is damn short. He can just go again.
And Doomby soloing out that Dragon, has teleport to get to the top side of the map. Now he'll go over to finish it off, and NIP get themselves the objective, and LNG not decisively committing to either the catch or to the fight around the Baron, and they end up losing the Dragon, not really getting much for it.
Niall on the red buff, so looking to get onto this tier 1 in mid lane. They're TPing in here as well. Doombee's back, full on use completed. Even need to burn the Seeker so far, but now he's got the full item to his name.
Question chat, has NIP already outscaled LNG? For me, it's about execution. You know, you do have hostile day takeover from Droll, which I think good enough hostile takeover will overcome any of the other worries that you have. If that gets onto 2 or 3 melees and they start auto-attacking each other, that is death. If Zucker gets a good angle onto the center, probably also team fight over as well, especially with Leaf having no flash now. He can't really get away from the Ambessa. I think LNG really, really need Draw and Zucker to stand up and have a big team fight. We said this at the start of the day. We said this before this series. These teams in Group Nirvana, not the best at closing out games through more conventional methods. They've got to have the big team fight. They're not going to out macro, win through the kind of objective play. They need a decisive team fight. LNG, their top and support, the ones I'm eyeing, to get it done for them.
Doombe with a hijacked Chains of Corruption on towards the Baron we go. To potentially start that up themselves. LP, 3 items on this on-hit Varus. If he can stand and deliver, get that passive rolling, things might also get interesting. Leave. Third item, but it's 107 souls, so that range increase is very much there for the AD carry of NIP.
Yeah, Leave is just going to continue to be a real pain. LNG don't have great ways onto the center. It has to be a good Ambassador. It has to be a hostile takeover that forced him to stop auto-attacking. LNG don't have great aggressive tools in general. They can poke out a little bit. If they hold control of an area, yeah, they can punish NIP walking into them. We saw that with the flashes blown around the last Baron dance. The game slowed down again. Both teams knowing that they can't really pull the trigger that effectively. You know, if NIP go into LNG, they pull the disengage tools, they lose the fight. LNG, on the other side, they don't really have aggressive tools.
3 minutes until the next dragon. It'll be soul for LNG, soul point for NIP. Again, it is just a bit of a ping pong in mid lane. Waves go one way, waves go the other. And you are doing this into a center. Not always the most fun opportunity. Doombe still across the wall and finds a lot of members. Maybe gets turned around and it steals the Crescent Guard. Force Hydra on the wrong side of the wall. Gets Seismic shot, but no real damage. And now he gets to turn back onto the Talia. Flash into the Redemption. Dawning Shadow comes across. No one dies.
Doombe getting a great 1v2 and taking a lot of HP off of Haichao and Xiaofeng with the Crescent Guard down. That's a big tool not available for the Shinzao. What will NIP choose to do with it? Do you go towards the Baron? No, looks like they're pushing in the mid lane turret. Need to make sure they can use this quickly. Haichao can teleport back out onto the map. I would have thought we were in a straight Baron angle. They take the mid lane turret first. They think they can still do Baron?
A TP Pemps available here for at least one member to come back in. They are actually going to do it. They think we can't do it fast enough. Again, you are running with a Senna, not always the fastest Baron takeable. You can make sure things happen healthily. And it is Infinity Edge on reset, so I can see why you might want that back.
Yeah, and because he's got the 100 stacks, he's got an extra 50% crit chance. Now from this point, he'll start getting lifesteal off of his extra stats, rather than the crit chance kind of rolls over into extra stats. NIP will have a hostile takeover to use. Doombe just stole that. Minute and a half until the dragon. Again, no decisive game-ending fight. Still within 1,000 gold. Objectives are close enough.
Big chunks come on forwards. Gonna pick up a few more of those souls, as expected at this point. Again, LNG struggling with proactivity right now. And NIP kind of just managed to stabilize. Got that last dragon. Got that last pick. Okay spot, I think, at this point. It is, however, a close enough game that one bad fight gets quite interesting. But yeah, the center's beginning to be a problem here.
Especially because there's no armor on the other side for LNG. You got the steel caps onto LP at the end of it. Most everyone else going towards more magic resist instead. Leaves not have to go towards something like a Black Cleaver. I also think he probably... I think when he gets to it, I prefer he does go towards the Black Cleaver, get an extra HP. Where's the hostile takeover?
Crescent Guard comes on through. Hijacked hostile takeover. Sees a desist in the backline. Public execution turn around of Nio. Needs to try and flash away. Burning out. Stays alive somehow.
LNG pull the disengage tools, and this is why NIP did not want to hard engage the entire game. Now, very nearly going down. If you lose the Vi there, you lose the Dragon and you lose the Baron afterwards, probably. LNG nearly found their winning fight. They've been waiting the whole game, really, for NIP to over-engage into them, and they nearly got what they wanted there.
Of course, on the other side, though, LP did just have to burn Flash. Picks up the upgraded Steel Cat. It's their Vanguard's Edge or something. I forget the exact name of it. Vanguard's Assault. It's the upgraded Steel Caps, guys.
Big armor boots. Ninja Tabi. Baron, Dragon, both on the table. LNG heading towards the Baron. NIP, if they take Dragon, it's not like they get the soul. NIPD still take the Dragon anyway. Doomby could teleport over. LNG, they pull off of it. Wow. They don't realize that Nio and Doomby are both there. LNG, do something. I know your team can't aggressively engage, but you could at least start the Baron and bait NIP into you.
Head puts a massive Q down, the piercing darkness into the last embrace. Old hug from Senna's abilities can be a bit obnoxious. Around this wave control now, soul point for NIP.
One of the biggest criticisms we had of LNG teams, kind of the post-scout era, was they lacked decisiveness and they lacked that ability to take a game at pace. And right now, they are really, really struggling with a lack of go button, which we've called out ever since their drafts. NIP, they're the ones around the Baron now. They've been winning the objective plays.
Nio's coming in as well. Cease and desist to the backline. LP with no flash. Needs to get away. They've blown up Talia already. The Chains of Corruption bought enough time to stop them getting onto the Barons until just now. Leave just autos him down. Headshot onto the AD carry.
Zucker trying to make something happen, but he can't do it himself. LP dies to the Braum passive being procced by Senna. And LNG lose their 2 carries after trying to wait for NIP to over-engage. They leave an opening, and NIP finally get their engage down. They've been winning around the objectives, largely better macro. They've not exactly been able to take the game at pace themselves, knowing that LNG have so many disengage tools, but this should break the spine of the game.
It really does, and that was the engage they were looking for. No flash at LP, he just can't run far enough away, and the Talia never had a chance either.
Great angle by now, manages to get in range onto the Varus, and yeah, I mean, the hostile takeover's not bad coming through from the draw. It's just not enough at that point. If it comes through a second earlier, so the auto types can come through, yeah, it's maybe one thing, but LNG weren't really in position. LP is positioning, really punished at the back end of that play. NIP will start to explode the gold lead, 4,000 gold lead now after the last few minutes.
Big moment there is that 4th item in the Mortal Reminder done for the Senna. Shout out as well, actually, onto Niket there, who pulled Taichao off of the Weaver's Wall with the Glacial Fissures. He was trying to run away, kept that Talia in place. Maybe if the Talia had run away, there might have been enough damage to threaten something at the back end of it, but wasn't the case, and now things get tricky for LNG.
Leave's got 4 items, Mortal Reminder again, has over 100% crit chance, so now it'll start to go in towards lifesteal, 135 souls. I mean, there's a ton of range. Varus are very close to hitting the owner of that ultimate. Silas throws that back with interest, especially the Varus ult. Has an AP scaling, which is very, very nasty. Can't actually proc the stacks, though, I believe, on the Varus ultimate. I'm not actually sure how that one works. I thought I saw the interaction earlier and didn't pop them. It does, by the way. AP stacks, yeah, HP tends to disappear after that.
Death cap, by the way, is 3 levels up. Part of that's Rod of Ages, but still 3 levels up. And this Silas has scaled very well. Level 16 been there for a while. It means Doomby can be quite generous with his ult cast, can just cycle through them so damn fast at this point.
On the other side, you know, we were questioning, you know, who outscales who? Is NIP just going to outscale with Senna stacks? Is LNG going to outscale with a ton of disengage, which allows the Varus to play? The more I've seen this game, the more I wish that LP had gone for the poke Varus, because in these kind of very stalematey games, you can play through the stalemate with just another piercing arrow. You haven't got a hyper tank to worry about on the other side. 890 attack range from Leave, as he's got himself 140 demarcation mark, which is, yeah, 7 range increases. Longer range than Caitlyn. Has a fire cannon on top of that too. Every so often can hit you from outside of tower range, which is, you know, fair, balanced, wonderful scaling gameplay.
Death Cap's got done for Doomby as well. Speaking of scaling, yeah, that Silas will hurt a lot.
Taking up the Crescent Guard allows him to be that temporary front line.
Oh, got hit by the last embrace as well, and stolen the Crescent Guard. They just can't do any damage. Rumble coming flying on through alongside the Dawning Shadow. And the Shadow is that of death as NIP walk them through the valley. And game 1 will be the Ninjas, and they're going straight to put this one to bed. The Pajamas, an act choice in uniform.
NIP debut their newer roster. A few roster changes from last split to this one in front of their home crowd in Shenzhen. Game 1 at least will be a win.
The Nexus not going to stand before the combined might of NIP. They don't lose a single member on the shove. They played it slow, they played it collected, and once they got that advantage, once they got that Senna to an unbelievable point, it was a simple matter of walking it down mid lane.
Not the fastest game of all time. Felt like a lot of that mid game could have been a footnote, really. Just waiting.
occasionally sparring around an objective, but not really finding the precise engages. NIP were much better around the objectives later, and I do have to wonder what would have happened if that was instead of the on-hit Varus the poke one instead, because if you're going to play stalemate like that, Varus gets to poke you out at least.
Yeah.
I felt like they were missing that killer blow sometime in these kind of fencing matches around the objectives.
See who gets the MVP on this one. I can see it being Leave. I can see it being Doinby. I think Nayo also in with outside of that Herald play, which was very poor. I think that probably does count him out. It would have been a good game from Nayo. He can't get MVP because of that debacle. However, I think mid-bot, veteran members of this squad at this point, good work.
NIP, team that's had weird progression in this year. You know, they signed Doinby during the off season. Felt like he was like, look, I want to come back and I want to make a new team, basically a new roster, lead them, come back into pro. He was kind of bored of streaming, wanted to make a difference, especially with LPL kind of on the downtrend internationally, I suppose, where they're not actually winning international titles anymore. The last one they won was, of course, MSI 2023,
BLG,
a long time ago now, with a JDG.
Sorry, yes.
It's been a while since LPL has been consistently on top of international events, and Doinby wanted to make a change. Things did not go very well last split, particularly. First split was a little bit better. Then Doinby, his choice bans have just kind of muted the team. He never gets the Rise or the Galio, which he tends to be so powerful. Like, Pantheon mid was big for him too.
Yeah, but then it felt like his specialty picks weren't valuable anymore. It was overforcing. Well, there was that 0 and 10 Pantheon game that wasn't pretty. And what looked like Doinby back in force, laning well, carrying well, still had his specialty weirdness in there, just looked anemic.
Oh, okay. I need to rest my brain.
That's
but also,
fine.
I know that I took a break last time. Do you take your break?
I will do.
What I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn the camera off. We'll leave with the highlights and stuff.
Fine.
And we're going to go chill in the background just for a little bit, because it's been actually quite a long day. It's quite warm in here. We'll leave you with the highlights, and yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes, folks.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像
Howdy folks, feel free to play along with the game on Twitch chat, by the way. I think you can play from the QR code, but it's pretty hard to find that. Sorry, I should have done that as well. Yeah, I'm just going to leave the interaction with TikTok stream for you, because I just can't really show it.
That's fine, I'm happy to do that.
As long as it doesn't get a, you know...
TCL 皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Take a break real quick, so.
That is fine. Do we leave it up till you come back? It just started raining, so finally, some coolness. Well, there we go, folks. Oh, I probably ought to hit the go again button. Sorry, I kind of forgot about that. My bad. So yeah, this is fine. It's still going. I wasn't paying attention. There we go. One last roll of the dice. Continue. Continue. Chovy on something like TF is unusual. Yeah, he's very good on that one. One of the few people I trust on it. What's the sitch? Someone's got to type in the swear word, guys. Come on. Maybe they don't allow it. Maybe they don't allow it. It doesn't know they allow it. That's rude. Arrow pilk. So there's no P in there. I appreciate you trying, Cohen. Talk about tit, exactly. Ticks. Hits. Yeah, okay. Well, shit didn't count. Huh. Hey, TikTok, how we doing? Hello, Basto. Feeling? All the crew? Oh, a lot of Vietnamese viewers in here at the minute. Glad to have you in here. Looking very convincing so far, folks. Thanks that night, the frogs. Do we have time for another round? I guess it's early enough. I think we probably can. Go on. Second game coming up shortly, folks. Hello, Pharaoh. Foist. Has anyone used foist? F-O-I-S-T. Foist something upon someone. Maybe I can type that one out. Yeah. F-O-I... Oh, it's really awkward reaching. S-T... There we go. Boom. Great words. Back on stage here, guys. We've got to be a bit faster. Come on, finish it up. Draft's going to be starting soon. L was fake all along. We're seeing a lot of S's, I think. Nicely done. Well done, well done, well done. Minimize that. Turn on. This. I can move this over here for a second or two. There we go. Hello there. Welcome back into draft. Chat box, you're going away. Let's get ready for draft. For game number 2 of this series. I'm going to close the windows at this point. It's going to get a bit noisy in here otherwise. Annie, Galio, Gwen, Pantheon, all off the table right now. Look at those globals, look at those very strong skirmishes as well being removed. That's ban here. The Lucian away from leave, I think, makes some sense. Sneaky pick on stream while working. Boss does not catch me. I hope you do all right, Kim. Welcome on in. Stay safe out there. So, last ban. Xayah. Okay. Yeah, away from LP. Bit of a safe one. But that means the Rise has been left up. It's me taken away. Doombee's never going to get Rise if the team can help it. The Rise hack memes live on for good reason. First pick. TF. Not a great win rate internationally of late. Same with the Callista. Have horrible showings to MSI in particular. There's Doombee, and there it is. First picked. Okay, and the Lee Sin, Nayo's specialty. Those who didn't follow an LDL will not know this, but Nayo was one of those Chinese TikTok junglers. The montages were all there. He was so damn good at this. Locking in the TF, your combo now between Gold Card into Lee Sin, breaking your ankles early on. Very, very nasty. From level 2, level 3, add in a red buff, you've got a very dangerous angle. Bringing in the Jax and the Alistair here, though, makes team fighting a lot harder for NIP. And the side laning tricky. Your ability to punish the side lane is very high here. Potentially a Cassante for a strong top side means you don't have to, self-sufficient top side rather. Solid matchup into the Jax. You can mess around if he overshoves, drag him into the turret, all those kinds of things. You also then can focus more towards mid and bot, especially because the Lee Sin is going to want to make things happen. Instead, though, it's going to say, screw it, we're going to go towards the Rakan. Niket loves this champion. it's another good person to come join the TF, come join the Lee Sin as they go to make things happen. Really good skirmisher there. Not exactly very tanky here, and I'm going to be very reliant on those early skirmishes to get value. The collapses off the gold cards will be very, very important alongside those early Destiny Gate combos. Skarner band. Yeah, would be very annoying for this comp. I agree. You come TPing and the Skarner waiting. Welcome back. Nymaera, glad to have you in here. We've got ourselves a bit of an NIP specialty in Doinby going towards Twisted Fate, and Nayo on his Lee Sin so far.
What was serious today? I think of the LPL teams, he's the guy that would play it. He's the big score player. I'm just gonna go make sure I get
Go for it. I'll look after chat for now. There's the Jin and the Kaiser away from Lee, probably outside of the center. His two most famous picks. The Lucian as well was something of a comfort pick last time. They've gotten rid of the two frontline junglers that have been meta in the Sejuani and the Skarner off the board. You could now dip down towards Maokai, but he's definitely not the power pick he once was. Where do you look at this point? They lock Cassante in 4, so they still go back to that one. You really could use a little bit of extra damage here. Leave. Gonna want something with a bit of potency. Misfortune is lane dominant. Okay, Neferi nerfed, but can be very much a carry threat. Our first Neferi we've seen so far this split. We didn't see it, I think, at all at MSI if memory serves. If we did, it was very rarely. Sivir locked in as well. The scaling now between Ryze, Jax, Sivir, even the Neferi. Very, very strong. If they can get through this early game, potent indeed. Zeri's an interesting one here. Gives you a scaling out, can match the Sivir in that regards. But also, with your wall ride, that Spark Surge, you've got surprisingly good collapse. Now, NIP have got that ability with Cassante to an extent, right, with the footwork and the rest of it, to just collapse on a play very, very fast. The Realm Warp from this Ryze is going to have to be very clean to kind of match the collapse speed of NIP, because Lee Sin, TF, Rakan, Zeri riding over a wall. You can turn up on a beleaguered opponent very fast and blow them up. But NIP with a comp like this, you need that mid jungle support to get a lot of value early, or inevitably Jax, Ryze, Sivir, 2-3 items, level 16 comes on through, and things are going to get very, very hard to play out as NIP. How has Neferi been in this meta? We've just not seen a lot of it. She's been hit repeatedly with the nerf bat. Her clear speed's a lot worse. Her damage is a lot worse. Eclipse got nerfed, that's worse. So a lot of her core items are just not as easy. Might still be quite powerful here. But I need to see some snowball from NIP. Or this gets very tricky, I think. How are we feeling about them, chat? Anyone got any particular opinions? Seeing someone saying either Zeri flops or run of the game. Yeah, I can see that one. Who won draft? I think both drafts are playable, but they've got very, very different win conditions. If NIP do not get rolling early off the Lee Sin and TF, it's over. On to the Rift we go. So to the Gios. Coffee secured for my co-caster. Welcome back, Alex. How are you feeling about these drafts now? You get a chance to look at them. I'm just seeing LNG. I'm seeing a lot of scaling. I'm seeing TF Lee Sin on the other side.
Doinby with the global though. Leave on Zeri. They have a strong front line in that Cassante. I think NIP have a lot of comfort, and while I think nameplate's off, I would favor LNG's composition. I think NIP, being in a match of Group Nirvana teams who are less stable, need a bit more of that comfort. I think NIP come away with a more confident draft by MIA.
Kind of agree. Interesting there that actually LNG favoured on that kind of 15 or 20 minute mark, which wasn't what I was expecting statistically, when you've got Lee Sin TF who should be spiking at that point pretty heavily, especially when there is so much scaling on the other side.
The Fury Rise are also very good.
No, you're not wrong there. They are good skirmishes.
And at the end of the day, I think Lee Sin has been struggling in general. TF in mid lane has been struggling in general.
That will hit the numbers.
This is a, like, when you look at the statistical analysis models like that, they are very much nameplates off because they use a larger sample size between all players, and that's why it's quite hard to trust them when you're dealing with the idiosyncrasies of our lower tier LPL teams. Ricochet start from Sivir controls the wave. We've seen that an awful lot recently. NIP will just have to soak that wave a little later. Cull start interesting by leave. Did you mention that already?
I did not, no.
Okay, well, that's a good one to pick up on then, because basically saying, look, gonna lose the shove anyway. You can't really force that much. Sivir Alicent, not exactly that much of a kill threat. They'll just look to scale up, get through to that mid game a little bit quicker. This is the kind of game where if LNG fail to catch the Zarya on the initial engage, Zarya runs down the whole team. Needs to, though. Is the only consistent damage source, but if Leave managed to get that Ghost running, and the ult as well, yeah, Leave will carry this game.
Solo kill. Had a rough time in game 1. Did get solo killed. There was that really clever play by Zucker to get the level 6 off the minion attack and bait in solo kill to think he was safe when he really wasn't. He was looking for that electro harpoon to get the minion. I would have gotten to level 6 himself, either way. Ended up starting that anti-snowball against him. Problem was the rest of the map wasn't as easy, and LNG really did struggle to make things happen in the mid to late stages, and Leave just scaled. Headbutt into the wall, into the pulverize for a lot of time, and it get eats ricochet after ricochet there. A bit of a gleaming quill clock, but ow.
Yeah, the early laning phase will be in the advantage of LNG, but it's not a lane that they can really kill. They do work, but it's not the build and end all. Gank on top side. Let's see if now can get involved early. Solo kill, helping set things up. Counter strike still there, gets the double stun, because still again they're going away. Has the flash, loses a lot of HP, but gets away safely.
Really good timing there on that leap strike, actually, as the Q was coming on through from Nio, so couldn't stay on top of the Jack. He's got a good chunk. Had already finished his clear, so isn't really missing out on too much before the Jack.
There's a question in chat, why didn't they change sides? Don't know if you addressed that before.
No, I did not.
Crossover and Anivia. Because LNG had side choice for game 1, and they lost. It's the loser which gets side choice. So LNG have actually had now 2 games of side choice. It's fairly rare that red side are winning games in LPL right now because of blue side aura. I'm not going to say blue side is always the stronger team. Question chat from my own Twitch chat. Your prediction for this game? For me, I look at NIP, I look at Leave on Zeri, and I look at Doomby on TF, and that is normally a winning combination. I think LNG, nameplates off, have the better composition, but NIP have the comfort really helps.
Got to wait. That grand entrance went wide, so turned of the party, and was no one there. Bit disappointing for the Rakan. Did we ever get a Bard Rakan skin, like D&D style?
No, we had Bard. That was our D&D skin.
To get like a Rogue Zyre and a Bard Rakan.
Yeah, that is the combo. It is very cool. That'd be, yeah, I'd like that. We should bring back the D&D skins, I think it's cool. Apparently they didn't sell that well, though, is the problem.
I thought the Twitch Lightfoot I love to pieces. I think also like they didn't have the best animations as yet, because they were kind of
the
cheaper skins.
Jace one had a very cool
that's
splash.
true.
That was cool. But yeah, the Twitch one is the only one which I consistently use now, because the voice changer is just very funny, him just going full squeak mode.
It is one.
Head on towards Rap to respawn, but it's already been taken. Jiafeng and Zhuo gripping up together.
Would be potentially a little risk here. There was a lot of people in that jungle, and with the Raptor gank available to jump over that wall, but it would entirely be a little too risky.
Interesting thing here, I haven't seen TF players do this. It's the early swiftness boost from Doomby. Helps you reset, helps you outspace the rise a little bit, and particularly given that LNG, a lot of their engagement is in fact walking at you with like the Alistair getting into range. And then a Fury, the extra move speed makes a lot of sense. And, you know, Doomby forever has been the dark technology guy. He's very good at figuring out those random itemization choices which get you into a better state in the game.
Case in point, split or two ago, he was running Stridebreaker into Fimbulwinter on Pantheon mid. With the purple boots that I briefly forgot the name of. Synchronous Souls.
Synchronized Souls,
yes.
Well, Symbiotic Souls before they're upgraded, and then Synchronized Souls once they are upgraded.
Okay, go Zuck up with the counter strike, but well buffered through by solo kill with the Pathmaker.
K'Sante into Jax has been a matchup pretty much for as long as K'Sante has been in the game. Both have win and loss conditions. We've seen on release it was K'Sante favored because he could bop Jax into turret, and then we saw Divine Sunderer just really start to mute K'Sante, then it was removed and things got weird again. Solarkill very nearly blocking him back into turret there. Speaking of that matchup, Solarkill wanting to, I suppose, get his own back a little bit on Zucker, who was the better top laner in game 1. Solarkill was shut down an awful lot. Not all of that was Solarkill's fault. His team didn't exactly stop him getting dove 3 times in a row. He will start the Dragon on the bot side and they'll finish it.
I can see a contest, especially because if you check the minimap, Xiaohong is in fact on his blue buff on the other side of the map.
Interesting as well, LP chosen to get a color himself. Typically, when you do color AD carry in one, the difference comes in when one AD carry has a color and the other one doesn't. We've started with a color, so LP realizes, I should probably go get one of those, but he's ended up getting it, obviously a few minutes late. Now 70 out of 100 in terms of those stacks, but leave is 35 CS ahead, which is 5 waves-ish ahead, which is about 2 to 3 minutes ahead in terms of farming. So if you've managed to find a fight in that 2 to 3 minute window when Leaf has the cull popped, when LP won't have that, LP might have a bit of a window they can aim for.
They can hit that window correctly. Again, if NIP don't make things happen, have a draft of this TF, this Lee Sin, who want to be spiking with those Destiny Gates with the early Dragon's Rages to get some value, because then things like the Rise and the Sivir and the Jack start becoming more and more problematic.
Fun topic in Onovia's chat as well. Carl's was saying K'Sante Jax is very player dependent in terms of who gets lane push. So I was talking to Finn and Odoamne about this, who played a ton of this matchup over in the LEC over the last few years. It depends whether K'Sante wants to start Q or E. If you start Q, you get lane push but lose HP. E, you keep your HP but you lose the lane push. So a lot of it's on player choice really from the K'Sante side. Typically, K'Sante wants to kind of bop people into town. I didn't quite see that go through. Grub's going down. LNG might get all 3 actually, and I choosing not to contest.
Again, team fighting at this point. Team fighting is not going to be there necessarily aim for the game unless they get super ahead. It's the picks. It's the skirmishes. Whereas a little fewer members where it's a bit more valuable. You want to turn up with a Destiny Gate and a Lee Sin and blow someone up before anyone gets a chance to respond. He's straight up. Invade into the river would have been tricky. TP into that river by Jort with the Spellbook Alistair. Has of course got himself a Unbreakable Will to work with at this point as well, so not the easiest pick target, so does get to just walk on down. Still Crab picked up by Nayo for his trouble though, for the one.
Actually, pushing out top side. Haven't seen the globals being pulled just yet. Doing the TF Classic. Go towards Catalysts and you just kind of get your enough mana to wave clear with 2 casts of Qs. One of the reasons why TF has come back into the meta is that just with base damage you can use that. Had the Ignite, choosing to use the ult to go back towards lane, which is not the best use of the ultimate, but if you don't see any other options, it does get you the extra farm. TF farm matters more to him in some ways because he gets the passive which gives you that random dice roll to get extra dice, stuff.
Extra dice would be nice too. D&D players here as you were talking about, but either way, it's do and be. We'll be looking to stack a bit of that gold with the stack passive. Where's Vasu when you need him? Our resident TF
we have a very good friend who is a TF aficionado. We learn an awful lot about the champion through him. Going to be switching over towards Ghost Ignite, so we can use the Ghost to chase down. The good thing about Ghost on TF is that you can chase down for a second gold cup.
Yeah.
One of the most important things with that. You think, okay, well, he's in range, but he won't be able to stay in range. Nope, no, he can, especially with Swiftness Boost and the Ghost. If you disrespect him, things go very poorly after that point. Show using the teleport to go towards that bot lane. Minute and a half till Dragon. Folks, this is an LNG game for you. Now, in the past, LNG would at least play things by the book, so they'd at least be learning how they'd be trading well across the map, getting Scout when he was back on the roster, good side lane as turret value. LNG now just kind of sit and wait things to happen around them, and that's my worry about LNG. This is a team which really struggles with proactivity.
Or Alex.
Yes.
Maybe a slow game.
Yeah.
Got a minute for Dragon. Yeah. How do we make this game dramatic? I don't need to ask anymore. It's an all out under the turret. That'll do. Can we get something more? Solo kill. No. Flash for him. Do it. No. Do it. Do it. Do it. Come on. Another Pathmaker. Q3 available. Oh, misses it.
Nothing ever happens, baby. It's a flash for flash trade at all things said and done. And no kill yet. Still 11 minutes into the game. Now, I apologize to people who walk into the LPL and expect blood, gore, and action. LNG are not that kind of team. We are not familiar. No, we actually are very familiar with their game.
Unfortunately,
and I apologize
yes.
to people who are not familiar with their game. LNG have struggled an awful lot with that whole proactivity thing for a while.
Hey Al, can we do something to make this game more dramatic?
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Cast this game as if it was Star Wars. Go.
We need the title to the text comes forwards to LPL Episode 2, Attack of the Cloned Game State. Rumors have spread across the galaxy of a very slow game of League of Legends, which lasted 45 minutes with very few things happening. The Dark Lords of the blue side, LNG, have showcased that they have no ability to accelerate the game state, and sadly, they have come upon the doorstep of planet Shenzhen. The dragon, having spawned, have maybe forced them into action, but yet no fight and no blood has come onto the rift. And then it kind of does that whole scroll. We get down in towards, you know, the dragon system as we try and find a way. See if LNG finally find a way to fight. No.
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 So this is how gameplay dies, to the sound of riotous applause. QMB, gonna heal and back away. That's Niket, I do apologise. Using the spellbook on that end for the Rakan. Can switch it over at some point shortly. Azure taking down my half HP. Hope we do get some action finally. We brought it into engage! Niket goes to the backside, got the quickness rolling as well. Good chance. Not enough damage quite yet. Hightown now walking up as well. Half HP. Destiny get looking. LP low. Gold card comes on a nice W from Xiaofang. The dog stays alive, but leave with the ghost rolling. Spark surge available over the wall. Hightown sidesteps for a moment. But where does he roll to? Still no one's dead. Another gold card. And loads of flashes flown from LNG in particular. But no one, damn, dies.
Gonna be really trying to play Sabak. Maybe the all-out will be the first blood that we need. Jax gets pulled over the wall, does have the leap strike, but might not be able to use it against Xiaofang. And still, with 1,000,000 gold cards like Doomby playing Sabak, we have no kills. 2 dragons over to NIP, and try as we might, first blood still not found.
This pod racing track just ain't that exciting. Take us back to Malastair. It's much more exciting there. Certainly isn't the Bunta Reef Classic.
It's like everything this game isn't is what pod racing is. Very, very fast, very dangerous. None of that here, folks. Where do you go from there? I mean, we've had episode 2. Episode 3, you'd hope would be a bit more action-packed, really. Neither team has the high ground, and that's about it, really.
You underestimate my inability to find picks. I have brought peace, justice, and stability to my League of Legends game state.
One of us casters is going to jump out the window. Not to worry, we're still flying half a broadcast. What else can we throw in there? Slow game states lead to powers some casters may deem unnatural.
Oh my god.
Have I ever told you about Darth Initialise the Wise? No, it's not a story the LEC would tell you. It does occasionally during playoffs, but...
Yeah, always 2 there are. No more, no less.
God, I think we had another... Well, we did actually for a while want to bring... You know, we should still do that at some point. We want to bring Trouble Inc. onto the stream at some point. A couple of other people. Maybe bring Kitty over or some of the others.
That'd be great.
Yeah, you know, we should reach out to them at some point. It's quite easy to go into the ebb and flow of doing things all the same way all the time. But yeah, sometimes nice to bring someone.
What I'm saying is, if you're going to bring in a color caster, someone named after the goddess of wisdom sounds quite smart to me, really.
True. Athena. Yep. Okay, this is, again, every so often I think about the Roman Empire. Obviously Athena, not the Roman Empire.
No.
Because in the Roman Empire was kind of subsumed into Nike. And one of the things which annoys me about the Roman way of treating the Greek pantheon was how effectively Athena was downgraded into Nike.
Do you know why?
Not necessarily.
Because the Greeks were their great rivals.
Yeah.
And they didn't want Athena, of course, the goddess of Athens, the capital of Greece, patron of Athens, to have value. They basically depowered her.
I really hope Harold gives us a kill. Dro flashing in.
Oh, maybe this is it. Flash Headbutt Pulverize. Give me violence or give me death. Yes, we got a kill. 16 minutes deep. It's 1-0 on the board. Flash Headbutt Pulverize from Dro gets us there.
1 kill in 16 minutes. It's like 1,000,000 voices cried out. And, well, not suddenly silenced. We're actually very loud at this point for once. Thank you, LNG, for giving us finally blood. And they'll give us the Herald as well. Objective taken by them. That'll be their second one. Not very close to the feats of strength. It's been a very slow game. We've had 1 kill out of the total 3 needed to get those feats of warfare.
We are a long way from this game being over. NIP, Double Dragons versus the Grubs and Herald on the other side. Xiaofeng on Hai Chao here. Solo kill from the Cat. Looking to get some value. Doinby, the one who died there, is actually behind us. Yes, fairly significantly to this ride. Up in gold again. It is the ETF thing.
Just thinking of one of my favorite Roman anecdotes. So, one of the
we're back to the Roman Empire.
We are back to the Roman Empire.
Okay.
One of the biggest opponents to Caesar's replay. Look, there was a kill. There was a herald. One of the biggest opponents to Caesar was a guy that just was the real epitome of nothing ever happens, hyper-conservatism, where they never want anything to change. To the point where he wanted like every Doinby dies. Things happen. To the point where he really hated Caesar speaking, so he would challenge him on everything. There was a point where Caesar had a letter in the Senate. He said, no, you must declare what you're reading to the Senate. And Caesar then gives a smug grin, reportedly, and reads out a love letter from this guy's wife.
To Caesar?
In the middle of the Senate. Yeah, Caesar got a love letter from his opponent's wife.
Oh, no.
Which means it's like, okay, you got to read that out to the rest of the class. And
he did?
Yeah, and he did. Dramatically. Yeah. Caesar was he was getting some, folks. Yeah. That's all I've got that's interesting here. I can tell you more about the Romans if you want to find
I had something good for Roman knowledge.
Do you know the 10th Legion, which was the one which Caesar led into Gaul on his conquest and stuff? They were called the Equites, which is cavalry. Do you know why they were called the Equites? Because one of the ways that they won a great battle was by getting all of their their baggage train to ride on horses to make it look like they had more cavalry than they were. It's a great mind trick, and they ended up forcing Indy to flee the field of battle. Wow. So they were known as Equites, even though they weren't actually particularly cavalry heavy. And onto the dragon now. That'll be more, hopefully. God, I hope it's more interesting. Herald summon in mid lane. I'll push that through. LNG again, trying to just push NIP out. We really need Leave to start picking up some damage numbers now. If that Zeri pops off, NIP have enough damage to win. Hasn't really been able to take over the game yet.
No, and NIP have not found a Destiny Gate combo with Nio's Lee Sin at all. It's been very quiet, and that is bad news, as we were saying. For LNG, they've been very happy with the boring game state. That's how they want this game for the next few minutes.
They have so many more extra damage sources. I mean, NIP have a 1 carry threat comp, which is the Zeri. On the other side, Ryze can put out damage, Jax can put out damage, the Sivir can put out damage. NIP, I was hoping that the globals would have had more impact. This is a comfort comp. It's Doinby on globals, but what can they really do?
All right, let's make this Jersey boy. Zeri, baby, you got to pop off some point. Exhaust comes on down and goes to Destiny Gate Draw. Nearly in danger here. What about the dragon back end of it? Over the wall goes Nio in the care. Finding huge value. Kick onto Hai Chao. Gold card brings it. 2 dead. Nice skirmishing play from NIP. Xiaofeng flashed over the wall. But it will still be the feats of warfare picked up by NIP. They needed blood. They gave it to us.
Leave pulls out the damage NIP need. I love how he flashed to continue his ult's uptime. Doinby using the Destiny Gate to keep Leave in the fight as well as they get themselves soul point on a mountain rift and a bunch of kills.
Now they can turn to Atakan afterwards as well. The game explodes. It's not a massive gold lead, but it is soul point. It is Atakan. It is this Zeri finally getting involved.
Atakan likely to go down. Xiaofeng's nowhere near. NIP get themselves Dragon, Atakan, and the kills. And while I think NIP don't have the damage to match with LNG late game, they've just gotten themselves the advantage in both of the big objectives that had spawned at the time to pull ahead of the game. LNG, their strategy of do nothing and hope for the best has once again not worked out well. They are, NIP are Caesar in this equation, and LNG's wife's letter have just been read out in front of Senate. Nio went in easily early to force out the flash from Hai Chao. Didn't want to get kicked back into the team. Love what Leave does here. Ult would have timed out if he didn't auto-attack for a little while longer. So goes forward, expends that flash to keep the ult running, keep the move speed running, and Doinby tags on to make sure that it wasn't in vain. Leave keeps the ult running the entirety of this fight, which is very impressive for the Zeri, which can often get disengaged from and lose that damage.
Correct play there from Nio as well to get the insect back, because otherwise that Blasco may well have gotten Hai Chao out to safety with that phase rush. So just said, no, you don't. You're going right back to where you came from. And gets a huge amount of value. That's suddenly NIP with a swing towards them in terms of the statistical favor. Of course, still not a massive gold lead or anything here. In fact, the gold is dead even right now. And it's 3 turrets to none. NIP have managed to get none so far. And that can still be problematic. You are going to need to get more from that, but it's a good start.
Derby has Ignite Exhaust, which is Ignore. Is that like the one of Xehanort's clones from Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah.
What would Derby's like Organization 13 name be? Boxoid.
I say ask some of his teammates from Reapers back in the day.
True. That's true. Yeah, that'd be much more fitting for it. Yeah, that could be the way we can entertain ourselves.
Who would be on Doomby's Organization 13?
Well, it's got to be Tien.
Yeah,
he has to be there. Like he's just got. There's just something about Tien with an X in it that you can make something in there. There's some angst around those two players playing in there. For those of you that never played the Kingdom Hearts franchise, the way that you make someone's Organization 13 name is take their name, make it an anagram, and chuck an X in there.
Jackie Love. Jackie Love X.
Oh god, that's what we're reduced to.
I remember there was someone wrote a little fanfiction-y, meme-y thing about a guy called Jeff who became Jeff X and became Jefferoff, just memeing on all of that stuff. It was just excellent.
That's fantastic. Yeah. He had like a 10-minute unskippable cutscene.
Yeah.
And they defeated him by freezing his very long hair off, and he went bald.
Yeah, that's
you know. There's also a current trend going around. There was a viral TikTok about a man who, a person who have their like their own fanfic character who interacts with everyone else's fanfic with their character who is the witch who makes people bald. It just takes people's OCs and just makes them bald. Fantastic, honestly. Derby has those double combat summoners. He's got Lich Bane, does have decent damage. Counter Strike can be used. Back to the slow push and pull.
Yeah, there's nobody's involved in this one for sure. We're waiting.
They also have a second character, which is the
witch who gives everyone hair back.
No. The witch who drops pianos on people.
Oh, that just sounds like killing people with extra steps.
It's like it's the Sword of Damocles, where just occasionally a piano just materializes above them.
Bong.
Yep. Good old Loom.
Who would you want to drop a piano on, Alex?
LNG right now, because it might make it might make them do something. I would just be really interested to see if they take the action of not doing anything and moving out the way.
I feel like if you dropped it on Mako, you get some really good sounds.
Mako?
He's the Riot.
Oh, I thought you meant the support from IG. I'm like, what has Mako got to do with this?
No, I'm sorry. I realised now that context. No, Mako's the guy who does a lot of the Riot songs.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Great producer.
Yeah. Maybe Dr. Giggle Touch could help.
Please,
Dr. Giggle Touch. Yeah. Or again, the genre of TikToker who makes really bad beats.
Yeah. It's not busted, that's for sure.
A lot of the comments are like another victory for people without headphones, or like.
We're back to slowness again, Al.
Yeah, Sam, we've literally chatted shit for about 4.5
I know, we've got 20 seconds.
Minutes. 20 seconds till Dragon comes through. Nothing has happened. We have all of our big summoners and ultimates available. Derby's not switched off of Exhaust Ignite because, I don't know, why would he? He's got himself the empowered Swift March. His Leave has 2.5 items. It would need to be another good Leave team fight. If the Dragon is secured by NIP, obviously at the Mountain Soul. Here comes the TFL.
They're looking to try and get to Zucky. Fail with the flash! No! Vader have to ride a bit. Padme is very dead to right. Seems in your failure. You killed them. Pull back with the Untopo strike. Zeri pops off. No! LNG. Nothing ever
happens. LNG's series has been choosing immobility as a mode of transport, and somehow they've still been moved to the grey screen. A full ace. NIP don't even stop with the Dragon. They realize, well, Baron spawn, we can get that, then go back towards the Dragon. LNG, what have you done?
Oh, Simon and Garfunkel plays louder on the speakers. Hello, darkness, my old friend. LNG do fucking nothing once again.
I am so disappointed on what LNG have brought to the table today. It really is like the Jin Air games of old. At least Jin Air could scale into the late game and do something with it.
They got a Sivir?
Yeah, well, they don't anymore after that fight. What happened here? Zucker going way too deep for a fight. You are again... Look, I know that the TF ults have not been that big, but he still has it. He still has double summoners available. Pop both of them onto Zucker because, you know, why not? The failed flash was top draw cringe moments here in this game. I'm so sorry if you're an LNG fan. I'm so sorry. What has this team become? This team was vying for LPL titles within the last few years. High Chat caught out in mid lane. He's going to be caught out again, and that means that the Dragon will go up to NIP.
Unfortunately, the title that LNG are vying for right now is worst team in the LPL, potentially. I mean, we're only a series team. It's a bit harsh. And again, but we had those conversations partway through last bit. They saved themselves. They didn't get knocked out. But at points, it was looking like they were a surefire to be eliminated for summer. We lost OMG and RNG instead.
Yeah, LNG, I mean, for large parts of that, oh, hell, it's a huge crit, because of course it does auto crit with the Infinity Edge. Leave has enough damage to carry this team now. The fact that LNG have so much extra damage than NIP, and they've not been able to use any of it, is so saddening to see. Now, a lot of the time when we're on broadcast, I mean, what is this? Just walks up with a ghost. Yeah, he had Ghost from Spellbook and just hit him with a card. Okay, yeah, that's one way to kill a Rise, I suppose. Second follow-up card after that point. Doomby's Rise, you know what? Decent value into the mid and late game. Not that great early. Mountain Soul makes it so much harder for LNG to fight in those split picks as well. Doomby can be so much more aggressive. The Fire Cannon makes his cards that much more threatening.
That's some context. In fact, Night of Frogs, they were #1 in World's Group Stage last year, where LNG, they are not anymore. That's for certain. It has been rough viewing. Now they continue to siege. And again, the pick from NIP is still really dangerous, especially if the coordination just isn't there.
The last couple of years, LNG have been a team that, well, of course, LNG were a team that Doomby was on before. He used to be on this team. He knows the organization. And LNG were a team that used to do things by the book. LNG did things slowly sometimes, but they do the right things in the right order in a macro sense. They wouldn't just flip coins. They would try and play, well around wave timings and invades and going into side lanes. Now the book that they're reading from is just blank pages. They actually just don't have a plan. There is nothing there on the book anymore. Who is making plays for this team? I think the best player on this team is Zucker, but you can clearly see he has been dragged down into the madness too, and that play around the Dragon was not
diabolically bad.
And NIP, I mean, they've not exactly had the best of times in the last split either, but dropping down into Group Nirvana shows that they are at least a step above them in terms of actually making things happen.
Yeah, they are. It's a 4-item Zeri now, compared to a 2.5-item Sivir. It's a 3k lead onto Leave. And again, even when NIP was struggling last split, Leave looked good. In split 1, when the team was winning, Leave looked good. Luckily this year, Leave has just looked good. I've been very impressed with this guy, especially because he got humble. Make no mistakes about it. Some poor personal decisions. A lot of growing up to do as an individual, a lot of play to update. Went back down to LDL, had to fight his way back up to being on a main squad in the LPL, and has taken this second chance and run with it best he can. And I think this game again, he's done just that. He's done a lot of running at people and murdering them when we needed some action. Rocket Belt into gold cards.
That is so annoying. And the Proto Belt's not up that often, but it's up often enough. Has heal, has flash. I mean, yeah, look at that. The damage is becoming significant. There's a teleport. This is the last hurrah. Here comes Dro.
Last stand of men and elves trying to make something here. Into the backline goes Niket with the quickness. The rest of the team, though, just doesn't have any damage.
Oh, it's
Nayo goes forward and everyone's just melting apart.
I think it's the end of the third age. LNG need to find a hero. Zucker gets one, kills the Zeri, but I think it's too late.
Well, they were all of them deceased, for in secret another carry was forged. Leave comes on in and ensures that LNG have got nothing left to say in this game. Doomby Rocket Belts again. Rocket Belts plus rapid fire gold cards. You gotta love it.
If anyone was going to forge some dark technologies, it would be the Dark Lord Doomby himself. Moving swiftly from franchises, we ran out of Star Wars, why not? Let's
It's even got a ring in inventory.
It does. One Dark Seal to rule them all. Doomby, he's had a decent game today. TF, early game was quiet, but he has been the architect of LNG's demise. The later this game's gone, well, no, I'm backing up. LNG have been the architect of their own demise. Doomby was just there to end up punishing them afterwards. I am so disappointed in LNG. They were one of the teams that were struggling that didn't make changes. Reminder, folks, LNG are one of the teams that have an arena. This is a team that, as rightfully was pointed out by yourself and shout by Harrian as well, they were top of World's Group Stage, Swiss Stage, last year. What has happened to this team? Lost huge amounts of that roster, yes. You would have thought they would have had the pull to bring some other people in.
They just don't have damage.
They don't have damage at this point somehow without... even though they have so many carries and NIP, Mountain Soul, with the Atacon, with TF, funneling cards into them. Legendary Gambit. He has just looked like LNG ran out of steam, but did they have any to begin with?
The man's been card counting, hasn't he? There is nothing to be done there. He is permanently banned from Vegas. As this is, at this point, a done deal. The outcome is certain.
And the one ring to rule them all has transformed into a little novel called There and Back Again. 10 stacks on the Medjais means that Doomby gets the extra 10% movement speed, which also helps with the move speed from Lichbane, an extra 10% from that. There's a Realm Warp, which is not going to catch Doomby because he has Swift March, Medjai's move speed, Lichbane move speed, Fire Cannon move speed. He is so fast.
Hey, we were saying wasn't pod race. It might be now. Destiny Gate comes on forwards. Can he find somewhere to make sure that LNG are done and dusted, marching towards, perhaps not Helm's Deep, but certainly the enemy base?
I wonder actually whether Doomby will do the funny play of gold carding whilst also using Proto Bell to make sure that Sivir can't actually spell shield it. There are some ways you can make it very interesting, and if LP mistimes it, that's a very dead Sivir. Baron's being started, probably going to be finished. They can tank it forever because they have a Mountain Soul. Doomby loading up another gold card. There's no contest here.
Leave is just shredding it, and solo kill is a Cassante with Mountain Soul. He doesn't care about Baron damage. It's gone. There it is, secured LNG walkover, but too little, too late. A good call of the pack denies the gold card initially, but the rest of the fight is already a done deal. NIP continue to put the sword to LNG. They might own a stage in the LPL, but so do NIP. Back with a vengeance in Split 3. The new additions looking to make sure that this squad will have a much better showing than they did in Split 2.
LNG have one member alive, but it is just one stray dog defending the Nexus. NIP, it was not an easy early game for them. We were left waiting for blood for a long time, but then it came in rivers. NIP will end the series 2-0 on their home stage.
Cruella Dumbiville will make sure that the squad goes down with a little bit of help from Nio. I've had better name puns in my time, but it doesn't really matter. We've had better games of League of Legends in our time. But when they started the ball rolling, it turned into a ball that Indiana Jones would be afraid of. NIP 2-0.
You're going to get a cease and desist from Doin Bisley. NIP finished the series 2-0, but I won't lie, it was a draining affair to watch. They will get themselves their first win in Split 3, and LNG, what will this team do? What will this team do? Downswing does not really cover what has happened to this team. NIP, a good showing later into that game to give us some action, and that'll end out our third day of LPL for the Split.
Oh. I am glad we had some fun there, Alex, because if we didn't, nothing else was going to be fun there, was it? Yep. Speaking of, hello there, people. I'm Initialise, that's Nymaera. You've been watching us on Nymaera's Twitch channel, potentially YouTube channel, potentially Anivia's YouTube channel, potentially from over there as well, on the TikTok channel, live in 4 locations at once. Thank you for coming and joining us and watching some LPL here with us today. That was an experience. I'm hoping we made that a little bit more entertaining for you, because the gameplay wasn't going to do it. And if you did enjoy it, please do make sure to follow us on all the various socials. Click that follow button on the channels you're on right now. Come and follow us on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok. Subscribe if you've got that extra 5 good. If you've got that Prime sub, this would be a great location to drop it, would be the Twitch channel. If you don't want to, or don't really use Twitch as a platform, we've got a Ko-fi up there as well. Please do use the Ko-fi. We'll make sure that is linked in all the chats before we disappear. That would be really wonderful to come and do that. It really helps keep us in business because there is no official broadcast anymore, and we do want to make sure that we can keep doing this. It's a lot of grinding. It's every damn day of the week. No respite, and just 2 of us doing it. So we are all reliant on you back home to keep us in business. And if you do have that extra 5 quid, buy us a coffee. It'll be a great one to do it. And come say hello to all of us there. Thank you very much for supporting us, those who can and do. Alex, anything else to say?
No,
follow me.
Obviously, yes. Yeah, no, I couldn't, obviously, it says this every time. Couldn't do this without Sam as well. Thank you everyone for watching LPL with us today. We'll be here pretty much every day. If we are going to take a day off, we'll inform you as soon as possible. Watch our socials for that, or we'll typically say at the end of the stream as well, just in case things are coming up. Yeah, thanks to everyone. We're going to leave it there because honestly, I need to rest my brain.
I'm going to go stream.
Okay, you go stream. I'll wait to raid you over there then. And everyone else, if you're watching on Twitch or TikTok or anything else, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Hope you've been enjoying our professional casting ways over here on the slightly less professional co-stream. See you in a bit, folks. Stick around for the raid if you're on Twitch as well.